radios for a
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Years ago, in a science fiction classic, Green Blotches. There is no longer any doubt in my mind. Though he walked like a man and talked like a man, Mr. Three was not a man, but a plant. And his country, which he called One, is not to be found upon the earth. It is the only possible conclusion to make after what happened to us in the valley of the Infernal River. The three of us constituted the DeLong geographical expedition to explore and map the wild, uncharted region of the Andes between Peru and Chile. There was our leader, Professor Anton Demetrius, once of the University of Bucharest, and now one of America's most distinguished adopted scientists.
In the valley of the Rio Infinio, we should find some very significant geological evidence which may well change our present conception of the age of our planet.
There was young Leroy Haskell, the secretary of the expedition. Phi Beta Kappa, Ph.D., and as far as I was concerned, a scientific camp follower. He had written a book.
The material I shall gather on this junket will make a book that should simply dwarf the success of my Reindeer in Iceland. And you know how well received it was.
Then, of course, there was me, John Preston. My job was to survey the region and map it for the first time. There were two native guides, Jose and Pablo. We had been warned from the first. Everyone told us to stay away from the valley of the Infernal River, from which they all said no traveler has ever returned. But we were not to be dissuaded from our purpose. So after a week on the high mountain trails, we came at last to the entrance of the valley. A chasm that could hold 10 Grand Canyons. A vast and forbidding valley. Black, dark brown, and deep gray. A horrible scar. The flesh of the earth burned to a crisp. And far, far below, the twisting gray shimmer of the Rio Infinio.
This is the place, senor. The Valley del Rio Infinio.
Do we start back now? We'll spend the next 60 days in this valley.
There was no trail. The mules and pack yamas picked their way between boulders ranging in size from a man's head to his house. Jose led the party, rifle at ready, alert for the slightest danger. The way was steep, pitching us forward against the pommels of our saddles, jostling and jouncing us. It would not be exact to say that I was frightened by this forbidding valley of desolation, but I was depressed by it as I rode along. I was lost in speculation about the warnings we had received when a rifle shot rang out.
Team! What? Hey, man, or something behind that rock.
Jose had slipped from his saddle, his rifle barrel still smoking.
Jose, come back here.
But he had disappeared among the boulders, swiftly stalking an unseen prey.
What was it, Pablo? Did you see?
It was a man. Look, there they go. Down there between the rocks.
Come on. We slipped from our mules and started down toward the spot where we had seen Jose running after a fleeting, yellowish figure.
It is Jose. Hurry.
But when we got there, all we found was Jose's gun. That was all, except a splotch of green liquid on the stone, and smaller splotches of green splashed on one boulder after another, leading off toward the river. We followed the trail of green splotches, but they dwindled out a quarter of a mile away. We searched for Jose all afternoon, but finally gave up. Toward sundown, pitched our camp near the rocks with the green splotches. While Pablo prepared the evening meal, Professor Demetrius finished a chemical analysis of the green stain.
Well, gentlemen, this material is chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll?
Pure chlorophyll. The substance that makes all plants green.
Where would chlorophyll come from in this godforsaken place where there aren't even any plants?
That is a mystery we must set out to solve.
Oh, look. Look, the moon's rising.
Apropos of nothing.
I like to watch the moon rise. I find it a source of inspiration.
Source of inspiration. Sometimes that knuckle-headed secretary was more than I could bear. In the midst of the riddle of the chlorophyll, he seeks the inspiration of the rising moon. Nevertheless, a moment later, the professor and I also stepped out of the tent into the crisp evening air. Far down at the eastern end of the valley, the disk of the rising moon glimmered between two towering peaks.
It looks whiter and more silvery in this latitude.
He wears a cloud of mist like the veil of a bride.
Does he now?
Look here, Preston, just because you like the gift of imagery is no reason, but... My God, look! The moon, the new moon, setting in the west.
He was right. Low in the luminescent western sky was the thin, delicate crescent of the new moon. And to the east, the full moon, which we'd been watching, had disappeared. A phosphorescent mist still hung about the peak. And as we watched, it slowly faded away and left the valley of the infernal river in deepest blackness. It was more than my mind could cope with, but it didn't bother our bright young man. Next evening, Leroy had a curious report for us.
Well, I sold a copy of my book today, Reindeer and Icing.
What?
Yes, I got this for it.
Gold. Nuggets of gold.
Yes, that's right.
Who did you sell it to?
Yes, what sucker gave you all that gold?
An Indian.
An Indian?
What happened?
Well, I was down the valley way today gathering specimens of flora, and I just sat down to eat my lunch when I saw this Indian behind a rock staring at me. Then he saw the corner of the book sticking out of my knapsack. He pointed at it, and he said, "What is that, reindeer and Iceland?" I was surprised. And then he said just what I had been thinking. That book has a wider reputation than you imagine. I thought it'd be quite a gag to sell one of my books to a Peruvian Indian, so I went into a long spiel about what a really fine and useful book it is.
That shouldn't have been difficult for you.
It wasn't. I ended by telling him that he could have this valuable and excellent example of American literature for only $3.50. What is $3.50? He said. How about that $3.50? I was just wondering about that, I said. Now turn your pocket inside out and see. He did. And a lot of pieces of metal still on the ground. I took the gold nuggets and told him I'd include the other 4 copies I brought along. He's dropping back more for them.
That's nice.
Well, I think I'll turn in. It's been quite a day.
Yes, hasn't it?
If I brought more copies of my book, I could clean up down here.
Next morning, I was awakened by the sound of groaning coming from Haskell's cot. What I saw there awakened me with a start and yanked me to my feet. Professor Demetrius. Professor.
John, what's the matter?
Come here quickly, please. Something's wrong with Leroy.
What is it?
Look.
Is that Leroy?
Yes.
Why, his hair is turned white.
Overnight.
Well, what in the world happened to him?
I don't know. Here, Leroy. Come on, old boy, wake up. Come on, Leroy, wake up. Come on, fellow, wake up. Come on.
What's the matter?
Now, how do you feel?
You hurt anywhere?
Oh, my head aches and my leg burns.
Where?
Right here.
Let me see.
Here on my side.
Oh, that's a pretty nasty inflammation. More like a third-degree burn. Right under your trousers pocket. Leroy.
Yes.
Did you carry that gold in this pocket yesterday?
Why, yes.
And where was it last night?
I put it under my pillow for safekeeping.
Yes, and that accounts for it. That gold is poisoned in some way. Poisoned?
What? Oh, no. No.
What's the matter?
Here in the mirror. Is that me? Yes, and did that stuff turn my hair white? Tell me. Tell me.
Yes, my boy, it did.
Oh, no, it's no. Look. Look, there he is.
I looked up. Standing in the entrance of the tent was an Indian with an enormous head and thickly painted face. He was wearing the usual white shirt and trousers of the cholo, and he was smiling a faint, ironic smile which made me dislike him intensely. The professor was first to recover from the shock of his appearance.
Did you give our young man here some gold yesterday?
I gave the young man some gold for some books.
Did you know the gold was poisoned?
Poison? How?
Well, that's what we want you to tell us.
I haven't any idea. What effect did it have?
You can see for yourself.
Is this the same young man?
Yes, you nearly killed him.
Oh, how interesting. It must be the effect of a metal I carried with the gold. I do not know what you call it in your language. Possibly you may never have heard of it. Here is some.
But that's radium. Pure metallic radium.
Yes, sir.
More radium than is known to exist in the entire civilized world. And carried around casually in the pocket of an Indian.
But I was burned by the gold.
That's right, but the gold had become irradiated by this piece of radium, which I might add is worth several $1 million. You made a bad deal, Leroy. You should have taken the radium and let the gold alone.
I wish I'd given the book away.
Can't you gentlemen ever communicate with each other without using words and sentences?
What?
Huh? Suppose, Mr. Preston, you desire to communicate with Mr. Demetrius. Would you
How do you know my name? Have we met somewhere before?
I'm sure we have not. But when I paused, you thought your name. So naturally I knew it at once. I believe that's the ancient word for it. Mr. Preston, I perceive that you want to know my name. Well, I have a number. In my country, the citizens are numbered. I'm sure when your own countries become densely populated, you too will adopt a numerical nomenclature.
What is your number?
1752-12,657,109-654.
That might become a little hard to remember. Where do you come from, Mr. Reed?
The name of my country is One, or Turk. I dare say each of you comes from a country which you call One. No, I see I am wrong. America? Romania? Very pretty name, but quite unscientific.
Can you read our thoughts before we speak?
Certainly. I take the language formed right out of your own mind and use them. If the creature has no language at all, one can see that he is built out of the aluminum age, and that arose from the prehistoric steel age. A very heavy, clumsy metal, I have heard archaeologists say.
Oh, breakfast, Pablo. Good. Set it up on the table there.
Senor Preston, he is the one.
What's that?
That man there, he murdered Jose. What? Everything he has on is Jose. He wears Jose's scores and his shoes. On his finger is Jose's silver ring, I know it. I saw him that day when Jose disappeared.
Are you sure, Pablo?
Sí, ciertamente.
Pablo is quite right, gentlemen.
You admit that you killed Jose?
Oh, yes.
You realize, Mr. Street, that your confession will place you in jeopardy of the law.
Oh, then you do have laws in your country.
Why, naturally. Pablo, take that rope there and tie Mr. Street to that chair.
Sí, senor.
You may consider yourself under arrest, sir. Give Pablo a hand, Leroy. Time to kill him.
It will be a pleasure.
We will have to carry him before a magistrate. That is most inconvenient.
Professor Demetrius, you have studied physiology
Yes.
and perhaps vivisection.
Yes?
Then why all this fuss about the killing of a lower animal for scientific ends?
A lower animal? Mr. Three, we are all human beings. Granted, Jose did not have the intelligence or culture such as we have. Nevertheless, he was a human being.
Said your friend. The pack animal crows, they've broken out of the corral.
I rushed from the tent, followed by Leroy and the professor. The mules and the llamas had indeed broken through the corral fence and were stampeding down the valley as if pursued from the steppe itself. Pablo tried to head them off, desperately shouting and waving his arms, but his efforts seemed silly in the face of their headlong flight. And then my attention was diverted in another direction.
Preston, look! Our tent's on fire!
It was. A sheet of flame licked up the oil canvas and enveloped the ridge.
Our prisoner! He'll burn to death in there!
I'll get him. I ran back to the tent, pulled up the stakes to the rear wall, and shoved into the smoke-filled tent. Mr. Three was still sitting in the chair where we tied him. He slumped queerly, and the brim of his hat had dropped down to his shirt. There was no time to untie him. I picked him up, chair and all, and rushed out of the tent just as the walls collapsed. It occurred to me that he was remarkably light.
John, is he all right?
Suffocated, I think.
As slow as the burning, help me beat out the flames. Hey, what's this?
He's collapsed.
The clothes are empty.
No, not quite.
The professor tore open Jose's clothes and pulled from within a human skin.
What in the world?
I believe this deal. It is the skin of Jose.
How do you know?
See, there on his arm. The tattoo of the cross.
Yes, I remember Jose had such a tattoo.
What does it mean?
It means that somebody or something has been stalking us, disguised in this.
But I don't...
Exactly as a hunter stalks a deer in a deer robe.
Then it wasn't a human being?
It was the devil. They wonder.
He knows he's a human being, but he doubts if we are. Did you notice how supercilious he was? He probably thinks of us as the missing link between the apes and himself. We are animals to him. He puts on one of our skins to hunt us down. As we stood in the merciless sunshine in that black valley of hell, we were four frightened men, powerless to combat the kind of magic or witchcraft or super science which opposed it. And then I noticed a strange thing. A rabbit broke from behind a boulder and dashed between our feet, scampering down the valley toward the river. I looked up and saw Vicuna leaping from boulder to boulder, and there slipping between the rocks was a panther. Suddenly the whole valley seemed alive with flying animals, all rushing headlong toward the river. Rats, cathars, civets, and finally a huge Yucamare, the great black bear of the Andes, lumbered by so close to us we had to jump out of his way. But he paid us no heed. He was too intent on following the others toward the river.
No. What in the world?
Look, up the valley, hopping from rock to rock.
What are they?
They look like yellow fleas from here.
Whatever they are, they must be what stampeded our pack animals.
It is the devil driving all the animals into hell.
Look again, Pablo. They're getting bigger. They look like men to me. Yellow men, with the agility of mountain goats. As the strange hopping figures approached, we could see that they carried some kind of short metal rod that flashed in the sun. The closer they came, the more animals rushed by us. Devil or no devil, it was too much for Pablo. As the beautiful speckled deer came into view, Pablo raised his rifle.
Don't shoot. There must be no holes in the skin.
We swirled around. Behind us on a large boulder stood Mr. Three. He was naked, having shed Jose's skin. His face still carried the red paint of his Indian masquerade, but the rest of his body was a soft yellow, like a ripe peach. His feet were disagreeably small, which accounted for the ease with which he escaped our rope. In his hand, he carried a small metal rod.
I must apologize for setting fire to your tent, gentlemen. It was quite accidental. I did it with this focusing rod as I slipped out of your rope. Focusing rod? Yes. What does it focus?
Radio power.
Why, that is the most compact transmitter I've ever seen.
It's really quite primitive. I imagine it came into use among thinking creatures along with fire, the keystone of the arts, and the remote-controlled rocket. They were all important additions to human knowledge, but their discoverers and the dates of their discovery are lost in prehistoric eras. You men will follow the rest of the quarry to the river. Everyone must go.
What did you say?
Follow the rest of the animals to the river. Be quick about it.
Now look here, Three. We'll do as we please.
Why should we go?
So our commander can select specimens to carry to the land of one.
Oh, I see. He wishes our scientific advice on the selection of animals.
Your advice? You bunch of idiots. He's going to select one of you as a specimen to carry to one. Now get along. I don't want to have to use force.
You won't get us any other way. Take cover, men. The four of us threw ourselves behind the boulders. Mr. Three didn't move. He still stood on top of his rock a dozen feet away. I raised my rifle, got his huge, ugly head in my sights, and squeezed the trigger. But the gun never fired, and suddenly my arms and legs were contorted in painful spasms. My body stiffened, and it seemed as though my brain were on fire. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on the ground, and so were my companions.
I think that you are convinced now of the futility of opposition. So we strolled together in the direction of the river.
You realize that you're creating an international incident. The United States of America does not stand for such treatment of its citizens. You better think twice. This thing can get out of hand. It may even become a matter for the consideration of the United Nations, and it can certainly lead to war.
Indeed. That would be interesting. Professor, you creatures really represent a scientific body?
Why, of course we do. The DeLong Institution.
How quaint.
And I'd like to have some things explained.
I'd be very happy to oblige if I can. Oh, yes, I perceive your questions. We are here to extract radium from the pitch blende in this valley. We do this with a portable furnace. The strange lights you saw in the evenings occurred when we moved our furnace from place to place. We always do that at night. To do so during the day is inconvenient because the sun's rays are apt to create a local ether storm.
Yes, I can see that it might.
Hey, look.
What?
Look ahead there. A flying saucer to end all flying saucers.
As we rounded a huge boulder, there stood an enormous cylinder of metal. It towered at least 750 feet into the air and rested on a stern which could not have been more than 4 feet in diameter. Its huge bulk shored up by metal rods several hundred feet long, which protruded from the ship where the barrel began to taper toward the stern. 500 feet up the side of the cylinder were controlling planes, which looked tiny in comparison to the great bulk, and indicated that it must travel through space at inconceivable speed. Around the base of the ship, squads of yellow men were rounding up the animals in cages and stowing them aboard. They worked with military precision, obviously under orders, although no sound was uttered since all communication was mental. As we approached the ship, 4 yellow men appeared with a large cage. And from a porthole about 75 feet above the stern, another yellow man with a scintillating scar on his forehead stared down at us. Mr. Three drew himself up stiffly and saluted. What followed was a one-sided conversation put into words by Mr. Three, apparently for our benefit.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Ordinary ruby-blooded mammals, sir, with intelligence somewhat higher than monkeys, sir. They communicate with simple thoughts exactly as monkeys do, sir, by chattering. They are absolutely insensible to all mental vibrations, sir, more completely than the 4-legged animals. I would suggest you take all 4. They will prove very amusing, sir, in the National Zoo. Their attempts to deceive each other and even me, sir, are quite ridiculous. I believe you will find them much more humorous than chimpanzees. Sorry you haven't the space. In that case, I suggest you take the brown one. He is the best physical specimen and obviously better adapted to his habitat. None of them have it in mind, Cecita. Very well, sir.
As the yellow men closed in on him, Pablo whipped out his knife, slashing and stabbing at his assailant. And every time his knife found a mark, green liquid spurted from the yellow body. They finally disarmed him, and in answer to the thoughts of one of them, Mr. Three said,
I can't use my focusing rod. It might destroy what little mind he has.
A moment later, they were carrying Pablo by arms and legs toward the cage. He turned his pathetic, bloody face toward me.
Senor Preston, for the love of Holy Mary, save me. Save me.
And something snapped in my brain. I started toward Pablo's captive. Mr. Three leveled his focusing rod, and my brain seemed on fire, and everything went black. When I came to, the yellow men had vanished. The spaceship stood poised in the light of the setting sun. Their ports and hatches closed. The professor and Leroy were leaning over me. John, are you all right, John? I guess so.
That jolt he gave you must have been a nasty.
Rather like the electric chair I rode in. From the stern of the spaceship, a luminous gas seemed to boil out in whirls of furious racket. The restraining rods were tapped off, and the huge cylinder shot straight up into the air at a precision.
Blue, green, yellow, orange, red. You mean exactly, John. It was going so fast, the light of the exhaust ran through the entire color spectrum. It was traveling at least at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second.
Look, what's that phosphorescent glow? It's all over the hill.
Yes. It's all over us. Yes. I believe we are covered with the residual emanations of radium. I suggest we go down to the river and wash it off. Otherwise, it will presently kill us. Professor? Yes? Did you notice the green liquid spurting from those creatures when Pablo knifed them? Like green blood? It was not blood. It was chlorophene.
But how could...
You see, gentlemen, Mr. Three and his comrades were not animals. They were plants. But possible, but true. Well, Leroy, you should be able to write quite an interesting book about this expedition. One that might even outsell Reindeer in Iceland.
Yes, Professor. But who would believe it?
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Green Splotches, written in 1920 by T.S. Stribling and modernized and adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Bill Conrad as Preston and Paul Frees as Professor Demetrius. Also heard were Ted DeCorsia, Harry Bartell, Barton Yarborough, and Jay Novello. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You're trapped on a lost plateau in the shadowy depths of the Grand Canyon. At your feet lies a fortune in ancient gold, and beside you, holding a gun at your head, is a half-crazed Indian from whom there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with the story of a man who faced the murderous fanaticism of an ancient tribe to recover a fabulous treasure in golden relics, as Paul Pierce tells it in Grand Canyon Suite. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Maybe you think there's no such thing as flying saucers, but Charlie McCarthy claims to have captured a flying saucer pilot, and he gets Van Heflin into the plot this Sunday night. You'll find it as merry a spin as Charlie and Edgar Bergen have taken you on. And there's plenty of fun earlier when Al Jolson trades gags with Jack Benny.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Arthur Pryor's famous band is here again. Continuing this summer musical series, DuPont brings you another program of fine band music in the Cavalcade of America. This evening's program includes a wide range of compositions played by the concert band under the personal direction of Arthur Pryor. Just as the Cavalcade of America in music shows the importance of music in our national life, so also does the short story of chemistry on this program indicate the importance of the work of research chemists. The contribution of DuPont chemists to the comfort, convenience, and happiness of nearly everyone is summed up in the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. From the days when the caveman beat on hollow logs, through the centuries to our modern concert bands, rhythm has been man's most natural method of musical expression. Marching feet and beating hearts are part of our rhythmic evolution. In 1896, John Philip Sousa wrote the first operetta in which march music predominated. De Wolf Hopper was the star, and the play enjoyed a long country. Arthur Pryor and his band bring us its song hit, the ever-popular El Capitan March. El Capitan was a favorite operetta in the gay 90s. But times change, manners change, and styles of music change. And concert bands reflect the life and the times. Arthur Pryor and his band play selections from a romantic operetta of that same time, the tuneful Robin Hood by Reginald de Koven.
interesting example of the interest in band music that has spread throughout America is the annual contest for high school bands given by the National Society for the Advancement of Music, first held at Joliet, Illinois. Amateur bands are no longer a rarity, as they were when in 1845 the Stonewall Brigade of Stanton, Virginia, founded what is said to be the oldest amateur organization in the country. Today, a college man no longer scorns music as a career. Several of our better-known radio bands were formed when their leaders were still undergraduates. In honor of these many college bands that year after year gallantly urge their teams to victory, Arthur Pryor and his band present a medley of college songs. In 1900, Sousa's band, with Arthur Pryor as assistant conductor and trombone soloist, toured Europe and found that their fame had gone before them. The tour was a triumph for the American organization, and a number of incidents are worth remembering. Let us reenact several of the high spots of the trip, beginning in Germany, where the audiences were impressed by the trombone solo that was played at each concert by Arthur Pryor. One evening in Berlin, after the performance, the manager of the theater approaches Mr. Pryor.
Herr Pryor.
Yes?
There are 6 gentlemen here who would like to see you. They are the first trombone players from 6 German regiments.
By all means, ask them to come in.
Dankeschön. This way, gentlemen.
Herr Pryor, come in, gentlemen, come in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my German isn't any too good.
Oh, that is all right. I will be the spokesman for my college. Herr Pryor, that trombone solo you played tonight, what was it?
Well, that was a number I wrote for myself. It's called Air Varie.
Ah, well, we have all agreed that it is the most difficult solo ever written for the trombone. For you play the air and the accompaniment almost together, like 2 instruments.
Well, I'll admit it requires pretty fast variation.
Oh, it is incredible, Herr Pryor. My friends wonder, could we examine your trombone?
Why, certainly. It's right here. Look it all over and you'll see it's just another trombone.
Hey, what's going on, huh?
Oh, these gentlemen play trombones in some of the German regimental bands. They're examining my trombone to be sure it's a regular instrument.
Nothing up your sleeve, eh?
Herr Pryor.
Yes, sir?
These gentlemen have examined your trombone thoroughly. I'm sorry they've taken it all apart.
Well, what's their verdict? Just the trombone?
Ja, mein Herr, but they say that what you do is impossible. They believe it is just another clever American trick.
In England, the Sousa Band was honored by a command performance before King Edward VII in honor of Queen Alexandra's birthday. At the close of the performance, the King congratulates Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa, it has been a great pleasure to have you and your talented organization with us tonight, and we are very grateful to you for coming. You may be interested to know that we are having 2 Sousa concerts here tonight. When the children heard you were going to be with us, they had the gramophone rolled into the nursery and are following your program as far as their records permit. Now, George, please.
Yes, Father. Mr. Sousa, in behalf of His Majesty, my father, I take pleasure in decorating you with the Medal of the Victorian Order and congratulate you on a fine performance. Where shall I finish?
Over my heart, Your Highness.
How American.
Thank you, Your Highness. I hope His Majesty will allow me the honor of composing a march and dedicating it to him.
With pleasure, Mr. Sousa. If you do, I will command that it be played by all our regimental bands.
That led to the writing of Imperial Edward, which John Philip Sousa dedicated to King Edward VII. No band concert is complete without a light, colorful musical impression listed as descriptive. And no band repertoire is complete without several of these descriptive novelties. One of the favorites is In a Clock Store by Orff, which will now be played by Arthur Pryor and his band. The Cavalcade of America in music, presented by DuPont, moves on. Not only do descriptive numbers lend themselves to band treatment, but the music of Richard Wagner is particularly adaptable to the kind of arrangement given it by Arthur Pryor and his band in a special selection from the great music drama, Siegfried.
us turn back the pages of history about 5 centuries and pick up a story that leads to one of the romances of modern chemistry. In 1421, more than 70 years before Columbus discovered America, a party of Chinese visiting the island of Formosa were surprised to find forests of stately trees that gave off a strange and balmy odor. Soon they found that the natives chopped up these trees to produce a gleaming white crystalline substance, having a very fragrant odor. This product was camphor. The Chinese and other Oriental peoples came to prize camphor highly. They pressed it into little cakes, which they used as amulets to ward off evil spirits. Camphor is required today for various medicinal uses, but the really great demand for it comes from industry. Camphor is essential to plastics such as pyralin, which is used in making toiletware, fountain pen barrels, safety glass, scuffless heels for women's shoes, and hundreds of other things. Camphor is needed in making photographic film, too, whether it be the roll variety you buy for your snapshot camera or the motion picture film that brings you your favorite screen star. You see that camphor means a good deal to all of us, and that it is mighty important for industry to have an uninterrupted supply at a reasonable cost. But natural camphor is found only in the Orient, and for many years this source has been closely controlled. Price has fluctuated widely, and in 1920 it was as high as $1.96 a pound. For these reasons, scientists of several countries have made many attempts to produce camphor chemically. After years of painstaking research, DuPont's chemists succeeded. Not long ago, they perfected a complicated process for making camphor here in America. And what do you suppose is the starting point? Turpentine. Turpentine from the pine trees of our own southern states. This chemical development has provided new jobs and created a new source of income for the people of the South. In quality, DuPont's man-made camphor rivals the finest grade that ever came from Formosa. It not only fills every demand for use in industrial products, but meets the United States government standards for pharmaceutical purposes. As to cost, this new chemical process enables DuPont to produce camphor at a price which makes it unnecessary to buy it abroad. The price for industrial camphor is now stabilized at about 35 cents a pound. This story of man-made camphor illustrates one of the many ways in which chemical research serves our nation. It also illustrates what DuPont means by its phrase, better things for a better living through chemistry. Next week at the same time, our program will tell stories of American bands of today. Arthur Meyer and his band will again be heard when DuPont continues the first group in its summer musical series of the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Good evening, Creep. Tonight your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum.
This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. Yes, after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff in his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts a shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Now, dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlight phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long.
Oh, my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Hurt in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Yes. Your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to the trouble.
It's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no doctor.
But it's all right.
Put down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private wire.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to the side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. It's arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see we'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, hurry, please. Oh, this is 864.
Please. After your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda? That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, I'm bringing Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Well, you drive up Highway 26 through Accord and turn right when you pass the first gas station. Just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got
Shut
to go.
up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
Pretty big.
It's a sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave? Police calls?
Yes?
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now there, I've opened the door. Now get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the gentleman killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn it
of the
on.
port.
Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. We'll make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen, then you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Oh, you know you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, Suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end out in a sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Oh, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh, I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh.
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going. Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
Oh. All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. That's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblock. Oh, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop. Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child. Oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
That's some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figure it, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other worse things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or are you going to make me open all the doors to find out?
No. That one.
All right, let's go in. Oh, you first, Mrs. Canning.
I warn you, if you hurt
You first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Ah, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. Let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now, give me the key. Thank you. Now, we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now, we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Huh?
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
Norm. Everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle. What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked. Judy wouldn't have much of a chance.
Oh, no!
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning? You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning?
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry? Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Mrs. Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh, well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer.
Good morning, Mrs. Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Yes, you can put them on the table there.
Yeah, right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello.
You have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey, is that...
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay, you win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Kevin.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You look like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
Which all goes to prove that a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. Oh, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision.
Another Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the other woman. Olivia Martin paces the floor of her bedroom. She's been pacing for hours, and it is now long past midnight. Her husband, Fred Martin, did not come home to dinner. He was detained at his office on business. So he said. But Olivia knows that it isn't his advertising business that detains him. And she knows, too, that tonight will be the climax and the final crash of their marriage. The end of everything for Olivia. She knows what Fred is going to say tonight. For months she has been fearful of this moment, and now it has come.
Olivia, you awake?
Yes? Come in.
I thought you might be asleep.
How could I sleep? You know better than that.
It's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, Fred.
I didn't realize it was that late.
You don't usually bother to see if I'm awake.
Don't I?
For the past 2 months, you've passed right on to your own room.
Yes. Yes, I guess I have.
Get your business settled?
Yes. Yes, I had quite a bit to attend to.
Have dinner at the club?
Oh, yes, at the club.
Then why didn't you answer my call? I had you paged. They said you hadn't been there this evening.
Oh? Perhaps I hadn't arrived yet.
Really?
What did you want?
I don't know. I don't remember now what I called you for.
I see. Well, I think I'll turn in. Good night, Olivia.
Why don't you say it?
Say what?
What you came here to say.
What makes you think I had anything particular to say?
I know. I don't know how, but I've known all evening you were planning to tell me something when you got in.
Oh, that's nonsense.
No, Fred. I've known for months this was coming. I know what sort of business detained you. Another woman.
What?
First, I believed you. As the weeks passed and I realized you were going colder, the whole thing became clear to me. Then I knew you were evading me, that you were lying about those business appointments at night.
Go on.
We've been married 10 years, Fred. I've done everything humanly possible to make our marriage a success.
Have you?
I think I have. At least I've tried.
That's your opinion, Olivia.
Why didn't you come right out and tell me about this woman at the very beginning?
Why should I?
Oh, Fred. I'm sick all over. I've tried not to believe it.
Now, let's not have a scene, Olivia.
What do you expect me to do, laugh it off?
No, not you, Olivia. Certainly not you.
I suppose you'll say it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything. Well, isn't that what you're trying to say?
I haven't said anything.
Then why don't you? Say something. Why do you beat about the bush? You came here to say something, say it.
Very well, since you put it that way, I will. I'm going out of town tomorrow on business. I'm sending my things to the club. When I return, I intend to live there.
Fred.
Wait a minute, Olivia. I haven't finished yet. I want you to get a divorce on any grounds you please. Desertion or whatever you wish.
Divorce? Do you mean that?
I do.
Very well. If that's the way you want it, there's nothing else I can do.
No, Olivia, nothing. Good night.
So Olivia sobs herself to sleep. And when morning comes, she finds Fred gone and his things already sent to the club. All day she wanders aimlessly about the house like a lost soul. Then as night falls and her loneliness increases, she is seized with a horrible feeling of hopelessness. A strange depression comes over her, and she sits down at the desk and writes a note.
Fred, the very thought of losing you, the thought of divorce, the thought of giving you up for another woman is more than I can bear. The shame, the disgrace, the scandal of it all would, I know, drive me insane. Regardless of what you may think, I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. You'd never be happy with a woman of her type. You'd be throwing your life away. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision. Goodbye, Fred. Olivia.
Olivia addresses the note to Fred at his club, steps out and drops it in the nearest mailbox. She wanders about for a while, then returns to the empty house, takes some sleeping tablets, and goes to bed. Then, the next morning at Fred's office, Doris, Fred's private secretary, is going over some papers.
Yes? Very well. Put him on. Hello? Yes, Mr. Goldberg. This is Doris Hammond. Mr. Martin's out of town for a few days. Yes. Well, Miss Bartow is head of the art department. I'll have her check on it right away. Yes. Yes, goodbye.
Yes?
Tell Rita Bartow to come in here, please.
Miss Bartow isn't coming in today. She's staying home. Has a bad cold.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll send Jack Mallory in then.
Yes, Miss Hammond.
You want to see me, Miss Hammond?
Oh, yes, Jack. I understand Rita's ill, isn't coming in today.
No, I guess not.
Well, Mr. Goldberg over at Lake Laboratories wants to know which ad she intended to run next week.
Only Rita knows about that.
Perhaps we'd better send them over to Rita's apartment and have her select the one she wants to use.
Very well. Who shall I send?
Well, I don't know of anyone who'd rather go on that errand than you, Jack.
Well, how'd go if you insist?
I don't think I have to insist, especially where Rita's concerned.
All right. I'll run over there.
I thought you would.
Thanks, Doris. See you later.
Hello?
Rita, this is Doris Hammond.
Yes, Doris.
How do you feel?
Oh, fair.
Good. Mr. Goldberg wants to know which ad you selected for next week. I'm sending Jack Mallory over with the layouts. He should be there in a short while.
Very well. How I've forgotten which it was.
And send Jack back as soon as possible. He'll hang around all day if you don't.
I will, don't worry.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, Rita. How do you feel?
Oh, all right. Just didn't feel like coming to the office today.
I thought you had a bad cold.
No, not too bad. I'll be all right tomorrow.
Mr. Goldberg wants you to select the layout for next week. Here they are. Which do you want?
Well, I'd planned on this one. But I think you should make this section in red.
Oh, I see. That's easy. I'll fix it up in a jiffy.
Stands out better this way. We'll use this one for the week following.
Okay. You look mighty lovely, Rita.
Thanks.
Where were you going, all dressed up?
Well, I've got to go out of town this afternoon on that Henderson deal. I wanted to put it off until next week, but Mr. Martin insisted that I get it settled as soon as possible. I'll be back on the afternoon plane tomorrow.
You shouldn't be running around too much, darling.
Well, I don't really have a cold. It's that sinus.
You've had a lot of trouble with that in the past year or so.
Yes. There's nothing much can be done about it, I guess. Thank heavens it only strikes me in winter.
Why don't you try a change of climate, Rita?
Change of climate.
I should think you'd like California. I've always wanted to go there. I've had an idea that I could do very well. Some nice jobs in the movie art departments.
I'm not interested in movies.
I thought about going out there and settling down, buying a nice little home and really enjoying life.
Why should a bachelor do all that? You have ideas about getting married, Jack?
Yes. Yes, I have, Rita.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
What time's your plane leave?
At 2.
How about a little lunch while you're waiting? Something warm.
Very well.
Oh, leave your bag here. We'll pick it up later.
All right.
I've got something important to talk to you about, Rita.
Important?
Yeah. I got a nice raise this week.
That's fine, Jack.
I want to ask you a question about you and me.
Yes? Go ahead.
No, not now. Come on, we'll talk about it during lunch.
Meanwhile, Olivia Martin, having made a decision and formulated a plan, visits her husband's office and calls on Doris, the secretary.
Good afternoon, Miss Hammond.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Martin? I was just going out to lunch. Would you join me?
I'm sorry, Miss Hammond. I'm afraid I haven't time. I'm in rather a hurry. I've a number of things to do this afternoon.
Can I help you?
I suppose you're quite busy yourself.
Oh, yes, my work is always doubled when Fred leaves town.
Fred?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Oh, my husband.
I suppose it does seem strange for an employee to call him Fred. But for some reason I've gotten into the habit and can't seem to break it. He doesn't seem to mind, however.
That's so. I can imagine he wouldn't. After all, you're like one of the family, aren't you, Miss Hammond?
Yes, I've been here for 2 years.
You've been Fred's private secretary for how long now?
Almost a year. It doesn't seem that long.
Pleasant work, isn't it?
Most interesting. You've no idea how absorbing this business can be, Mrs. Martin.
Well, I realize it must have a certain amount of extremely interesting moments.
You should come around more often, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, how right you are. Things might have been different.
Different?
Yes. I mean, if I had taken an active interest in the business, well, at times it gets rather dull waiting at home, especially on long evenings when your husband has to stay in town on business.
Oh, I suppose it is rather dull under those conditions.
Yes. But I mustn't take up your time with personal problems. I want you to have a check drawn for me for $500.
Very well, I'll attend to it at once.
Have you heard from Fred since he left?
No, I haven't.
He phoned me this morning.
He did?
Yes. He left an important paper at home, and he knew I was flying to Detroit tonight to visit my relatives, so he wants me to drop it off for him at Buffalo.
Buffalo? I thought he was in Boston.
Well, yes, he was. But he had to rush over to Buffalo. Some unexpected business came up, and he says he needs you very badly.
He wants me to come to Buffalo?
Yes, I told him I'd notify you and bring you with me. I'll be leaving the airport about 5:30. Can you meet me there, or shall I pick you up here?
Well, I'll meet you at the airport. I'll have to run home for a few minutes. Is there anything in particular he wants me to bring?
No, nothing but the paper he left at home.
Very well, I'll be at the airport around 5.
Do you mind flying, Miss Hammond?
No, not at all.
That's good. My plane is a small cabin job. Might be a little bumpy, but I'm rather a good pilot.
I'll see you at 5.
Shortly after noon, rain begins to fall. Round 2, the storm becomes heavier. Then Jack returns.
Jack Mallory, where on earth have you been? Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got to talking and didn't realize the hour.
Well, what about the layout? Did Rita select one?
Yeah, this one. She made a couple of changes in it.
So? What change?
Oh, nothing important. Just wanted this section set up in red. Stands out better.
Yes, so it does.
Well, I'd better put it through right away. I'm sorry to have been so late with it.
I'm glad you got back with it before I left.
Left? Where were you going?
Mr. Martin phoned. He wants me to join him in Buffalo. Something important has come up.
Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was in Boston.
He had to run over there in a hurry.
Buffalo, huh? Strange.
What's strange?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean his being in Buffalo.
What's strange about it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose he could be in Buffalo.
Well, what's the matter with you, Jack?
Why? Oh, nothing at all.
Here, lean over here.
What? Why?
A little closer.
Why? What's the matter?
Well, of all things, now I've seen everything. You've actually had a drink. You, of all people.
Well, I don't approve of it as a rule, but I walked back from Rita's place. I got my feet a little wet in the rain. Felt kind of chilly. I was afraid I was catching cold, so I dropped in at a bar on the way back and had a drink.
Well, I hope you don't get sick. Can't afford to have you and Rita both out.
No, that's right. A lot of work to be done this week.
Here, take off that top coat. It's damp. Let me have it. Now hang it over the radiator. Well.
What's wrong?
How on earth did you do this? You spilled ink on the front of your coat.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Fine thing. I just got it yesterday. I must have done that over at Rita's when I blocked that section in red.
You'll have to get it out as soon as possible. Hand me a towel from that closet and dampen it.
Oh, don't bother, Doris. I'll have it cleaned tomorrow.
Get some of it out now. Thanks. It's me hard to get off.
It's probably dried in by now. The cleaners can get it out.
Strangest ink I ever saw. Doesn't seem to be ink. More like blood, if you ask me.
Blood? Let me see. It is strange. Let me see that layout. Does seem a little darker than this on the card. Maybe the cloth has something to do with it.
Perhaps.
Better let the cleaners worry about it. What time are you leaving, Doris?
In a few minutes. I'm flying from the airport around 5.
Well, good luck, Doris. See you in a few days.
Thanks, Jack. Take care of yourself. And lay off the liquor. That's bad stuff to get started on.
Are you kidding?
What do you think?
For a few brief moments, Dora stands staring after Jack as he passes through the door to the outer office. Then she picks up the towel, studies it for a moment. Suddenly she tosses it into the desk drawer, leaves the office, and goes home. Then around 5, Doris meets Olivia at the airport.
Oh, Mrs. Martin, do you think we should try it tonight?
You mean you'd rather not go? Are you frightened?
Oh, no. No, I'm not exactly frightened, but...
Well, the storm's passed. What's wrong?
What? I don't really know. Nothing, I guess.
Well, nothing to worry about. I've flown this plane in all kinds of weather.
Yes, of course.
Well, we're all set. Let's climb in.
I wish I could have talked to Fred. I haven't the slightest idea what this is all about.
You'll know what it's all about. In no time at all.
What?
We'll get there in a couple of hours. Don't worry.
How far have we come now?
Oh, I don't know. About 75 miles, I should say.
Where are we? I can't see a thing.
We're not far from Monticello.
How can you tell? Can you see that down there?
No, not too well. I'm flying by instruments.
I hope we don't run into a storm. Frankly, I don't like to be in a plane during a storm.
Well, I don't know of anyone who really does.
We could have taken a train.
We could have, but on this particular trip, I was in somewhat of a hurry to get to my destination. Tell me, Doris. May I call you Doris?
Well, of course.
Aren't you just a bit upset over this trip?
What do you mean?
Just that.
Do I seem upset?
Yes, you do. Something preying on your mind?
Yes. Yes, there is something bothering me.
So? What is it?
I'd rather not say.
A guilty conscience?
Guilty conscience?
Isn't that what it is?
What are you talking about?
Are you looking forward to a nice visit in Buffalo?
Why, I don't know. I don't consider it a visit. It's part of my job.
And a very pleasant job, too. I'm sure you'll miss the job and its attendant interests. Working late at night, several nights a week with Fred.
What do you mean by that? Why should I lose my job?
Your job isn't all you're going to lose.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, and you know what I'm talking about.
You're crazy.
Fred isn't in Buffalo.
Where is he?
I don't know. But wherever he is, you'll never see him again, you little cheat.
Put this plane down and let me out. You're mad.
I'm going to put it down, straight down on its nose.
What?
Fred won't think you're so attractive next time he sees you.
No. No, you're out of your mind. You can't do this. You can't. You can't.
Put that key back in the switch.
I won't.
You hear me?
I won't. You must listen.
Give me that key.
Pull up. Those trees. Pull up. Ah!
By some strange quirk of fate, Olivia is foiled in her plan of suicide and murder. A farmer rushes to the crash, finds Olivia thrown clear and still alive. Now, an hour later, in the farmhouse.
Well, how do you feel, ma'am?
What? Why, who are you?
I'm Doc Sanders.
Doctor? Where am I?
You're on Jake Barrett's farm. Found you right after the crash. Believe me, you're mighty lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, you were thrown clear when you hit the treetops. Got off with a few scratches and a couple of rattling good bumps, but not a busted bone anyplace.
What happened to my passenger?
Well, I'm sorry to say she's dead.
Dead? She's dead.
Yeah, she wasn't as lucky as you.
I'm lucky, am I?
Don't you think so?
No. No, I don't. I'm not lucky. That isn't the way.
Oh, now, take it easy. I know how you feel, but you couldn't help it, ma'am. These things just happen sometimes.
No, they don't just...
What were you going to say, ma'am?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. Well, they located your husband, ma'am. Jake's driving you back to New York tonight. Now, you'll be all right.
Well, Olivia, now spot. Your vicious plan was only partly successful. Now you've got to face Fred. And how are you going to explain the situation? How are you going to explain Doris's presence in your plane? Fred arrives in town, spends a few hours at his club. Then in the morning he visits Olivia.
Hello, Olivia.
Oh, Fred, it was terrible.
Yes, I know. I'm very sorry, Olivia.
I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden the motor cut off. I couldn't find a clear spot anyplace. I thought I saw a clearing, but it was more trees. And with no motor, I couldn't pull up.
You were very fortunate.
Yes, I suppose so.
Where were you going?
Why, well, after you left, I got to thinking things over, and I just couldn't remain another night in this house alone. So I decided to go to my sister's in Detroit for a while.
Mm-hmm. Why did you fly?
I don't know. I just wanted to get away as fast as possible.
Wasn't it a rather bad night for flying?
No, I've flown in worse weather. Storm had cleared.
I see. I was never so shocked in my life.
Oh, Fred, I'm so sorry. So terribly sorry.
No. Get hold of yourself. You couldn't help it. It was just one of those things. I know how you feel. Doris was she was a lovely girl. A shame.
Yes. She was young. Had everything to live for. I know how you must feel, Fred.
Yes, I'll certainly miss her.
Can you ever forgive me, Fred?
Of course, Olivia.
I never want to fly a plane again. Never.
Tell me, how did Doris happen to be with you? Where was she going?
Well, she said she wanted to visit some friend in Buffalo. Asked me if I'd drop her off there.
How did she know you were flying that way?
Well, you see, I went to your office and told her I was going to Detroit and asked her to draw some money for me. Told her I'd be glad to put her down in Buffalo. That's all.
I can't imagine why she'd leave the office in the middle of the week to visit friends out of town. That wasn't like Doris.
Maybe she had some business to attend to on the side.
Maybe. Well, I can't imagine what it might be.
Maybe it was personal business.
Possibly. Olivia, are you telling me the truth?
Why? What do you mean?
Have you told me the real reason you wanted to leave town?
Well, certainly.
Weren't you, running from something?
What would I be running from?
You were carrying out a plan, weren't you?
Plan? What plan?
Didn't you have a definite idea in mind when you wrote that note to me?
Note?
It seems you've forgotten the note. Why don't you tell me the truth, Olivia?
Yes, I did make up my mind to do something terrible. I was going to kill her and myself. I couldn't stand it any longer. But after I mailed it to you, I seemed to come to my senses. I saw things clearly and realized how awful such a thing would be. I just couldn't go through with it.
So you decided to forget the idea and go on to Detroit?
Yes. I swear I changed my mind about killing her. I couldn't be a murderer.
You really expect me to believe that?
Fred, you must believe me. You must, please. I know what you think, the note and everything that's happened.
That note is certainly definite evidence against you.
Note? Yes. Oh, Fred, I swear I didn't.
That's easy to say, but the note is too convincing.
Where is the note? You must destroy it. Don't tell anyone about it, please, Fred.
What time was it when you visited my office?
Oh, I don't know. About noon, I think.
And you mailed the note the night before?
Yes.
And you made up your mind to leave town. You went to the office, told Doris about it, and left at 5.
Yes, that's right.
And what did you do in the meantime?
Oh, I can't remember. I'm so confused. I went shopping for a while.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know, but I swear I changed my plan by the time morning came.
You're going to have a hard time proving all that.
It's the truth. Why shouldn't they believe the truth?
The circumstances all tie in too well. We had separated the day before. I moved to the club. Several people knew about that. And in the note, you said you knew who the other woman was and stated clearly what you intended to do about it.
I know.
Then how else can the police look at it?
Police? What do they know about it?
They've been putting 2 and 2 together.
But the note? How do they know what's in the note?
They were waiting for me when I got back from Boston. They had already found the note. They showed it to me. That's where you made your big mistake, Olivia.
Fred, they really think I killed her, murdered her?
They do.
What are they going to do?
The detectives are here now. They want to talk with you.
Detectives? Yes, I'll be calm.
Very well. Come in, Captain Evans.
Thank you.
Olivia, this is Captain Evans. And this is Lieutenant Davis.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Martin.
Did Did you gentlemen wish to see me?
Yes, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yes. Yes, of course. But I haven't done anything. I'm absolutely innocent.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Martin. We don't want to upset you. Just answer a few questions.
Very well.
Is it true that your husband left you a few days ago with the idea that you were to get a divorce?
Yes.
He took up residence at his club?
Yes.
You believe that your husband was in love with another woman?
I did.
Did you know who that woman was?
I did.
Did you object to his leaving you, getting a divorce?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, after he left you, did you write this note to him?
Yes. I wrote it, but
You mailed it to his club.
Yes.
Next day, you got some money at his office, about noon, and exactly 5 o'clock, you took off in your plane.
Yes, but I'd changed my mind. I couldn't go through with it, and I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Where were you, Mrs. Martin, between noon and 5 o'clock?
I went about town. I did a little shopping. I don't remember what else I did.
Can you prove where you were during that period?
No, I don't see how I could.
No one was with you during that time. Did you frequent any establishment where you were known?
No, I didn't. I saw no one I knew.
Are you sure, Olivia?
I'm positive. What difference does it make where I was between noon and 5 o'clock?
It makes a lot of difference. Because it was about that hour that Rita Bartow was stabbed to death in her apartment.
Rita Bartow? The head of the art department?
That's right. The weapon's not been found, and there were no clues to the identity of the murderer, excepting your note to your husband.
But Rita Bartow? What have I to do with her?
You said in your note here that you knew who the woman was. Rita Bartow was the other woman.
What? Then what about...
What about who?
What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything. Not one thing.
Oh, yes, you were, Olivia. Yes, you were. You were going to say that you killed the wrong woman. Poor, innocent Doris Hammond. Of course, we know you didn't kill Rita Bartow, because Jack Mallory killed her when she turned him down and said she was going to marry Fred Martin. And Doris was the only one who knew about the bloodstains on Jack's coat. She was the only one who could have pinned it on Jack and cleared you, Olivia. But Doris is dead now, and you killed her. Killed the very one who could have saved you. What a shame.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. Presents Hollywood. Or perhaps I should say, you present Hollywood. For your loyalty to our products makes this program possible. Heading tonight's presentation are Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. Our guests, Jimmy Starr, ace screen columnist, and Howard Greer, internationally famous dress designer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, while the entire production is under the personal direction of Hollywood's most eminent personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For years, the motion picture business has had its unwritten laws. an invisible code authored by experience and enforced by tradition. For example, it's become almost dogma that if a film isn't an immediate success, it never will be. That the public will stay away from pictures about religion or Hollywood. That anyone achieving success in Western films will fail in all other kinds. That a star who has slipped can never stage a comeback. That no one famous as a child can ever duplicate that fame as an adult. The exceptions to all but the last unwritten law have been many. But the only girl I know, renowned as a child and again as a leading woman, is Madge Evans. In films since she was 3 years old, her star has never waned. Though born of English parents, a world-famed artist not long ago termed her the typical American girl, which in her case means a girl with ash blonde hair and gray-green eyes who weighs 116 pounds, owns 3 dogs, and reads and walks for recreation. We hear Madge tonight as Anne Merrick, and Fred McMurray as Steve, her husband. Fred is dividing his time these days between Paramount Studio, where he's playing opposite Carol Lombard in True Confession, and the home which he's recently purchased in Brentwood Heights. Give Fred some time off, and you're pretty sure to find him skeet shooting or improvising tunes on his old love, the saxophone. From the original New York cast come Janet McLeay as Luella May Carroll and John Marston as Gilbert Morell. On to the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Up Pops the Devil by Gilbert Hackett and Francis Goodrich, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. The 40th floor of a New York City skyscraper. In the inner sanctum of a publisher's office, Gilbert Morell, the firm's editor, is hunched over his desk, absorbed in a blue-covered manuscript. There's a knock at the door, and his secretary appears.
Mr. Morell, Mrs. Merrick is here.
Oh, well, ask her to come in, will you?
Hello, Gil.
Anne, how are you? That'll be all, Miss Hart.
Yes, sir.
Anne, sit down. Well, you're looking splendid.
And feeling it.
Marriage agreeing with you?
Beautifully.
Well, good. It's been ages since I saw you.
Well, did you read the manuscript?
Oh, yes. Just finished it.
And?
Well, it's pretty good.
Oh, is that all, Gil? Just pretty good?
If you want me to be frank. Is it yours?
Mine? Oh, no. It's Steve's.
Steve's?
My husband.
Oh, I didn't know he was a writer.
He isn't exactly. I mean, he's never had anything published. But he loves writing. I think it's the only thing in the world he really wants to do.
And when does he find time for his writing?
Sunday morning, Saturday afternoon.
Just then?
Well, he has his job other days. And sometimes he writes late at night. Gil, I thought his last one was a grand story. I still think so.
Oh, now, don't act that way. I don't say he can't write. I don't say the story isn't good. It is, Anne. But it's not good enough. If you expect to get anywhere in this writing game, you've got to make it your whole job. Not just Sunday mornings and late at night. You've got to really work at it.
Then if Steve gave up his job, you think he could make a living at writing?
Yes, eventually.
Just when is eventually?
Oh, I should say in a year and a half. Maybe even a year. That's entirely up to him.
Oh. I wish you'd tell him that.
Me?
We were going out tonight. It's our first anniversary, a celebration. Can you join us?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, we'd love to have you. And I know you'll like Steve.
All right. Count me in.
May I use your phone?
Certainly.
Steve ought to be in. It's Saturday.
Where are you living?
Oh, we've got a 2x4 apartment on 8th Street.
Greenwich Village? Do you like it?
Well, it's hectic, but it's cheap.
Hello, you can't. Hello? Hello, yes, this is Steve. Oh, hello, Ann. What? Danger. Oh, well, wait a minute. Hey, take it easy, will you, Biney? Hello. Yes, that's the piano. It's Biney and George. They just dropped in. I said it's Biney and George. Hey, Biney, will you lay off a minute? Hello. Yeah, I said it's... Oh, hello, Ann. How are you? Yeah, that is, I was working until these 2 lease breakers came in.
Oh, yeah, I like that guy.
I'm insulted. Come on, Bonnie, let's go home.
Not after that. I'm going to heckle him.
Okay, darling. You coming right home? I'll hop in the cab then, huh? All right. Goodbye, darling.
That's a fine thing. A couple of bosom pals drop in to congratulate a guy on his first anniversary, and what happens?
You could die of thirst while he makes love to his wife. It's depressing.
I'm sorry, George, but Saturday's my afternoon at the typewriter. You fellows should have let me know you were coming.
How's the new novel, Steve?
Rotten, thanks.
I wrote a novel once, but I left it laying around the house, and my wife threw it out. She thought it was trash.
Yeah, she was probably right.
Right.
The best things you ever wrote, George, were the movie reviews for the Examiner. Remember them?
Yeah. The picture at the Circle Theater this week is first-rate entertainment. But the stage presentation, conceived and executed by Biney Hatfield, is truly a sight.
Mm-hmm. The exit march was enjoyed by all. I miss those, George. You ought to go back to being a critic.
Yeah. I ought to go back to being something.
Hey, look, fellas, I hate to bust up the reminiscences, but Ann and I were figuring on a little celebration, and,
Come in. Everybody's welcome.
Hey, shut up, will you? Oh, hello.
Oh, I hope you'll forgive me for breaking in on you like this, but I'm in terrible trouble.
Well, what's the matter?
I wonder if you could help me. There's something upstairs in my room.
What is it?
I'm just terrified.
Well, what is it?
I think it's a bat.
Oh, a bat.
Mm-hmm. It flew in the window, and, I'm just so scared.
Well, where is your room?
Right upstairs. I left the door open.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It'll probably fly right out again.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Do you really think it'll fly out again?
Oh, of course. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
I'm such a baby. If it got in my hair, I'd just naturally die.
Oh, but bats don't get in people's hair.
When it flew in, I thought, oh, what'll I ever do? And then I thought of coming down here and asking you. I hope you don't mind, but I almost feel as if I know you. I mean, we've passed each other in the hall so often. My name's Luella May Carroll.
How do you do?
How do you do? You're Mr. Merrick, aren't you?
Yes.
I know. I've seen your name on the doorbell. Well, if you're sure it's all right for me to go upstairs again.
Oh, I think so.
Well, goodbye.
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 Bye.
Bye.
Well, now, what would you call that?
That, my friend, is the pretty little girl upstairs. She has bats.
And I know where.
Come on now, fellas, clear out for a while, will you? We'll meet you at the Savoy at 7.
Who's we?
Ann and I. We're celebrating, and you're both invited. But no tucking your napkin under your collar, Barney.
I can fix that. I won't wear a collar.
How about you, George? Can you make it?
Me? No. No, I've got to get back to Westchester. The little woman's invited half of Park Avenue up for cocktails.
Oh, well...
Thanks just the same. Say, I've got to beat it. Just about got time. So long, Barney.
So long.
So long, Steve. Someday I'll take a day off from the wife and we'll get together for a real time.
Okay, so long, George.
Well, there he goes. He used to be a real guy, that fella. Look at him now. Running home with his tail between his legs.
Today's the first time I've seen him in months.
Yeah, it's the first time anybody's seen him since he married the Steckel Millions. You know, it's a darn shame taking a fella like that and trying to make a pink tea expert out of him. He could really write once.
Why didn't he keep it up?
No incentive. The guy's being supported, and he knows it. Anyway, she makes him spend most of his time being social.
She certainly got him licked.
I tell you, a man's got to feel important. He's got to have the little woman waiting at home for him, telling him how grand he is, and asking him for car fare.
How do you know, bachelor?
I look at guys like you.
Well, take a look at the outside door, will you, Barney? I've got some work to do before Ann gets home.
Steve, are you home?
Here. Oh, hello, darling. I was just getting dressed.
Hello, darling. Did you get my present this morning?
Swell, just what I needed. Did you get mine?
No, not yet.
Oh, that's right. I only bought it this afternoon.
Oh, well, I guess that's why.
Here you are. Plush box and everything.
Oh, Steve, you didn't.
Go on, take a look.
Oh, Steve, it's...
It's a bracelet.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Do you like it?
Like it? Oh, but you shouldn't have spent so much money.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm going to be a rich and famous author someday. Quick, give us a kiss.
Look at your mouth.
It's not if I got too much rouge on.
You have now. Give me a handkerchief. I thought you'd be all dressed, darling.
No, 3 shakes. Oh, Barney's coming along.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I invited him. I had to get rid of him this afternoon.
But I invited someone, too. Gilbert Morell.
Morell? Oh, the publisher?
I sent your manuscript to him.
Oh, say, he's important. What did he say?
He wants to speak to you at dinner.
You know, you had your nerve to send my stuff to him.
Oh, it was all right. I used to know him years ago. Oh. I think he was my first love. A real schoolgirl crush.
Oh, yeah? Am I supposed to be jealous?
Mm-hmm. Terribly.
Well, I am.
Hurry, darling. We can't keep him waiting.
And that's what I told Ann. A year and a half. It's up to you, Steve.
You could do it, Steve. I know you could.
But it would have to be all writing, Steve. Nothing else.
No other job, huh? Well, thanks, Doctor. I feel much better. Let's forget the whole thing.
Oh, Steve, that's childish.
Now, darling, let's not talk about it.
You know you don't want to stick at that filthy job you have now.
Did I ever say that?
No, but I know.
Now, will you be a good little wench and shut up?
I don't know what's the matter with you.
Well, there isn't anything the matter with me except that I'm too smart and I have a good appetite. What do you suppose we live on while I was learning to be a writer?
We get along.
Well, don't you know someone who could stake you?
No, my friends are almost as poor as I am.
Steve, you're impossible.
So's the whole idea.
You know very well that I could...
Could what?
Nothing. Viney, dance with me, will you?
Sure. This is what you get for arguing, Steve. I'm dancing with the missus.
Keep your toes in, Ann.
Not bad. Not bad at all, Ann.
Oh, I was always light on my feet. As a matter of fact, I took dancing lessons for years, Viney. My teachers all said I was terrific. You didn't know that, did you?
Sounds like a build-up.
It is, Viney.
Yeah? What for?
I'm angling for a job in the stage show at the Circle.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it, Viney.
Go on. You wouldn't want that.
Why not?
You wouldn't work in a chorus.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's too hard.
Hard?
Yeah. You start rehearsing at 10, then you give a performance. Just as you start to take off your costume, you hear your music, another performance. Rehearse, grab a sandwich, another performance. Rehearse, another performance. Now, when you get home at night, you're lucky if you can stand up.
I could do it, Viney.
Oh,
I'm sure I could.
Well, if you want the job, I'll get it for you, but...
Thanks, Viney. I'll remember that.
Watch out for the footstool, honey.
Oh, well, it's small, but it's home.
Turn on the lights, huh? Here, I'll take your wrap.
Thanks. I still say you're going to write a grand book someday, Steve.
My best critic and severest friend.
He's nice, isn't he? Gilbert, I mean.
Swell.
I used to be crazy about him. I still think he's pretty grand.
Whoa.
He said such nice things about you. He said you could write. And now I want to tell you something.
Oh, going to work on me again, huh?
Yes. Darling, are you still happy?
You know I am. They say the first year is the hardest. Can you believe it's a year?
Seems like 10.
What?
I mean 7.
What?
Well, 2 weeks, but you're getting it for a bargain.
This is the day we were going to decide things.
Yes. Any complaints?
Plenty.
What?
Well, you never ask me where I've been. You're not jealous. You don't nag. And above all, you look too pretty in the morning.
I'll make a note of that. Must nag, mustn't look pretty.
But in spite of that, I'm hooked for life. Have you any complaints?
Yes, one.
Shoot.
I want you to do what Gilbert says. Give up your job.
Now, Ann.
I want you to write.
I don't want anything but you.
Now you don't, but...
Now and forever. Ann, this is the first time I've ever been happy in my life. This is the first time I've ever had a real home, anyone I cared for, anyone I wanted to take care of. And I'm not going to throw it away on a chance.
But, Steve...
Now, it's all set. We've had a year. We're still on speaking terms. We're going on.
Steve, don't you see? You're going to hate me if I keep you from your writing.
I couldn't hate you.
You will someday, after this magic is gone.
It won't ever go.
It's because of me you won't do it, isn't it?
You know, I just thought of something.
What?
You've got the loveliest smile.
Answer me, Steve.
What?
It's because of me you won't give up your job. Because I'm dependent on you.
Well, yes.
Then I'll have to leave you.
I'd like to see you try it. Hey, what goes on? Who are you calling?
A very dear friend of mine, darling.
Well, that's nice. Do I know him?
I think you've met the gentleman. Hello? Hello, Viney?
Viney?
It's Anne. I wanted to ask you something. Did you mean that about the job at the Circle?
Say, let's not do these things tonight. I'm tired. Let's go to
Of
bed.
course I wanted, or I wouldn't be calling you.
You don't want that job.
I can have it? Hooray. When do you want me to report? Tomorrow morning, 9:30. Oh, Viney, you're a darling. I'll be there at 9:30.
You'll never get up that
Wait a
early.
minute. Viney, how much does that job pay? What? I'll be there at 9. Goodbye.
How the heck you will.
Steve, it's wonderful. Do you know what that job pays? $50 a week. And Viney says it's definite, and it'll go on week after week.
Anne, do you really want to do it?
Why, of course I do. Then you can give up your job.
My job? What are you talking about?
Don't you see, darling? I can support you.
What?
If we cut out all the parties, we can easily live on that, Steve. Just until you finish the book. Why, it's a perfect solution.
Are you serious?
Of course I am.
Now, you listen to me. I think it's great of you to think of this thing, but I won't let you do it.
Why not?
Well, it's impossible. What the... I don't want to write. We're happy.
Look here, Steve. You're just discouraged because Gilbert turned down the book.
I'm not discouraged. I'll write.
This is your chance. Will you take it?
No.
All right, then. We said we'd separate after a year if we weren't satisfied. I'm not satisfied.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I mean it, Steve.
You mean if I don't quit my job, sit back and let you do the work, you'll leave me?
Yes.
I couldn't do it. I can't have you supporting me.
Well, then I'm lending you the money. Is that better?
Sounds better.
Will you do it? It won't be long, not more than a year.
A year? I could write 4 books in a year.
Then prove it.
All right, I will.
It's all set?
Now, wait a minute.
It's all set.
All right. When do we start?
Tomorrow. Here's your first loan to bind the bargain.
What's that for?
Household money?
Household money?
That's your job now. Well, I'm going to bed. I've got to get up at 8. You'd better come, too. You've got to get up at 7 and get my breakfast.
Oh, yeah? Oh, no.
The Lux Radio Theater's production of Up Pops the Devil continues in just a moment. In the meantime, we take you to the dormitory of a Western college, to the attractive room of one of the girls who happens to come from Hollywood. A large parcel post package lies on the desk.
Why, Jeannie, what do you care what's in my package?
Well, I'm hungry. And I thought maybe there was something to eat in it.
Oh, you greedy little thing. This isn't food at all. It's something to wear.
Well, next to food, I like clothes. Come on, open it and let me see.
Oh, all right. But you open it if you want to.
Oh, Marcia, look. It's some new undies.
Oh.
Gee, they're lovely. I never saw anything so beautiful.
I didn't expect these. Why, they're just like those of Mother's I liked so well.
And look, there's something else tucked down here in the box. A big package of Lux Flakes. Uh-huh. Isn't that a surprise?
Oh, no, not exactly. Mother always sends Lux along with anything special, just to be sure it gets the care it deserves. She doesn't realize how fussy I am about always having Lux on hand to protect my undies and sweaters and things.
Well, why should you worry? You never wear your things out, and anyway, you have so many.
Oh, Jeannie, don't be silly. I want to keep my things nice looking just as long as I can. That's why I always Lux them.
Well, these things are so exquisite, I'd be afraid to wash them at all.
But haven't you heard the slogan, anything safe in water is safe in Lux? Mother says that's because Lux Flakes haven't any harmful alkali. When you come to Hollywood, you can ask her. She'd love to tell you all about it.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play. We continue with Up Pops the Devil, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. With Anne working in the chorus and paying the bills, Steve went ahead rapidly on his new book. But now, after 4 months, the situation is beginning to pall. It's late afternoon, and Steve at his typewriter is trying vainly to concentrate, interrupted repeatedly by the routine of housekeeping.
Who is it?
Laundry.
Laundry, well, bring it in.
Evening, Mr. Merrick.
Hello. Just leave it there, will you? Say, it's about time you came. I've been waiting for a shirt since Thursday.
Well, I was up here this afternoon and there was nobody home.
Well, why didn't you leave it? The other fellow always did.
Yeah, that's why he got fired. Too easy. Didn't collect the bills. Say, you smell something burning?
Oh, holy cats. It's the dinner. Wait a minute.
You cooking? Bet I can guess what it is. Don't tell me now. Blanketed chicken. Is that right?
I don't know what it is now. It's all black. Hey, leave that stuff and beat it, will you?
But the boss said that...
Oh, ye gods. Hello? What? No, it isn't. You've got the wrong number, madam. Well, what are you waiting for? Pick up the dirty stuff, will you? I'm busy.
Where is it?
It's in the bedroom. Look for it. Who is it?
Hello, Steve. It's me.
Hello, Luella. What do you want?
I've got something to tell you.
Listen, Luella, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, you look so cute in that apron.
What? Oh.
Oh, don't take it off. I like it.
Luella, what do you want?
I told you. I have something to tell you.
Well, look, couldn't it wait for a while? You told me 4 things this morning and 3 things this afternoon. I'm up to my neck right now, and I...
But something terrible has happened, Steve. You just got to help me.
Oh, what's the matter this time? Are your curling iron busted again?
Now, don't laugh at me. I'm serious.
Well, come on. What is it?
Sister Belva's gonna be married. Isn't that mean?
Yeah, that's terrible. Excuse me, will you?
Well, it is mean. She's going to be married right away. And that means I've got to go home.
That's fine. I mean, yes.
I've got to get the train tonight. That's what's so awful. Steve, what must I do?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, how do I get my ticket?
Oh, that's easy. There's a man at the station who sells them.
Could you come with me?
I'm sorry, Luella, but I couldn't make it now. I'm as busy as a dickens.
Oh, Steve, you never do anything I ask you to. You never take me anywhere.
Now, Luella, please, can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, all right. Should I come back later?
Yeah, do that. Goodbye, Luella.
Goodbye. See you later.
I guess this is stuff you mean.
Huh?
Why, the dirty laundry. Is this it?
Oh, yes, that's it. Leave the clean stuff by the door.
Sorry, mister. I got orders not to leave this laundry until you pay what you owe.
Oh, yeah, I owe you a couple of bucks.
$10.25.
What?
Why, you ain't paid a cent in a month.
Oh, all right. Come back tomorrow.
Sure. I'll bring the laundry back then, too.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Leave me one shirt, will you?
And have 'em fire me? Mm-mm. So long.
So long, Shylock. Oh. Hello. No, madam. No, madam. I've told you 7 times this is not Jake's delicatessen store. Oh. Go away! Go away!
All right, girls, back at 8:30 tonight. 8:30 for the last show. Hello, Ann.
Hello, Barney.
How are you? You look tired.
I am a little. I'll be all right.
Why don't you take a night off?
And get Doc? Thanks. But we need the money too much. Lend me a nickel, will you, Barney?
Say, it isn't that bad, is it?
I want to make a phone call.
Sure. Here.
Thanks, Barney. Hello? Is this Dr. Coyle's office? Dr. Coyle, please. Hello? This is Mrs. Merrick again, Doctor. Just about the same. Will you be in for half an hour? All right, I'll drop in on my way home. Thank you.
Who is it?
It's Anne.
Oh,
I forgot my key. How are you, darling?
all right, I guess.
What's the matter?
I ruined the dinner, that's all.
Again?
Huh? What'd you say?
Nothing. I don't care about dinner anyway.
What's wrong with you?
I'm all right.
You don't look well.
Oh, I'm just tired.
Oh, I'm a dirty swine. Hey, you've been working all day. You come home tired and the dinner's spoiled.
It doesn't matter. All I want is coffee. How did your work go today?
Oh, fine. I worked hard.
That's grand.
Everything's going along all right now.
I'm glad. I'm such a fool. I get so terribly anxious, Steve.
Oh, why?
Well, I want you to finish this.
Gee, I'm going to.
Soon?
Sure, I'm shooting right ahead now.
Where is your work?
Oh, never mind about that. Come over here and...
Steve,
What?
is this all you've done? One page?
Oh, holy cats, yes, that's all I've done.
Why did you lie to me?
Because I'm so tired of arguments.
Did you try? Did you ever sit down and try to write?
Yes, I've tried. Trying doesn't get you anywhere.
Oh, Steve, what's the matter?
I'm in a rut. I never go anywhere. I never see anybody. I just stick around here all day.
You said before you couldn't write because you had no time. You had a job. People kept dropping in. Now you've got nothing but time. And still you can't write.
Well, I'm dull. No man can write when he's dull.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd do it.
Darling, do you know you didn't kiss me when I came in?
Yeah, I know. This whole business has gotten under my skin the last few weeks. It's made it impossible for me to be close to you.
Is that it? I just wondered, because I haven't changed. I still want you.
Oh, Anne. I'm sorry I spoiled your dinner.
I wasn't hungry.
I'm just an egg.
You're a swell egg.
You know, If you could get a night off, maybe we could go someplace. Couldn't you take one night off?
No, I mustn't.
Well, you said the other girls did.
Yes, but they docked them for it.
Well, they couldn't dock you. You've just been paid today.
Oh, don't worry. They take it out of next week. No, I'll go back to the factory.
Hey, look. How about me calling for you at the stage door tonight? You pretend you don't know me, and I'll pick you up, huh?
Oh, darling. You'd better spend that time working.
Well, all right. Oh, Ann, could you let me have $10 tonight?
$10?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, Steve.
I know.
Well, take it out of the household money.
There isn't any.
Oh, don't be silly. I put $28 behind the clock last Saturday. Where did it go?
Well, the milk bill, the butcher, the grocer, and the laundryman, and... Listen, will you let me have $10?
What do you want it for?
If I could only have some money without having to account for it, I'm only borrowing it.
But we're spending more money than we make, Steve.
We've always spent more than we make, and we're still alive, aren't we?
I think the best plan is for me to keep the money and pay the bills.
Where do I come in?
Well, I'll give you an allowance.
Oh. And how much were you planning to give me?
Well, do you think $7 a week would be all right?
$7? Don't you think that's too much?
Well, then would $5 do?
Good Lord, $5 a week.
Well, Steve, we're both working for the same thing, aren't we? You know everything I have is yours.
Then give me $10.
What for?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Here it is.
I don't want it.
That's childish.
Well, let's not talk about it.
All right, it's there on the table. I've got to go.
Ann, what time are you coming home tonight?
Right after the show, of course. Why?
You were late last night.
Gil turned up.
That's a habit of his, isn't it? I notice he doesn't turn up down here.
He doesn't want to interrupt your work.
My work. A lot he cares about that.
Oh, darling, please. He's crazy about the first chapters you sent him.
Yeah, he must be.
Steve, what makes you act this way?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to... Where'd you go?
Out for a sandwich and then to his place.
Alone?
Should I have had a chaperone?
If it's just the same to you, I wish you wouldn't.
A little over a year ago, you wouldn't have said that, Steve.
Well, we weren't married then. You're my wife now.
Oh, I see. Well, I need some diversion after working.
Work? You call that work? You try hanging around this place all day, never going anywhere, never seeing anyone.
Seems to me Luella's here enough, keeping you from your work.
What?
Does she know how things are?
What do you mean?
That I'm working so you can stay home and write?
Of course she doesn't.
Then I'll tell her.
What are you trying to do? That girl doesn't mean a thing to me. You know that. But she's the one person left who doesn't know I'm being supported. Can't you leave me one person who's got some respect for me, even if it's only someone I pass in the hall? You made me a fool before everyone else.
Made a fool of you? I'm just trying to make you amount to something.
Stevie, won't you please take me to the... Oh.
Hello, Luella. Anything I can do for you?
I just wanted to ask Steve something. I'm such a baby. I don't know what I'd do without him. And I've got to go home tonight. Back to Villeport. Sister Belle was being married.
How nice.
Couldn't you come to the station with me, Steve?
I'm sorry, Luella. I told you.
Just to the ticket office. Those men are always so cross.
I'm afraid he can't. Steve's got to work tonight. His publisher is waiting for him to finish his book.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I think it would be fine, Luella.
What?
I'd be delighted to do it for you.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got to go. Good night, Steve. You'll find your allowance on the table. Good night.
Allowance? What did she
Shut
mean?
up.
Steve.
All right, I'm sorry. Let me alone, will you?
I'm sorry, too. I guess I've kept you from your work lots of times. Thank you. And goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait. You're not going yet.
Oh, I must.
You're not.
I haven't got my reservation yet.
Well, forget it. I'll see that you get your ticket, and I'll put you on your train.
Oh, Stevie, could you?
Of course I could. But first of all, we're going out on a party, a grand farewell party. What do you think of that?
Oh, that'd be marvelous.
I'd like to see Ann Merrick, please.
Sorry, no one allowed backstage.
Oh, but the show's over. Well, never mind. Here she is. Ann.
Oh, Gil.
I got your message. Anything wrong?
Oh, I don't know whether it's wrong or right. Let's get out of here.
Hungry?
Well, I didn't have any dinner.
Well, come on. I know a place. I think you need a little cheering up.
That's the story, Gil. Oh, I shouldn't have done it, I guess. He's probably sore at me. I can't blame him much.
Well, I'm afraid this arrangement is getting under his skin. You know, Steve's always been on his own, done as he pleased. Now that he has to account for everything...
Up pops the devil.
Yes, it's too bad. I don't know if I should tell you this. Steve asked me for an advance last week.
He did?
It was okay. But when he heard it had to come out of my own pocket, he turned it down.
Gil, that's the sort of thing that scares me. I give him money, and not for everything. What does he do with it? Every cent counts now.
Anne, if you're hard up...
Oh, wait. You haven't heard my news. Don't laugh too loud, Gil. But I'm going to have a baby.
Anne. Oh, that's swell. Oh, that's grand.
I just heard the glad tidings this evening. It sort of knocked me for a loop.
Does Steve know?
No.
I'd like to see his face when you tell him.
But I'm not going to tell him. Not yet.
But it's the thing he needs. Why, it'll make him feel like $1 million.
Oh, no, I don't want him to feel any responsibility. He'd think he had to go back to his job, give up his writing. I don't want that. I can go on helping Steve, and I'm going to do it. Don't you go and tell him.
No, I won't tell him. But there's one thing I'm going to insist on if I'm to be a party to this. Now, I'm not going to have you worried about money. I'm going to give you a check.
I know, Gil.
Just so that if you don't feel like dancing, you can quit.
But I couldn't take your money, Gil.
Well, we'll call it a loan then. And we'll take it out on Steve, just as soon as we make him a rich and successful author. Well?
All right.
That's a good girl.
Oh, you're swell, Gil. You know, I rather like the idea of having a baby. Now I'm getting used to it.
Why, of course you do.
I wonder what Steve will say when I...
Well, what's the matter?
Don't look now, Gil. But he's here.
Who is?
Steve, over there in the corner. He's entertaining our dear little friend from upstairs.
Anne.
So that's where the money goes.
Anne, stop it.
She's taking her out on my money.
Don't be silly, Anne. Sit down.
I'm going to speak to him.
Anne, come here.
Oh, Stevie, you're just so funny.
Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello? Hello, Gil.
Hello, Steve.
Sit down.
I thought you were home working, Steve.
I was. I'm not now.
Is this what you wanted the $10 for?
Anne, please.
Luella, Steve's taken you around a lot, hasn't he?
Why, no.
And now he's bought your supper.
Yes, but...
Well, let me tell you this. Every time he took you out, I paid for it.
Shut up.
And when he gave you this supper, I paid for it. I've worked hard to get that money.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. I wanted you to tell her, but you wouldn't. It's the truth. She ought to know it.
Then go on, tell her. Tell everybody. She's supporting me, Luella. She buys my clothes. She buys my food. She pays the rent. Now everybody knows it. Are you satisfied?
Stevie, come back, please.
Anne, you shouldn't have.
I don't care. It was the truth. I don't care.
All right.
All right. Thanks for bringing me home, Gil.
Good night. I'll call you in the morning.
Steve. Oh, I'm glad you're here.
I won't be for long.
Where are you going? I want to tell you something.
Haven't you said enough? All I want is to get out.
Steve, I want to tell you something. Something important.
There's just one thing I want to tell you. That supper tonight was the first money I ever spent on Luella.
Then what have you done with the money?
Well, if you must know, I've been paying installments on your anniversary present. When I bought that bracelet, I didn't know I wasn't going to have any money of my own. That's why I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to know you were paying for your own present. I knew I could pay it back, and you're going to get it back, every last cent of it. I'm going to get a job and feel like a man again.
Oh, you can't go back to that job again. You can't.
Anything would be better than this. You don't think I can do anything. You don't believe in me.
Don't believe in you? After all I've done for you, after I've nearly killed myself working so hard.
Oh, if it was so hard, why didn't you quit?
Because I couldn't.
Why couldn't you? Because you had to support me. Well, you don't have to support me. I've made money before, and I can make it again.
You don't have to go back to that job. Here's your check. You don't need that job.
What check?
Well, it's an advance on your work. Gilbert gave it to me tonight. Here.
Yeah? He wouldn't give it to me. I asked him. He said any money would have to come out of his own pocket.
Steve, I want to tell you something.
Do you think I'm a fool? This check is made out to you.
What do you mean?
It isn't for me, for my work. He gave it to you. Girlhood crush, huh?
Get out.
You were up at his place. You've been sneaking out with him every night.
Get out. I'm making the money. This is my place. And if you don't like what I'm doing, you can get out.
Yeah, that's swell.
Go on back to your job. Be a nobody all your life.
A nobody? A nobody? That's what I've been for 4 months. Cooking, sweeping, answering bells, having to beg you for every nickel. That's what I've been, a nobody. And I'm sick and tired of the whole business.
for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pausing between scenes of Up Pops the Devil, our trip to backstage Hollywood finds us meeting Jimmy Starr. Once a struggling writer like Steve Merrick in our play, he's now motion picture columnist for the Los Angeles Herald and Express. His alliance with films began when he got a job putting up the marquee signs announcing new shows for a theater. But he couldn't spell, so he became a publicity man. He was an extra in the early Tarzan films, worked as a Keystone cop for Mack Sennett, and once danced for 3 hours with Mae Murray. Jimmy originated the full-page idea for Phil News, and I'm giving him his chance now to originate something on the air.
I was hoping you would extend that dare, Mr. DeMille. As a matter of fact, I have some suggestions on how to conduct a radio program.
Naturally, Mr. Starr, naturally. I expected that. Remember, we have millions of listeners, and I don't want anything to happen that would offend them.
I know. I'm not exactly picking on you, Mr. DeMille. It's guys like Winchell and Fiddler. When they start dealing out news about Hollywood, they miss a chance to tell the story the way it should be told over the radio. After all, we're dealing with sound. My idea is simply this. Now, suppose Simone and Gene Markey really got serious. I'd explain it with something like this.
I understand. Wedding bells.
Right. And suppose...
And that?
Martha Ray tearing up her marriage license.
Any others to offer?
Certainly. What's this?
Sounds like someone taking a bath.
Not quite, but you're catching on. It's a housewife washing dishes, in Lux Flakes, of course. And this?
Oh, you got me there, Jimmy.
Well, that's the sound made by the hands of another housewife when she runs them over her husband's face. Rough and cracked, you see. She doesn't use Lux Flakes for washing dishes, poor woman. She's been using some other soap with that harmful alkali in it.
I thought that maybe the husband needed to shave.
Oh, no. The hands of the same lady on the same husband sound like this when she uses Lux. As smooth and as soft as a song. Even a columnist knows that. Now, here's an easy one.
Very simple. That woman just dropped the dishes she was washing.
Wrong again. That's Loopy Valet and Johnny Weissmuller spending a quiet evening at home.
Clever, Mr. Starr. But how about stepping from your critical pose for a moment and sticking to your last? What's doing around town?
Okay. Here are a few things that happened only a few moments ago that will make tomorrow's headlines. If you want any more information about the personalities mentioned, write me in care of the Lux Radio Theater, Hollywood. News scoop number 1. Mark down April 13th as the wedding date for Lily Pons and Andre Castellanos, who sail for Europe on that day. Their ceremony will be performed on board. Miss Pons has always considered number 13 her luckiest. News scoop number 2. A lover spat, which may become permanent, is the cause of Tyrone Power taking a plane to New York to spend 5 days visiting Jeanette Gaynor. Sonia Henney and Tyrone haven't spoken to each other since last Tuesday. News note number 3. Greta Garbo is packing up her duds to return to Sweden for 4 months. The mysterious movie maid will slip out of Hollywood sometime within 3 weeks, but not without first signing a new contract with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Screen scoop number 4. Virginia Bruce and director J. Walter Rubin are tuning up the wedding bells. They're so in love, Virginia has already put her okay on a lot on which Walter will build their love nest. Screen scoop number 5. Producer David Selznick loudly denies that Paulette Goddard has been assigned the coveted role of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. That's true, but it's a 10-to-1 bet she gets the part. News note number 6. Charlie Chaplin, who vowed he would never make a talkie, will speak in his next picture. News note number 7. On location in Bel Air, Katharine Hepburn formed a softball team and challenged some kids playing in a vacant lot. Cary Grant pitched, Katie played third base, and director Howard Hawks covered second base. The final score was 28-8 in favor of the movie team. Katie hit a home run, stole 2 bases. And the kids won't know until they hear this that they were playing with the elusive Katharine Hepburn. And thanks for letting me talk, Mr. DeMille. And now, letting sound tell the story again, here's a way to say goodbye to a columnist.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Jimmy Star. And now back to Fred McMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. 2 more months have gone by. Steve and Anne have been separated since the night he left the apartment. But now Anne is planning to see him again, once again, to settle the matter of their divorce. In Gilbert's office, she sits twisting her handkerchief and glancing frequently at the clock.
Where are you meeting him?
At the Park Crescent. We're having lunch. Would you like to come, Gil?
Good Lord, no. What's the matter? Are you scared?
Well, not exactly, but I wish it were over.
You haven't heard from him at all?
No, just those weekly money orders. He sent me another this morning, $100.
I wish he wouldn't do things like that. I'm trying to dislike him.
His war debt. He said he'd pay it all back to me.
You've quite a collection. What are you going to talk about at lunch?
The divorce. He doesn't know anything about it yet.
Will you tell him you're going to marry me?
Yes.
And when are you going to tell me?
Oh, Gil, you're a darling. But I couldn't marry you.
You're still in love with him, aren't you?
I tell you I hate him. The only thing we're going to discuss is the lawyer's instructions.
But you might want to tell him about the baby.
I'll never do that.
But it isn't right not to tell him.
Gil, please. I know what I'm doing.
I hope so, Anne.
Would there be anything else, sir? I don't think so. Anne?
Nothing, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Well, enjoy the lunch?
Yes, thank you.
I hear you're not at the Circle anymore.
No, I left a few weeks ago.
I was glad when you sent for me.
I'd have sent for you sooner if I'd known where you were.
Was there anything special you wanted to see me about?
Yes. It's about the divorce.
Divorce? What divorce?
Ours. I went to see a lawyer.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Do you mean this?
Yes, Steve.
A lawyer? Well, Anne, how could you go to a lawyer?
What did you expect me to do?
Well, it's just you and me. What's between us is nobody's business.
Unfortunately, when we got married, it became the state's business.
Anne, this is you and me. You can't act like this.
It's a shame, isn't it? So much easier just walking out.
Can't we settle it between ourselves?
Well, we could have if we hadn't been such fools as to have gotten married.
Well, it wasn't marriage that made us unhappy. It was me.
I'm sorry, Steve.
I lost my sense of importance. I couldn't write. I couldn't do anything.
You could fight, though.
Of course I could fight. I was just trying to convince myself I was somebody. I had to fight. Can't you see that? It didn't matter about what.
It did to me.
And...
Well, I guess that's all.
And you're leaving me for something I said when I was so mad I couldn't see straight. Listen, Ann, you're my whole life. I haven't anything but you. These 2 months I've been so lonely for you, I could hardly go on. I telephoned you again and again, pretending it was the wrong number just so I could hear you say hello. And then I came to your stage door and followed you. I wanted you so terribly. But I couldn't come back. I had to get on my feet first. And I haven't done so badly, have I? 2 stories accepted, and now I'll finish the book and... Oh, Ann, look at me.
What's the use of all this? I'm going. Telephone Gil about the divorce. He'll tell you all about it.
Ann, are you going to marry Gil?
Yes, Steve.
All right, I see. All right.
You can come up to the apartment and get your things anytime.
Oh, thanks. I guess there's nothing there I want very much. No. Give me another one of those, will you?
Sure. Hey, Steve. How are you?
Oh, hello, Barney.
Where you been hiding?
I've been around.
Yeah? Funny I haven't seen you. I just came from the apartment. Went up to see Ann.
Oh, yes?
I haven't seen her since she quit the show.
She got another job, Barney?
Huh? Oh, I don't think so.
What'd she quit for, then?
Huh?
I say, why'd she quit the show?
Don't you know?
Well, how should I know?
Well, if you don't know, I don't know.
How was she, Barney?
Okay. Gil Morrell was up, too, for a while.
Yeah?
He came to say goodbye.
Yeah, to who?
Say, what is this? To Ann.
To Ann?
Yeah, Morrell's going to Europe for a couple of years.
You're crazy.
How do you like that? I'm crazy.
You mean he's really going?
If he isn't, he's an awful liar.
Alone?
I guess so. Why?
Let me out of here.
Hey, where are you going?
So long, Barney.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
I'm crazy.
Hey!
Steve.
Anne, I've got to see you.
Not now, Steve.
I've got to.
How do you like it, Mama?
Well, it seems real nice to me.
Who are those people out in the kitchen?
Please, Steve, they've come to rent the apartment.
Rent the apartment? I thought you were going to stay here.
I'm going to stay till I rent it.
Do you mean to say you're going to let strangers come and live in our house, using our things, snooping in our kitchen, peeking up our chimney?
I asked you. You said you didn't want the place or the furniture. Now I'm going to rent it furnished. I've got to have the money.
I'll give you money.
I don't want your money.
Well, where will you go?
I'm going out of town.
Where?
Mrs. Morel.
Yes?
Well, when are you leaving? Will you tell me that?
Just as soon as I rent the apartment.
Oh, Mrs. Merrick, my wife likes the place fine.
I certainly do. The beds are so comfortable, and, well, I haven't seen a real kitchen since we left California.
It sure is nice.
And Mrs. Merrick, I wonder if you'd show me how that range works.
Why, of course. It's really very easy.
Well, I'm sure it is, but...
See, that kitchen sure got her, hasn't it? Yeah. But this chair's what sold me. Yeah. This is what I call a real chair.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yes, sir. You sit here at night and snuggle up to that fireplace.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you'd want to snuggle up to that fireplace.
Huh?
You sit that close and you'd choke to death. That's one of those fireplaces where all the smoke comes into the room and all the heat goes up the chimney.
Is that so?
And let me tell you, in one of these old houses, you sure need the heat.
Well, that's all right. I guess that can be fixed.
That costs an awful lot of money.
Not me. That used to be my business.
Oh. Well, I hope you used to be in the plastering business, too.
Yeah. Huh? Why?
Oh, it's not very important, but that ceiling up there, it has a tendency to fall down.
Is that so?
Yeah, it pretty near brained me one night. But you get used to it. Just remember to stay on this side of the room.
Well,
Yes, now I understand.
I'm sure it won't give you any trouble.
Oh, Mama.
Yes?
Mama, come inside a minute. I want to speak to you.
Now, there's nothing to speak about.
Oh,
Papa.
yes, there is. You'll excuse us, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, what do you want?
What did you tell that man? That man was crazy about this place. What did you tell him?
I don't know. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I told him about the ceiling falling down.
The ceiling? When?
Well, don't you remember that day we found the plaster all over the floor?
One little flake.
Well, it might have been dangerous.
You're trying to ruin my chances of renting.
I don't want those people coming in here. I want to live here with you. Oh, Ann, we can be so happy.
Don't be silly.
All right, if you say so, Mama.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Mary. I'll have the ceiling fixed myself.
But it really...
Oh, if it's okay with Mama, it's okay with me. I guess I wouldn't care what the place was like, just so long as that chair went with it.
That chair doesn't go with it.
Steve, you...
I've changed my mind. That chair doesn't go with it, and that table, and that lamp, and that couch, and...
Steve!
And you're not going.
Let go of me.
We've changed our minds. We're not going to sublet.
But it was all settled.
I don't care. Listen, darling, listen. You can't go off and leave me. I need you, and you need me, too. What kind of a life is that, being separated, me missing you so much and wanting you?
Come along, Mama.
Don't you see how happy we can be? It'll be like it was at first. I can take care of you.
Oh, dear. I wish now I'd never seen the place.
Mrs. Platt, don't listen to him. You can have this place.
Oh, I'm afraid, dearie, you don't know what you want. But I was like that, too, with my first.
Mama, are you coming? Come on.
What did she say?
Are you satisfied now that you've driven them away? Now that you've spoiled my chance of renting? Do you think by doing that you'll force me into coming back to you?
What did she say?
Do you? Answer me that. Because if you do, you're crazy. I can take care of myself. I've made money before, and I'll make it again.
I know. She said something about you first.
Oh, she's crazy.
Anne, are we going to have a baby?
Yes.
Well, how long have you known it?
2 months.
2 months? Then you knew it when we were separated.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was going to.
Going to? That's swell. You were going to tell me, but you didn't, did you? 2 perfect strangers from California walk in and tell me I'm about to become a father. That's great. That's swell.
Well, you see...
Why didn't you tell me at lunch that day?
I didn't want to.
Why not?
You'd have said the wrong thing.
No, you're just trying to get even. Do you mean to say that you were going to walk out that door without even telling me? My own baby?
It's not your baby, it's mine.
Yours, hasn't he got a father?
No.
What?
Well, he's a brute.
What, the baby?
Yes. No, I mean you are.
Oh, Anne. I don't want to fight anymore.
I don't want to talk anymore.
Why don't you kiss me?
Oh, Steve.
Darling, I'm so crazy about you.
You've got a funny way of showing it. You were going to let me walk out.
You had me scared. I thought you meant it.
You stupid. How could I?
It was just a lesson, darling. I've learned it already. You did it so well.
I was scared to death.
You didn't show it.
Darling, all I want in the world is to sit back and let you take care of me.
Darling, that's just what I'm going to do.
Up Pops the Devil is ended, but our stars pop up again a little later. Now a moment with Howard Greer, owner of one of the most exclusive dress shops in the film capital. If he'd not been a machine gun corporal during the World War, he wouldn't be here tonight talking about clothes. When the war ended, he took the first job he could get. It was with Paul Poiret, the famous French designer. And today, the ex-machine gunner ranks among the world's foremost stylists. Mr. Greer's clientele has included practically every Hollywood star since the days when Clara Bow was popularizing the third-person neuter, and Norma Shearer was making cowboy films. Prior to opening his shop, Mr. Greer worked for me, and I was never sure whether it was because or in spite of me that he left pictures for his own business.
The truth of the matter, Mr. DeMille, is simply this. I'd much rather make clothes for off-screen wear because private clothes provide the advantage of an added dimension. Once in a while I do get caught in a picture, however. At the moment, I'm making the clothes Katharine Hepburn will wear in her next film.
What do you think, Howard, is your most original contribution in designing costumes?
Well, back in the days when sound first came in, dresses made out of taffetas and beaded materials made so much noise they interfered with the dialogue. So I took a chance, designed an evening dress out of wool. And no one was more surprised than I when, 6 months later, Paris came out with a complete line of woolen evening gowns. Today, however, sound has been so perfected that we can use all types of materials without encountering any trouble at all.
Well, the current issue of Life magazine showing the popularity of white fox furs is another proof of your ability to set styles.
The present popularity of white fox is practically the result of a panic. A few years ago, when silver fox was dominating styles, a wholesale fur company found itself stuck with thousands of white fox skins. They offered me all I could use on dresses to divert some interest from silver to white and dyed fox. Previously, furs had been used only as collars, cuffs, and trimming. I used the skins intact as sleeves. Again, Paris followed. At the moment, both white and silver fox are very much in favor. Incidentally, the first suit showing silver fox sleeves is one I happened to make for Tallulah Bankhead to wear in her play Reflected Glory. So maybe Miss Bankhead really started the present fur-sleeve vogue. For women who want to learn what's going to be worn and how they can apply those ideas to themselves, I know of no better school than the screen. And, like the screen, if you don't mind my saying it, the sponsors of this program are doing a fine service in helping women to be better dressed. Their product, Lux Flakes, is the best I've ever encountered for keeping all washable material, no matter how fine, looking like new so much longer. My advice is to buy fewer but better clothes. If they're washable, take care of them in Lux Flakes, and you'll find in the long run you'll be spending much less money and will look more attractive.
Your recent showing of fall and winter clothes, Howard, was one of Hollywood's important events. What are some of the style highlights it indicated?
Well, in the first place, it's going to be a more colorful season. Street dresses will be the shortest in 10 years, with straight lines and square shoulders. Shoes are apt to be ankle height. You'll see a new type of glove, allowing plenty of room for rings, with the 3 smaller fingers all in one compartment, something like a mitt. At least I hope you'll see it, because I invented it. Hats are madder than ever, and anything goes. Box coats will be exceedingly popular, and colors for all clothes will be warmer and more vivid. Lines for evening are simple, but fabrics are extravagant and luxurious. And last, the zipper fastener will be used for everything, even the most delicate kind of evening dress. But now I think I've held things up just about long enough. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Howard. While most people go to the city to work and to the mountains for a vacation, Fred McMurray and Madge Evans have just done the opposite. Madge returned last week from a nice, quiet rest in New York. And Fred has been in the San Bernardino Mountains working on his new film.
Which only proves again that the movies are a tricky business. You know, just before I came here tonight, I was working on the set of True Confession and thinking how mad we must appear to people who happen to drop in and hear the language of motion pictures.
You mean our dialogue?
No, I mean a conversation like this. Look out, Fred. We're going to kill that baby and put a silk around the broad. We'll drop that gobo over your head and don't look at the blimp. Just make sure you're behind the 8 ball.
The average person needs an interpreter on a movie set.
And perhaps we should explain that in screen language, when you kill a baby, you merely turn off a small spotlight.
And a silk around the broad is a diffuser hung in front of a wide rectangular light.
while a gobo, for those who are interested, is an oblong shield that keeps light out of a camera lens.
The blimp being the padded camera covering that deadens sound, and the 8-ball simply a new type of microphone. I might add that we're not referring to food and drink when we tell an electrician to take his keg of beer and spaghetti and put them in a corner. The keg of beer is just another variety of small light, and the spaghetti the wire cable.
It's practically another language. But what about all this hard work Fred was doing up in the mountains? The story I heard was that he went to Lake Arrowhead.
Yes, to go swimming.
Oh, what a hardship.
Well, let me explain, Madge. Arrowhead may belong to sunny California in summertime, but in October, I think the Eskimos take possession of the lake.
If it was that cold, why didn't they use a double?
Well, they did take a double up there, but it seems that while the double was a beautiful swimmer and incidentally is a good friend of mine, the only stroke he knew was a dog paddle. Now, suppose you tell us about that trip to New York.
Oh, nothing very exciting, Fred. Just a nice change and a chance to see some of those Broadway shows. I was rather amazed to find out how many of our Hollywood neighbors are now in plays there, or soon will be. Mona Barry, Frances Farmer, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge, Ian Keith, Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland. But it's very good to be back home and to be with all of you here in the Lux Radio Theater once again. Many thanks.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night, Madge. Good night, Fred. I'll see you behind the 8-ball.
Thank you, Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in a moment with great news concerning next week's program. Mr. McMurray and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios. Charles Tannen, heard as Barney Hatfield, and Louis Silvers are from 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Also in tonight's cast were Frank Nelson as George Kent, Dink Trout as laundryman, Marie Hammond as Mrs. Platt, Lou Merrill as Mr. Platt, Ann Morrison as secretary, and Robert Whitney as head waiter. And now, our producer.
Next Monday night, one of the finest actors the screen has ever known comes to the Lux Radio Theater. Most of us, I'm sure, recall his brilliant performance for us last season in Men in White, and more recently on the screen in Captains Courageous. His name, Spencer Tracy. He stars for us in the celebrated story by Sinclair Lewis that became a national bestseller and a box office triumph as a motion picture, Arrowsmith. In it, Mr. Tracy plays the part of a modern microbe hunter, struggling to be true to both his wife and science. And starring with Mr. Tracy will be Miss Fay Ray. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Fay Ray in Arrowsmith. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play tonight was from the original by Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich. Danger, Love at Work, and Loveliness of You, heard during tonight's performance, were from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight in Miami, Florida, a group of men are gathered together for their annual conference. For their day-in, day-out service to the public, Dragnet honors the 58th Annual Conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. The story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the homicide detail. A wealthy retired businessman suddenly disappears. You've got two possibilities to work on: suspicion of suicide, suspicion of foul play. There's no lead to the man's whereabouts. Your job? Find him. The latest Fatima sales report shows thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima.
More and more smokers coast to coast are finding in Fatima the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You'll find Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Next time, insist on the best. Buy king-size Fatima in the distinctive golden yellow package.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, February 6th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 11:18 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Joe?
Hi. She show up yet?
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago. She's waiting for us now in the next room.
Did you talk to her at all?
No. Seems to be a nice enough woman. I don't know how much help she's going to be.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks.
Miss Banner, I'd like to have you meet my partner, Sergeant Friday. Joe, this is Miss Banner.
Hello, I'm sorry I wasn't home when you stopped by yesterday, Sergeant. I got the card you left, though. I called in as soon as I got home.
Well, thanks for coming in, Miss Banner. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. Won't take very long.
We have a communication from a Gladys Dillon back in New York, Miss Banner. It's about her brother, Chester Dillon. We understand you rented his home from him out on Ralston Avenue.
Mr. Dillon? Well, yes, I've got a 2-year lease on the house. I rented it from him last November.
Well, according to the letter we got from Mr. Dillon's sister, she's worried about him. She hasn't heard from him in some time. Do you have any idea where we could contact him?
Well, the last I heard, he left on a trip to New York. That was about 8 weeks ago, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I usually sent a check for the rent, the apartment he had here, and when he left on his trip, he told me to hold on to the rent checks, and he'd collect them when he got back.
How long did he say he'd be gone?
I don't remember definitely. I think he said 4 or 5 months.
He didn't leave any forwarding address, any place you could contact him back east?
No, he didn't. He just wanted to get away. Didn't want to be bothered with anyone. He wasn't feeling very well. He was very depressed, poor man.
Well, why was that, ma'am? Do you know?
Well, his wife died just a few months ago, you know.
No, ma'am, we didn't know. All we got from his sister was that she hadn't heard from Dillon. She was worried. She didn't give us any other information.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Dillon died in last September, I think it was. Poor man felt terrible about it. Couldn't seem to get over it. That's why he rented the house to me. Reminded him too much of her.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Lovely home they have. Mr. Dillon said he really didn't want to rent it, but he couldn't stand being alone in the house. It was a large place, you know.
Yes, ma'am. We checked with the people living in the house now. We understand you leased the place to them last month.
I subleased it, yes. You see, it just got too big for me. It was nice at first, but it got to be an awful lot of work. I rented it to this family and took a smaller house down the street.
Would you happen to know any of Mr. Dillon's friends in the city, Miss Banner? Anyone we could contact who might know where we can locate him?
No, I don't know. He didn't seem to have any friends. He and his wife had only been in the city a year before she died. He was retired, you know.
Yes, ma'am. We talked to some of the neighbors out there. They couldn't tell us much about him.
Maybe some of the people he did business with might know something. Have you tried the neighborhood bank out there? I know that's where Mr. Dillon had his account.
No, ma'am, we haven't yet.
Well, I can give you the bank's address. That's about all, though.
That's the only contact you know of?
I'm afraid so, yes. I didn't know much about Mr. Dillon's private affairs. Whenever I talked to him, it seemed the only thing he had on his mind was his wife's death. Just couldn't seem to get over it. Seemed like he didn't want to get over it.
You mentioned that when you leased his home, Mr. Dillon took an apartment. Do you happen to have that address, Miss Banner?
Well, I don't have it with me now, but I have it at home. I can call in and give it to you if you like.
If you would, please.
Certainly.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Banner. You have our card, and when you hear anything at all from Mr. Dillon, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
And surely, I'll call you right away. You think something could have happened to him?
Well, it's possible. We don't know. All we have is the letter from his sister.
It does seem kind of strange, doesn't it? Wasn't feeling too well. I wondered why he hadn't contacted me about sending the rent money to him. He was such a nice man, Mr. Dillon. I certainly hope nothing's happened to him.
Well, you say he was very depressed about his wife's death, ma'am. Would you say that it was getting to be a little abnormal with him, maybe?
Well, I wouldn't know about that, Sergeant, but I do know he brooded about it all the time. He felt that he'd lost everything. Just didn't seem to want to go on.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever give an indication that maybe he might take his own life? I mean, all this brooding over his wife?
Well, no, nothing definite. Just depressed and moody all the time. Oh, now that I remember it, the last time I saw him, he did say something kind of funny.
Yes, ma'am. What was that?
It was the day before he left. We were talking about the rent money, and I asked him if I couldn't send it to him. He got kind of a strange look on his face.
Yeah.
He said, where I'm going, I won't need the money.
The day before we called on Lucille Banner for an interview, a letter had been received from a Miss Gladys Dillon in Elmira, New York. Her request was routine. It was one of thousands of similar letters received every year by police departments all over the country. Each one of them has to be worked out to the satisfaction of all parties concerned, the person who's reported missing and the person looking for them. It's an enormous job requiring thousands of man-hours annually. Like the dozens of other investigations handled by the police officer, some of them end happily, some of them in tragedy. Whatever the result, the finding of a lost person is just as important a function of your local police department as any other investigation. Gladys Dillon hadn't heard from her brother recently. She was worried about him. She asked us to investigate. Our initial interview with Lucille Banner, the woman who'd rented Chester Dillon's home, failed to yield much of a lead as to his whereabouts. The only source of additional information she could offer was the neighborhood bank where Dillon had his account. 1 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I drove out to interview the manager of the bank, a Mr. Harrison.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Dillon's had his account with us ever since he came to Los Angeles. I know him quite well. Is there something you'd like to know about him?
Yes, sir, there is. We had a request from his sister in New York. She'd like to locate him.
Well, I'm pretty sure his account's still open here. Matter of fact, I'm positive it is. This moment, I'll have one of the clerks get his file.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harrison.
That reminds me, I almost forgot.
Yeah, what's that?
I got to get to the bank tomorrow for sure. Payment on my car's a day past due already. Only got 2 payments left.
You're doing fine. I got another 8 months to go.
Not so fine. 2 more payments to go, and now the wife wants a new one. Never fail.
Yeah. Here we are, Sergeant, just as I thought. Mr. Dillon's account is still open.
Uh-huh. Have there been any recent deposits or withdrawals on the account?
Let's have a look here. Uh-huh. Just as I thought, nothing since he left on his trip. That last withdrawal date was November 27th.
He mentioned to you that he was going on a trip, did he?
Yes, I think he said he was going back to New York, more or less a vacation trip. See, his wife died recently. He didn't take it too well.
Yes, we understand. Did he leave any instructions about his account with you, Mr. Harrison? Any address you could contact him at if you had to?
No, he didn't leave any instructions with me. No address. Just a vacation trip. He said he didn't expect to be gone too long.
Did he mention how long it would be?
5 or 6 weeks, I think that's what he said. I happened to talk to him about it because at the time he made quite a sizable withdrawal. I thought maybe he was a little unhappy with our service.
Mm-hmm. How much was the withdrawal, sir?
Let's see. And here it is, November 27th. He withdrew $2,400.
Was that in cash or in traveler's checks? Do you know that?
Let's see. No, it shows here that it was in cash.
Mr. Harrison, you said a minute ago that you knew Mr. Dillon pretty well?
Yes, that's right. He used to stop and chat with me whenever he'd come in the bank. That was usually once a week. I didn't know him socially, though.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned he seemed to take his wife's death pretty hard. What would you say his mental condition was last time you saw him?
All right, I'd say. Just after his wife's death, he wasn't in very good shape. Brooded about it quite a bit. And he began to pull out of it. Seemed to be in a fairly good frame of mind. Planned his vacation. Was looking forward to it.
I see.
Why do you ask? Is something wrong?
No, sir, not that we know of. Routine check. That's about the size of it.
Does Dillon have any other real estate besides the house on Ralston Avenue? Would you happen to know that?
Not to my knowledge, no. He has no other business connections in Los Angeles. Here are all his references right here.
Mm-hmm.
See, most of them are charge accounts and so forth. I remember the time he opened his account with us, he told me he was retired. He and his wife came out here for their help.
Do they have any relatives out here? Do you know, Mr. Harrison?
No, from what I understand, both of their families are in the East. They don't have any children, according to his application. Very few relatives.
Mm-hmm. And since Dillon was in here last November to make that withdrawal, you've had no communications from him at all, is that right?
No, sir, I haven't. What seems to be the trouble? Do you have an idea something might be wrong?
Nothing definite, no, sir. We'd been told about his feeling depressed over his wife's death, and there was some indication he might possibly have done away with himself. After what you've told us, it doesn't seem too likely.
I don't know. I wouldn't like to commit myself. As I say, he did seem to be getting over it. I didn't know him that well, though. Might be entirely possible. He was devoted to Mrs. Dillon. Maybe he could have taken his own life. I don't know.
Well, it leaves a big question to answer, doesn't it?
What's that?
Why do you need the $2,400 to do it? 1:25 p.m. We continued interviewing the bank manager, Mr. Harrison, but he was unable to come up with any further leads. Before we left the bank, he gave us a complete list of all of Chester Dillon's references. We gave him our card, and he told us he would pass along immediately any information he might get on the whereabouts of Mr. Dillon. 1:45. We went back to the office where we got a call from Lucille Banner. She gave us Dillon's last known address, and we drove out to check it. It was an apartment court in the Pico Crenshaw area. We talked to the manager, and she told us that Dillon had moved out 3 months before, on November 22nd. He told her that he was moving in with a close friend of his, and he gave her his forwarding address. It turned out to be a single-story frame cottage located in one of the older residential districts of the city. The name on the mailbox read Raymond L. Schaefer. We rang the bell, and a man who identified himself as Raymond Schaefer ushered us into a small living room. He told us that he was from the same town in the east that the Dillons came from, and that he was a longtime friend of theirs.
No, I haven't seen Chester for months. Last November, I think it was. That was the last time I saw him.
You say at that time Dillon was living in the apartment down in the Crenshaw area, Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah, that's right.
You mean he never came here to live with you?
No, it's just like I told you before. He talked about moving in here with me, but he never did. I haven't any idea where he is.
Well, he gave your name here as a forwarding address, Schaefer. Have you been getting his mail?
Yeah, matter of fact, I have. He told me he was going to do that. Never came to pick it up, though. Seemed funny to me.
You still getting his mail here, is that right?
Yeah, it's still coming. Not much of it. Maybe a letter a week. Mostly bills and advertising.
Mm-hmm. This list of names you've given us, sir, these are all the people in the East Mr. Dillon was acquainted with, people he might contact on his trip back there, is that right?
That's all of them. As far as I know, he hadn't been back there yet, though.
How do you know that?
I got a letter from my sister Gert a couple of days ago. If Chester was in town, Gert would have known about it. He would have been sure to stop by and see her. I wish I could help you. Tell you the truth, I'm getting a little worried about him myself.
Well, just have one more question, Mr. Schaefer. Do you know if Mr. Dillon was in the habit of carrying large sums of money around with him?
No, I don't think so. Chester was pretty cautious that way. He wasn't too free with a dollar, you know.
Would you happen to know if he had a large sum of money with him the last time you saw him?
No, if he did have, he didn't mention it.
I see.
You can't think of anything else that might give us a lead on Mr. Dillon's whereabouts, anything at all?
I think I've told you everything. I wish there was something I could tell you that'd help. I sure hope nothing's happened to him.
Yes, sir. Now, would you mind showing us that mail you're holding for Dillon, please?
Oh, sure, sir. Right over here. It's in the desk. There you are. That's all of it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anything, Joe?
No, not much. Bills, circulars. Here's one with a New York postmark. Elmira. Probably from his sister. Another one. Only 3 days old. From the Union Department Store. A couple more earlier dates on it. That's about it.
Yeah, I'll copy down the return addresses on it.
Fine. Okay.
Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah?
This suitcase by the desk here, initials on it. CLD.
Yeah?
CLD. Is that your bag, Schaefer?
Oh, no, I forgot to tell you. Chester left that here one day.
Hmm? How was that?
Well, that was one day just before he was going to leave on his vacation. He brought it over here and said he'd like to leave it with me. Forgot to mention it to you.
Mm-hmm. Did you bring anything else with him?
Yeah, he brought another suitcase with him, just like this one. I got it in the other room. He said he wanted to leave him here while he was on his vacation. I'm sorry I forgot to mention it.
Well, maybe you forgot something else, Schaefer.
What?
Most people take their suitcases on a trip, don't they? 2:30 p.m. We continued questioning Raymond Schaefer. We opened the two suitcases labeled with the initials of Chester Dillon and found an assortment of personal items which Schaefer told us belonged to Dillon and his late wife. Small pictures, cigarette boxes, books, similar articles which apparently would not be taken on a vacation trip. None of them were of any great value. After we left Schaefer's home, we checked him through R&I and found he had no criminal record. We checked further with friends and acquaintances of both men and found nothing to indicate that Schaefer was in any way involved in the disappearance of Chester Dillon. 3:30 p.m. We called the office and found that there'd been no answers so far to the broadcast and missing persons bulletins that we'd gotten out on Dillon. We started checking the references given us by the bank. First was the Union Department Store. It was located on Main Street in the south end of town. We checked with the credit department to see what information we could get from them.
Yes, here's the file on the Dillons right here. Chester L. and Sarah J. on Ralston Avenue.
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
What information would you like, sir?
Well, we're trying to locate Mr. Dillon, ma'am. Have you had any recent change of address on that account?
No, we haven't. If they moved, you know.
Well, we believe so. We don't know his present address, though.
And we do have an outstanding bill of theirs, I noticed. Sent them several form letters. We've been trying to contact them ourselves.
Have there been any recent charges on that account, do you know?
Let's see. Nothing too recent, no. Last charge was made on December 5th. Yes, Thursday, December 5th.
That's a couple of weeks after he disappeared, Joe.
Yeah, that's right. What was that charge for, ma'am? What did Mr. Dillon buy?
Oh, Mr. Dillon didn't buy anything.
Beg your pardon?
The slip was signed by Mrs. Dillon.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's amazing new offer.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you don't like Fatimas better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, return the pack with the unused Fatimas and we'll give you your money back, plus postage.
We make this amazing offer because we believe Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes.
Smokers all over the country are confirming this every day.
Here is the latest state-by-state report.
State 1, Fatima sales up 72%. 2, sales up 54%. 3, sales up 107%. 4, sales up 192%. And those are just a few.
Remember, if you're not convinced Fatima is better than your present king-size cigarette, just return the pack with the unsmoked Fatimas before December 1st and get your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1. Buy Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
4:15 p.m., Thursday, February 7th. As soon as the clerk in the credit department at the Union Department Store showed us the sales slip with the late Mrs. Sarah Dillon's signature on it, we had the date on the sales slip double-checked immediately. The date as shown on the slip was correct beyond any doubt, December 5th. That was a little more than 2.5 months after Sarah Dillon had died. Who the person was who forged her signature or why they'd forged it, we had no idea. The amount of the charge purchase as shown on the sales slip was for $418, all of it for women's clothing. We attempted to check with the salesgirl who handled the purchase, a Laura Van Kirk, but we were told it was her day off. We called her home. They told us that she was gone for the day and couldn't be located. They said she'd be at work the following morning. 4:40 p.m., Ben and I took the sales slip with a forged signature on it and drove back to the office. We went directly to forgery detail, briefed them on our findings, and gave them the sales slip. Then we drove back to the home of the Dillon's friend, Raymond Schaefer, and checked through the 2 suitcases there. We came up with a small photo of Mrs. Dillon along with exemplars of her handwriting, as well as her husband's, which we found in an autograph album in one of the suitcases. The handwriting samples were checked against the signature on the sales slip, but neither of them matched. The work of compiling a list of all known female forgery suspects was begun immediately. The following morning, Ben and I went back to the Union Department Store, where we interviewed the salesgirl, Laura Van Kirk, who'd handled the purchase.
Yes, I remember making the sale, officer. I'm not too sure about the woman who bought the things, though. I mean, what she looked like.
Well, could you try to describe her for us, Miss Van Kirk, just as well as you can remember?
She had light brown hair, I'm pretty sure of that. Not too old, maybe in her late 30s, early 40s. She was a plain-looking woman, 5'5" or 6", thin as I remember her. She wore glasses, I remember that, too.
I see. You got that picture of Miss Dillon there, Ben?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Would you take a look at this picture, miss? Now, does that look like the woman you waited on?
No, that's not her. The woman I waited on was much younger. She had light brown hair, too, not gray. Thin face, I think. And she wore glasses, I'm sure of that.
Do you remember if there was a man with her, Miss Van Kirk, or was she alone?
No, she was alone. Now that I remember, there was something very different about the glasses she wore. I don't know if that's important or not.
What about her glasses?
They were horn-rimmed, as I remember, very light color. And there was some metalwork along the top edge of the frame. Very smart-looking. Gold metal all along the top.
Light brown hair, slight build, thin face, late 30s or early 40s. Wore light horn-rimmed glasses and gold metal on the frame.
Yes, that's right.
Check me if I'm wrong, Joe. That description sound familiar?
Just what I was thinking.
Horn-rimmed glasses, metalwork on them. The woman who came to see us at the office?
Yeah, you got it. Lucille Banner. Ben and I went back to the office and had Lucille Banner checked through R&I. She had no criminal record. Then we drove to the home on Ralston Avenue, which Chester Dillon had leased to Lucille Banner, and which she in turn had sublet. We obtained a copy of the lease which the Banner woman had with the current tenants and which bore her signature. We brought the copy of the lease downtown, gave it to Don Meyer in handwriting, and asked him to compare Lucille Banner's signature with the signature on the sales slip that we'd obtained from the Union Department Store. 15 minutes later, he called us at the office with the results.
Yeah, Don. Mm-hmm. That's so. You're right. Thanks a lot.
What'd he get?
Says there's no question in his mind.
Yeah.
Both signatures match perfectly.
What the reason was behind Lucille Banner's forging the signature of Mrs. Dillon on the sales slip, we didn't know. Whether or not it had any connection with the disappearance of Chester Dillon, we didn't know. As soon as we got the handwriting report from Don Meyer, Ben and I left the office immediately and drove to the bungalow which the Banner woman was renting on Ralston Avenue. It was a block down the street from the Dillon house. Lucille Banner wasn't at home, but a neighborhood gardener trimming the lawn in front of her house told us that she was expected back shortly. The gardener, who identified himself only as Julio, volunteered that he also did gardening work for Miss Banner when she occupied the Dillon home. He'd also worked for the Dillons when they lived in the house. He told us he liked the Dillons quite a bit, but that he didn't have much use for Miss Banner. He seemed to be up on all the news in the neighborhood. He trimmed the hedges of the lawn with hand shears as we talked to him.
Can you tell us anything about Mr. Dillon and Miss Banner, Julio? How'd they seem to get along, you know?
They get along all right, I guess. When I worked at the big house down there for Miss Banner, that's before she moved, I would see Mr. Dillon there. He would be at the house maybe once, 2 times a week. Miss Banner would ask him to come over cook dinner for him.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Banner likes him, I think. Mr. Dillon, I don't know about him. He wasn't feeling so good. Still thinking about his wife. Here, I finish up this clipping now. There, all done.
You mentioned you don't like Miss Banner very much, Julio. Why is that? She ever give you a reason not to like her?
Yeah, she's a little crazy, I think. Funny woman. When I used to work at the big house for her in the garden, she would watch me all the time, follow me all around, tell me to do all kind of crazy jobs. She give me good pay, though, so I do them.
How do you mean, Julio? What kind of crazy jobs?
The compost box for fertilizer, you know. She wanted me to build one for her in the backyard. That was down the street at the Dillon house.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy woman. She wanted me to build a compost box in the greenhouse. Have a special place marked for her. Who ever heard of that, to build a compost box inside a greenhouse? Crazy.
Well, did you build it for her?
Yes, but not inside the greenhouse. I built it outside, right next door to the greenhouse. When she come outside, she'd go crazy almost, call me names. Crazy. She made me tear it up. Then she made me build it inside the greenhouse, right on the place she had marked for it.
Sounds queer, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. When did all this happen, Julio? Do you remember? When you built the compost box, I mean.
A couple of months ago about that. It was just after Mr. Dillon went away. I tried to tell Miss Banner, who ever heard of a compost box in a greenhouse? She wouldn't listen. She had to have it built in a certain place, right in the greenhouse, little piece of ground in there. The box had to go right on top of it.
Uh-huh. You figure she acted pretty strange about it, do you?
You think she had something there, little piece of ground. You think she had something to hide.
1:15 p.m. Lucille Banner returned home, and Ben and I went inside the house with her, where we questioned her in the living room. Outside in the front yard, the gardener, Julio, continued working on the lawn. Lucille Banner was calm and composed. We questioned her about the forged signature on the sales slip. She would admit nothing.
The whole thing's too silly to even comment on. I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
We think you do, Miss Banner. Our handwriting man's checked the 2 signatures, one on the sales slip and one on the lease. They both match. They were written by the same person. There's no doubt about it. Been checked thoroughly.
Now, what about it, Miss Banner? There's no way out of it. You ought to know that.
I'll deny it. That's all. I'll keep on denying it. I wasn't in that store and I didn't forge any signatures. Why would I do a thing like that? What kind of a woman do you think I am?
Well, all we know are the facts, ma'am. Now, why don't you give us a straight story? It's going to save time and trouble for everybody concerned.
You've heard everything I've got to say. This thing's ridiculous. It's stupid. I'm not answering any more questions.
You want to get your hat and coat, Miss Banner? Afraid you'll have to come downtown with us.
What good's that going to do? I'll just keep on denying it. You can't make me say I did a thing like that.
You want to get your coat, please?
It's right here. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Car's right out in front.
Hold it a minute, will you, Ben?
Yeah, okay.
Julio?
Yes, sir.
See you a minute?
Sure. Hello, Miss Banner.
Julio?
Favor I'd like to ask of you, Julio. You got a couple of minutes to spare?
Yeah, you want something?
We want to take a look in the backyard of the house down the street. Mr. Dillon's house. Like to have you come along with us, Julio. Won't take very long.
Sure, okay, I'll come along.
And bring a shovel along, will you, Julio? Like to check something.
Yeah, okay, I bring one.
Fine.
All right, Miss Banner.
What's this about? What are you trying to do?
Something we want to check in the Dillon's backyard. It won't take long.
What would it have to do with me? I don't have anything to do with that house. I don't even live there anymore. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, we realize it.
I'll call my lawyer. I'll call him as soon as I get to a phone.
Yes, ma'am. Julio?
Back this way, Sergeant. Through the gate.
What are you trying to do to me? You know I don't live here anymore. I don't even have anything to do with this place.
You did live here, ma'am. You lived here when Mr. Dillon disappeared, isn't that right?
What are you trying to say? You've got no business on this property. You've got no business here at all.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
What?
Did you kill Chester Dillon? Did you kill him? Miss Banner?
All right, Julio, the compost box in the greenhouse. Do you want to start digging?
In the compost box? Yeah, okay.
He was an old man. So old he was sick.
Ma'am?
He didn't want to live anymore. He didn't have any reason for living. Why shouldn't he give me the house? Why shouldn't I have his money? I was nice to him. I cooked for him. Wanted to take care of him. He just didn't want to live anymore, that's all.
All right, Julio, you can hold it up.
You want to tell us, ma'am?
He needed a woman. Anybody could tell that. He needed me. We got along fine, Chester and me. I offered to marry him, and he wouldn't do it. All he could do was think about his wife. She was dead. He'd sit around and talk about her all the time.
You killed him. Is that what you're trying to say?
I wanted to marry Chester and take care of him. He wouldn't do it. We had an argument in the kitchen one night. I had a gun, and I killed him. I killed him.
Is that where you buried him? In the greenhouse?
Yes, I buried him deep. The gun, too. He'll be all right. Poor Chester.
Yeah.
He was so old. He needed a woman. Anyone will tell you that. He needed me.
Well, I guess you made a mistake.
No, Sergeant, he did.
Yeah?
He didn't want me.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, during the past couple of years, we've had many talks with law enforcement agencies and received hundreds of letters from police officers all over the country. We're especially pleased to know that so many of these men feel as we do, that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. As a matter of fact, our sales reports prove beyond a doubt that more and more smokers everywhere are switching to Fatima. When you buy your first pack, you'll understand why. You'll enjoy Fatima's extra mildness, their much better flavor and aroma. Next time, look for the golden yellow package and ask for Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Lucille Marie Banner was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. She received the sentence as prescribed by law. She is now serving a life term in the State Penitentiary for Women, Tehachapi, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy next on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 106. Stand by to assist Captain Cato and Nick Harris on the special assignment. That's all. Rolls and quits.
declares war on bootleg gasoline. Price wars in the gasoline industry have created many cheap brands of the cheapest gasoline carelessly produced in crude bootleg stills. Low prices attract many motorists who don't realize the damage done to their motors by such carbon-laden mixtures. Because Rio Grande's sensational patented cracking process has made cracked gasoline a leader among the quality gasoline, Rio Grande assumes leadership in the oil industry's war on poor quality gasoline. Rio Grande refinery experts have perfected an entirely new gasoline to sell at a lower price, yet it is guaranteed to exceed United States government standards and specifications for safe motor fuel. And because Rio Grande cracked gasoline is famous for its use in more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other brand, we decided to name our new gasoline after the famous G-men who came to the aid of the police to stop bootlegging. We ask those of you who use low-priced gasoline to try Rio Grande G-Gas. Make no mistake, this new G-Gas is not cracked. Rio Grande cracked gasoline, for very little more per gallon, gives you 100% efficiency, police car performance, extra ethos, and much greater value. But if your budget won't stand the extra pennies for superlative performance, then be a G-man. Get the finest gasoline made in the low-price field, Rio Grande G-Gas. The low-priced gasoline that's guaranteed to exceed government specifications. Now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. You have heard me emphasize many times on these broadcasts the necessity for closer cooperation between various law enforcement agencies of the nation, states, counties, and municipalities. Very often, representatives of several or all of these forces meet in the investigation of a major crime. And unfortunately, more often than not, there is friction where there should be the smoothest cooperation. I have here in the studio with me tonight a man who, I am happy to say, has always worked with the closest kind of cooperation with my force. I consider him not only a close friend, but a very valuable auxiliary. When I know that Miss Harris has been brought into a case, I know that my men will have the finest kind of cooperation. Friends, it is a privilege for me to present one of the finest private detectives in the world, Nick Harris, who has opened his private file to bring you tonight's broadcast of Calling All Cars. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Harris.
Thanks, Chief. And I could say a lot of nice things about you, too. And good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to participate in the fine work this broadcast is doing. During the many years I've been a detective, I have constantly carried on what might be called missionary work in my attempt to educate the public to the fact that crime does not pay. For this reason, I have watched with interest the splendid work Calling All Cars has been doing for the past 2 years along these same lines. I was more than pleased to cooperate when I was asked if I had some material we might use for these broadcasts. The story we selected to dramatize tonight is a strange one. The sort of a story you might expect from the pen of an Edgar Allan Poe or a Conan Doyle. Yet it all happened, just as you will hear. Had the mastermind of this criminal been employed upon a more legitimate enterprise, he might have made himself many times the fortune he hoped to gain by his illegal activities. But criminals are funny that way. They never seem to learn that apparently the easy way of the lawbreaker is inevitably the hardest way. We, who every day see the fallacy of the criminal's psychology, can only hope that through our educational activities, those who may be contemplating a crime may be deterred before it's too late by the realization of the idiocy of breaking the law. Our story begins on an August morning, several years ago, when I received a telephone call from Wesley Barnes,
city editor of the Los Angeles Evening Herald. West was somewhat excited. He told me he had a mystery for me to solve and asked me to hurry over to the city room. 15 minutes after he called me, I was standing beside his desk.
Well, Wes, what's on your mind?
This note came in this morning's mail.
Yeah? What's it say?
Listen, it's addressed to the city editor, and it reads, if you will go to the Westlake district, you will find a man named Gavreau. When you find him, you will have the mastermind burglar. I am writing this to save some mother's innocent son. And it's signed a friend of humanity.
What do you think about it?
Maybe it's a publicity stunt some Hollywood press agent is pulling, and maybe it's on the up and up.
I've got a hunch it's on the level.
Well, if it's a publicity gag, I don't want to be the ghost. And if it's legitimate, it's a matter for the police. So I thought I'd better send you out and get the lowdown.
Okay, Wes.
Only listen. If it turns out to be the real McCoy, you're giving me a scoop on it.
Don't worry, Wes. You'll get it. Exclusive. So, Nick Harris details a couple of men to investigate the hotels and apartment houses in the Westlake district for a man named Gavreau. The officers play in luck. For at the fifth place visited, they locate their man. An hour later, they are reporting to their chief. We found this fellow by the name of Gavreau, registered the El Capitan Apartments in West 6th. First name is George. What'd you find out about him? Well, not much, but enough to sound suspicious.
Yeah, the manager of the El Capitan says he's a queer one.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he comes here and goes out at strange times.
Nobody knows anything about him. He keeps to himself all the time. Well, sounds worth following up. You boys go out there and shadow that bird. Find out where he spends his time and why. Okay, Chief. Watching their man whenever he leaves his apartment, the shadows soon discover that he makes daily visits to a trunk factory on Main Street. They interview the manager of the establishment.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
You know a man by the name of Gavreau? George Gavreau?
Yes, indeed. He's a customer of mine. What do you know about him? Oh, nothing much. Why do you ask?
We're officers doing a little job of investigation. We want to find out something about the man. We'd appreciate your help.
Well, of course, I'm always glad to help the law. Well, all right, then. What do you know about Gavreau? Well, as I said, I really don't know very much. I'm making a trunk for him. You know why? I think the guy is a nut.
What do you mean?
Well, he wants a trunk that's padded inside and has a small seat in it.
What?
Yes, and it's to have a false top that can be opened from the inside after the trunk has been locked.
Now, what the devil's all that for?
He says he's going to do Houdini acts on the stage. I tell you, I think he's daft.
Well, he sure enough sounds daffy to me. But don't forget that note that banded him as a mastermind burglar. I'm beginning to like the looks of this case. But it doesn't make any sense, Chief. That's why I'm beginning to like it. I think maybe there is something here. When they start making no sense, you're just around the corner from the answer. Now, you boys go on out that guy's tail and don't lose sight of him. Day or night. You may be surprised what we find out about him. Well, Harry, how about it?
I followed him upstairs. He went into room 12. Had a key to it.
Now, what do you suppose that guy's up to? With a swell apartment on the El Capitan and a room in a dump like this out on South Flower Street.
Well, we better see what the landlady knows about him.
Okay.
Here's her apartment around here at the side. Apartment around here at the side.
Yes?
You have a tenant here by the name of Gavreau?
Yes?
He's in number 12, isn't he?
Yes.
What do you know about him?
Who wants to know?
Well, now, let's not get in an argument, lady. We're merely asking some questions.
Hey, you look like cops to me.
Well, even if we are, we won't get you in any trouble.
Well, can I depend on that?
You can.
Well, I don't know nothing about Mr. Gavreau, excepting that he pays his rent in advance, and he hasn't slept in his bed since he took the room.
Oh, hasn't slept in his bed, eh?
Oh, that don't bother me none. If you don't sleep in it, I don't have to make it.
How long has he had the room?
Oh, about 10 days. So now, look here. I don't want you to go make no trouble for him. If all my roomers is as quiet as here, I'd like to...
Well, looks to me, boys, as though that Flower Street front is our friend's hideout and center of operations. I'm beginning to agree with you, Chief. It makes so little sense, there must be something to it. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Go back there, rent the room next to his, install a dictograph in it, and stake out on him. I'll put another man on the outside to shadow him whenever he leaves the place. Okay, Chief. With a man constantly at the dictograph and another constantly shadowing Gavreau when he leaves the rooming house,
The suspect is always under Nick Harris' surveillance. A few days later, Devereaux was seen scraping up an acquaintance with a boy about 19 in Westlake Park. He was followed to the Flower Street room, and once certain that Devereaux had gone to his room, the Harris operative joined his partner at the pictograph.
You just came in? Yeah, I know it. I've been hearing him. Picked up a young kid from the park there. Both in there now. Put on those earphones as soon as I can. I couldn't get close enough to him in the park.
Quiet. How'd you like to make $20,000, sir? Who would? I think you'd like to let much go if you're doing safety something. Okay. What's the record? Water, got a liquor test? Not a bad idea. Very well. Thanks. See how? Right. Now, what's the deal? I'd like to tell you a little about my past to make the thing clear to you. When I was in the Army, I served in the intelligence corps. But it seemed to me that there was some way to get across the lines without taking the usual chances. After a bit of thinking, I figured out a way that worked very successfully.
What's that got to do with this idea of yours now?
Indeed it did. I'll come to that.
Okay.
I had a case made that to all appearances was just an ordinary packing case. But inside I had it fixed so that I could hide there and be inside when the case was sent across the border. Then, when I was safe on the other side of the lines, I'd sneak out, get the dope I wanted, and climb back in again. My helpers would then get the case back across the lines, and there I was, safe and sound and in possession of all the information I wanted.
Hey, that's pretty slick.
Well, it's along the same lines that I want to work now. But I need an assistant who can be trusted. That's where you fit in the picture.
Sure, I get it.
I'm having a trunk built that will look like any other trunk on the outside. But inside it will have everything needed to work a job. Now, when the trunk is finished, I'll get in it. With all the tools I'll need, and you'll have it sent to a bank vault for storage.
Then when you get inside the vault, you'll get out and rob the bank and get back in again. Pretty swell. But wait a minute. How'll you get in and out of the trunk without help?
That's where I've done the most work. To anyone looking at the outside of the trunk, it will be securely locked. But I've had a secret latch built that can be worked by me from the inside. So you see, all the plan needs is someone to help get the trunk in the bank and out again.
How do you live while you're in there? You got to eat.
I've taken care of that, too. There's room for food and water. Everything I'll need for at least 3 days. And by that time, you will have taken the trunk out. Well, how about it? Want to go in on it?
You bet. I'm with you.
Well, that calls for a drink. Just watch the test.
Right. Realizing that they have stumbled onto something big, the two operatives report their findings to Nick Harris, expecting to get the order to make an arrest once. But Harris, knowing that if he arrests Devereaux at this point, he will have no case. No overt action has been committed. Orders the two men to return to the plant and await the development. This they do, and 3 days later, their patience rewarded. We overhear the following conversation.
Kid, we're ready to try the trunk out.
Well,
We've got a bank all lined up. Tomorrow I want you to make arrangements to have the trunk placed in the vault next Friday. We'll give us 2 days. Then I want you to get the trunk out of there on the pretense that you decided to go away and you're taking the trunk with you. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I got it.
In time I'm sealed up in there until I get out again. It's all up to you. You think you can handle it?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Good. Now, this afternoon you go and see the people at the bank. Tell them that you have valuables worth a lot of money in the trunk. Then, when that's done, there's nothing left for you.
And that's the story, Mr. Wanger. But it's the most fantastic scheme I've ever heard, Mr. Harris. It's incredible.
Yes, it may. It's true. Now, I want to ask your cooperation in this matter. I want you to let the boy have the trunk moved into your vault.
But, Mr. Harris, you realize the chance I take by doing that? Suppose something goes wrong at this time affairs work. Why, the bank has valuables stored in those vaults worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I assure you that nothing will go wrong, Mr. Wanger. I'll have men posted here in the bank. I'll be here myself. There isn't a possible chance of anything happening to your valuables.
You realize that if news of this thing leaks out to my depositors, I'd be ruined. No one would leave their belongings in the bank where such things happen. You feel all right about this, Mr. Harris.
Naturally, I understand your feelings. But I can't see how you fail to realize the importance of this thing. I want to catch the criminal red-handed. This way I can.
Well, there's something I don't think you know about our vault, Mr. Harris. Every night, in order to protect the furs and things down there, we spray a chemical solution into the vault that is powerful enough to kill a man. If this criminal ever does get in, he won't be alive in the morning.
It puts a different light on things, doesn't it? Well, if you want your man alive, it does. All right. I'll tell you what. If you'll allow the trunk to be put in there, I'll make an arrest before you close the vault. How's that? Well, I suppose that would be all right. That way, there'll be no danger of anything happening to your deposits, and I'll still have my man and a case against you. Will you agree to that? All right, Mr. Harris, I will. Good. All you have to do is to act as though you suspected nothing. I'll take care of the rest.
But the very next day, Gavreau suddenly changes his plans. Instead of a bank, he informs his assistant that he has selected the Cinemaland Storage Company for the robbery. That he has set the date for that week. Reporting at once to their chief, and then plan a new strategy.
Did Devereaux give any reason for his sudden change in plans? He told the kid on account of a lot of the screen stars being robbed lately. Did Devereaux give any reason for his sudden change in plans? He told the kid on account of a lot of the screen stars being robbed lately. They put all their stuff in this storage place. There were a lot better pickings there than in the bank. I see. Well, that changes our plans a little, but not seriously.
You going to let them get into the storage warehouse, Chief?
Oh, I am. And a few of us will pick up the boy, go into the building, and wait for our friend to make an appearance out of his magic trunk. Won't he be surprised when he sees us? I rather imagine he will. Not too happily surprised.
I'd sure like to get a look at the inside of that trunk.
Now I'd better go out and see the manager of the Cinemaland Storage Company and tell him about it. Oh, you want us to stay with the dictograph, Chief? Right. And if our genius makes another change of plans, let me know at once.
Well, don't worry, we will. And I hope he doesn't. I'd kind of like to finish this thing up.
Sure, boys. We should have Devereaux behind bars before the week is out.
Unbelievable, that's what it is. Like a storybook.
Not quite as harmless as a storybook, but certainly a strange scheme.
What is it you want me to do?
Well, I'm not just sure of what day they'll bring the trunk in, but I'll have men stationed outside watching your place all the time. All you have to do is to act as though everything is all right. Have the trunk moved into the warehouse, and let my men take care of the rest.
And you're sure there won't be any slip-up?
Absolutely. And we can have a single fear.
Well, all right. But I'd be afraid six someplace else was ever here. Gives a fellow the creeps knowing that bandits are around. How will I know it's the right trunk?
I'll let you know. Now, don't worry about that.
Kind of nervous about it, but well, I guess it's okay.
I was sure you'd see it that way. Thanks a lot. Don't worry.
Thus, the plans are carefully laid. An inescapable net is thrown around the Cinemaland Storage Building. A dozen sheriff operatives are placed at strategic spots in the neighborhood. From the second story of a small building across the street, two men watch night and day. From the cab of a milk wagon parked down the street, two more men seemingly again on loading and unloading crates of milk. Keep an alert eye on all passers-by. Meanwhile, the office of Miss Harris.
Nick, if you let this story leak out to a rival journal, I'll nail your skin to a fence. Don't forget that you promised me a soup on it.
I'm not forgetting, Wes. I can't give you anything more than I already have until they make a move. When they do, you're in on it. Yes?
Dr. Klein and Pickle here to see you.
Oh, all right, send them in.
Yes, sir.
What's up? Nothing will do your rag any good, you old news-off. Just Herman Klein and Ed Cato from Central. I sent for them.
Well, I guess I might as well leave you to talk to them. Let me know when things begin popping.
Come in. Hello, boys. You know Wes Barr, don't you?
Sure. How are you, Herman? Ed?
Oh, Wes. Might know we'd find you here if there was something breaking.
Sit down, boys. I thought you might be interested to know that we expect our little trunk genius to pull his act any minute now.
Good. I was going to think maybe he's been running up the wrong alley or something.
No, we're in the right alley. It's just been a matter of waiting. But it looks as though we're just about to go, finally. Yes?
I heard it 1:20, Chief. Devereaux has just locked himself in the trunk. We're supervising the loading of it under a truck now.
Good. Stay with that trunk. Don't lose it no matter what happens. I'll head to the storage building at once.
Right.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for, boys. How about it, Wes? You still leaving, or do you want to go along?
What a question to ask me. Come on.
Picking up a newspaper cameraman on the way, Harris, Cato, Klein, and Barr roll out Sunset Boulevard to the warehouse. A block from the destination, they see a delivery truck pull up to the entrance of the building. Two men jump out and let down the back street.
Better cruise by and get a good look at him, Herman. When you get to the other corner, pull around it and park.
Okay.
Okay, Herman. Bring around here and stop. Bar, you and I had better cut across this lot. Herman, you and Cato walk up the other side of the street. So let him get the trunk inside and pick up the kid. The other side. Herman, you and Cato walk up the other side of the street. So let him get the trunk inside and pick up the kid.
Okay, Nick. Come on, Ed.
The kid.
Okay, Nick. Come on, Ed. Ed. Okay, Nick. Come on, Ed.
The kid doesn't get wise and take it on the lam.
So far, he doesn't seem to have...
Get wise and take it on the lam.
So far, he doesn't seem to have even noticed it. All wrapped up in his work.
Yeah. Hold it a minute away. Light a cigarette or something. Light a cigarette or something. I didn't want to give her something. I didn't want to get there until they got that trunk inside.
Okay.
Got that trunk inside.
Okay. Come on.
Inside.
Okay. Come on.
Want to get there until they got that trunk inside.
Oh, I noticed it. All wrapped up in his work.
Yeah. Hold it a minute away. Light a cigarette or something. I didn't want to get there until they got that trunk inside.
Okay. Have one?
Yeah. All right. Let's go. They're inside. Let's go. They're inside. They're inside. 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 Here we are. Here we are. Here we are.
The kid's coming out.
Right. You see Herman and Ed?
Yeah. They're coming across the street.
Quiet. Pardon me, buddy. What's your name?
Huh? What's that?
What's your name?
Ed Silver.
What's in that trunk?
What's it to you?
Maybe this is it.
Dad.
That's right. Now, how about it? What's in that trunk?
Why, some clothes. Look here, Silver. This isn't going to do you any good. You told the people in that warehouse you had oil samples in that trunk, didn't you?
Well, yes, I guess I did.
Now it's...
Yes, I guess I did.
Now it's closed, eh, kid?
I don't know.
Closed, eh, kid?
I don't know.
How long are you going to leave George in that trunk, Silver?
Why? I knew something would happen. I knew something would happen.
All right, kid. We know all about it. You go up and see George?
Why, I guess I wasn't cut out to be a successful burglar. I had a feeling something was going to go wrong.
Come on, kid. Let's go up, boys.
Hey, got him, huh? Good. Trunk's up on the vault. You want to go up there now?
That's right.
The elevator's right over there.
Don't start things till I get my camera set up, will you, boys? I wouldn't think of it. This is going to be something worth photographing.
This way. Through this full door here. Some door, that. Looks like a bank. Looks like a bank. It is a bank. At least, the board itself, absolutely burglar-proof.
Yeah, we can see that it is.
There's the trunk. All right, Mac. Get the cameras up. Okay. All ready? Let it go. All right, Devereaux. You might as well come out of there.
He's going to play possum.
Come on, George. Open up. Are you coming out, or do we bust this trunk to bits and pull you out?
Maybe he smothered to death.
No, I don't think so. Devereaux, I'll give you just one more chance to do your Houdini and come out of there. If you don't, we're going to smash that trunk to bits and you with it.
Look, there's a whole piece of the trunk lifting up.
Come on out, Devereaux, and keep your hands in sight.
Don't shoot!
No, we're not shooting, Devereaux. That is a flashlight picture. Now, stay where you are, and you won't get hurt.
And you look at that trunk. It's falling all apart.
Put the cuffs on him, boys.
Right. Come on, Houdini. Here's something for you to play with. See what you can do with them.
How'd you know I was in here?
We've known all about you for quite a while, Gabriel.
But how? No one knew but the kid and I.
We'll tell you all about it when we get to the station, George.
And they got you too, kid.
Yeah, they got me.
Oh, that's too bad. I still don't see why it didn't work.
All right, Herman. Suppose you and Ed take them down and book them while we look through this trunk. I'm going to make a thorough examination of it.
Right. Come on, you two. We'll take a little ride.
I can't see why it didn't work. How can you know that?
Oh, you're looking at this paraphernalia wet. Cards to pass the time away, bandages and iodine in case of injury, a complete set of burglary tools, food, water. This is practically a completely furnished house.
Did you get a picture of all this, Murph?
Sure. Didn't you see that guy knock the trunk to pieces when I set that flag powder off?
That's right. I'd almost forgotten it in the excitement. That was what scared Gavreau so. He thought he'd been killed.
He'll die for a minute. You ought to be more careful with your flash guns, Max. I thought Gavreau would come out shooting.
Which reminds me, that's the one thing he hasn't got in this trunk, a gun.
All right. I guess he just figured it was a foolproof scheme and he wouldn't need one. He had just about everything figured but us.
Gavreau and the boy are held on charges of attempted burglary. When the day arrives for the trial,
Case of George Gavreau and Ed Silver versus the state. By the defendant's present.
Gavreau is here, Your Honor, but I don't see the other defendant, Mr. Silver. Perhaps Mr. Harris knows.
He's supposed to be here, Your Honor. If the court pleases to take a short recess, I'll go over to the jail and see what's detaining him. We will take a short recess.
Across the bridge of sighs goes Mick Harris to the old county jail, scrutinizing the prisoners he passes, looking for the strangely absent Silver. A turnkey leads the detective to Silver's cell, where the boy is lying on his cot.
Silver. Silver. Get up. You were supposed to be in court a half hour ago. Better open the cell, turnkey. Looks like he's trying to pull a fast one. Yes. Come on, Silver. There's no use trying to get out of this. Move. Turn him over. Poor kid. Couldn't stand the gas. Looks like it was heart trouble. Well, he's better off this way, I guess. Just goes to show, turnkey, that there's no way you can beat the law and win.
So Ed Silver beat the rap by the surest way, death. Gavreau, so-called mastermind burglar, was sentenced to the maximum term prescribed by law for the crime of attempted burglary, and after serving his sentence was deported from this country as an undesirable alien. And so ends the story of one of the most ingenious plots I have ever run into. Had it not been for that mysterious letter, Gavreau might have been able to carry out his scheme and even now be living off the thousands of dollars of loot. But, fortunately for a great many people, such was not the case. And as the result of our discovery, trunks left in storage are thoroughly inspected before being allowed to be placed in warehouse or bank vault. Thus, my advice to anyone who might wish to try this scheme is, it might have worked once, but it won't work now. You can't commit crime and get away with it.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to the frontier, and Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Buffalo Point! There's going to be trouble! Hi-yo, Silver!
Buffalo Point, the county seat of Buffalo County, was the center of a stirring election campaign. Pete Sampson, ex-rancher, was determined to win the office of sheriff from its present occupant, Charlie Wilson. As our first act opens, we see Pete in the cafe with a small group of his backers. Among them is the elderly and frank-spoken Gideon Wells, the local doctor. We hear him say,
Pete, if you don't beat out Charlie Wilson and show his boss, Ace Dolan, that we ain't letting him run this town anymore, things are going to be even worse than they were before.
Well, I'm trying my best, Gideon.
You ought to. It was Ace that took your spread away from him.
But I don't know if you stand much chance, Pete.
Yeah?
I tell you, Pete, it's like this. Me and Gideon here and the rest of us are all for you. But Ace has got a whole bunkhouse full of gunmen. He's got folks in this county so blamed scared they'll vote just about the way he tells them to.
That's why I'm fighting him.
If you was only sheriff...
That's just it. If Pete was sheriff, there's enough on Ace and Charlie both to send them to jail for a long time.
Uh-huh.
But as long as Charlie's the law in Buffalo County and takes his orders from Ace, there ain't nothing can be done.
Ace just took over Willie Goodman's spread, too.
Uh-huh, like he took over yours and half a dozen others. First he runs off most of the cattle. Then he shows up with his hired gun hands and offers to buy for almost nothing.
And when anyone tells Charlie their cows is being stole, he gets together a posse, rides around a little, then comes back and says the critters was took across the border, and there ain't nothing he can do about it.
Knowing all the time that his Ace is doing the rustling.
That's got to be changed, Gideon.
I ain't nothing but a sawbones. But by the eternal, it's enough to make me start packing a shooting iron for a little target practice on them skunks. It ain't to be put up with.
Maybe this time folks will have the nerve to vote the way they want to, instead of like Ace tells them to.
We're with you anyway, ain't we, fellas? Then let's have a drink on it. Hey, barkeep.
Yeah?
I'm setting up the drinks for the house. And we're all going to drink to Pete here for our next sheriff.
Oh, you fellas are drinking a Pete, are you? It's Ace.
Charlie's with him.
And so's half his rotten gunmen.
I'm suggesting a different toast. I'm asking you to drink to Charlie here. Best sheriff this county ever had.
He ain't drinking to no crook, Ace, even if he does wear a badge.
You call me a crook?
I said it plain, didn't I?
Why? Careful, Charlie. Your badge don't give you no right to pull your gun on a fella that don't carry arms. I'll teach that old fool.
Go ahead and shoot, Sheriff. That'd be about your style.
Take it easy, Charlie.
Now, look here, Ace.
Maybe these fellows will drink to you like I asked them to. In that case, there wouldn't be no harm done.
No.
Well, what do you say, fellas?
Ace, you and your crooked bunch can't bluff us all the time.
I ain't bluffing nobody, Pete. I'm just asking them real polite.
Sure. Figuring they'd be scared to go agin you.
Drink up, boys. For Charlie Wilson. Well, I don't know.
I'd rather not.
Maybe you need a little convincing, huh? Give them a campaign argument, fellas.
Yeah.
Now,
listen, don't clean up my place.
Maybe this will learn you some manners the next time my boss tells you to do something. Oh, you broke my mirror. And here's another.
Why, you just missed my boot.
You dirty sidewinder.
I ain't no way to talk it all, Pete. It ain't my fault if you can't put up as good a campaign talk.
You've been running this county with guns ever since you come here, Ace.
Sure, and I've done right well. All right, fellas. You change your minds any about drinking to Charlie?
Sure, I'll drink to him.
I'd be right glad.
Show for your gun, Pete, and I'll jail you for drawing against the law.
Come on, Pete. There ain't no use trying to stand up to a crooked sheriff that takes his orders from a still bigger crook. We'll get our horses and ride out to your place.
Might as well, I reckon, Doc.
Maybe if you're savvy what's good for you, you keep right on riding and never come back.
You ain't running me out of town, Ace.
Well, stick around then if you've a mind, eh? But when election day comes next week, the only vote you'll be getting will be your own. Step up the bar, fellas. Another drink to Charlie here. And don't forget, them that aims to stay healthy had better vote right.
When Pete Sampson and the old doctor left the cafe, they mounted and rode toward Pete's small place just outside town. We hear them as they discuss the situation on the way.
Doc, sometimes I figure I'm just a darn fool for trying to go again, Ace.
Maybe you are, Pete. Sometimes a fella's got to do what he knows to be right, even if he ain't going to profit by it.
What happened just now has happened a dozen times before.
Uh-huh.
The honest folks are for me, but when Ace and his gunslingers come around, they back water.
It's hard to blame them.
Of course it is. They know the sheriff ain't going to do nothing for them.
Well, if you don't win out, Pete, I'm packing up and leaving town.
Yeah?
I don't want to, but I won't have much choice.
Where you been thinking of going?
Over to Harmony, most likely.
Harmony?
Well, there's plenty of business for Sawbones over there. They got a sanitarium and all. Folks come quite a distance to be doctored there.
I'd sure hate to see you go.
And if you do lose out, Pete, you'd better hightail it out of here, too. No telling what Ace will do to you for running against Charlie.
He'd do plenty right now if it weren't for the way to look just before election.
But maybe...
Hey, look at the paint horse over there.
Leaping lizards. Ain't he traveling, though?
Ain't that fellow waving at us?
By golly, seems like he is.
We'll rein up and see what he wants. Oh, there.
Oh, there. Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, I'll be...
He looks like an Indian.
You wait.
What you want, Redskin?
He's riding like he's got something on his mind, all right.
Oh, okay, boss. Oh, okay. You feller name Pete?
I'm Pete Sampson, if that's who you mean.
That's right.
What you want with Pete, Redskin?
You him friend?
Friend? I ain't got no better. The doc and me been friends for quite a spell.
Then me talk.
Yeah?
You want beat sheriff?
You mean in the election, Redskin?
That's right.
That's what I aim to do, but right now things don't look so good.
You know Ace feller got brother?
Sure, Ace has got a brother. He ain't around these parts.
I never heard Ace had any kin.
Well, it ain't generally known. He don't use the name of Dolan, and he's got quite a reputation for being an outlaw. I've heard Ace thinks a heap of the kid. He'd like to have him stay in his outfit, but he can't get the kid to quit rambling.
Well, if Ace has got a brother, don't surprise me none to hear he's a crook, too.
But what's that got to do with us, Injun?
White friend got plan.
Huh?
You come with Tonto. Me show you white friend.
You want us to go with you and meet this friend of yours?
That's right.
But what's the idea?
Him tell you how you beat sheriff.
Well, if this friend of yours savvies how I can win the election, it's more than I can do.
Just what's your game?
It's not game. Tonto not trick you.
What do you think, Doc?
It's up to you, Pete. But I'd say we couldn't be no worse off doing what the Redskin asks.
That's my notion.
You come?
Lead the way, Redskin. If your pod's got a scheme to beat them crooks, I aim to hear it.
That's good.
And if this is just some slick scheme that Ace has put you up to, why, then we'll show 'em that we ain't to be scared.
You follow Tonto. Get him up.
Get up,
Get up, get up, get up.
Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, led Pete and Gideon Wells to the hidden camp he shared with the masked man. There, with growing enthusiasm, they listened to the Lone Ranger's plan. Our next scene opens 2 days later in the cafe. Ace Dolan, Sheriff Charlie Wilson, and several of their friends are seated at a large table. Ace is speaking.
Boys, Charlie here's got the election just about as good as won. We got the folks in this county so blame buffaloed, they ain't even breathing unless we tell them they can.
There's just one thing, Ace.
Yeah?
We're all right as long as nothing happens to you. The folks in the county hate us like poison, but it's you they're scared of. Without you, we'd be skinned alive.
What do you figure is going to happen to me?
I ain't saying anything will, but if it did...
Charlie's right, Ace. It's your brains and the wages you're paying for our guns that's keeping us on top. But if somebody should plug you, they'd hang us so fast we wouldn't know what happened to us.
Say, what's got into you fellas?
Nothing, boss. We're just saying you ought to play it safe.
What do you figure I'm hiring so many guns for?
Well,
It's to make sure nothing like you say happens. And if you're on your toes, it won't.
We'll watch out for you, Ace.
And forget this kind of talk. What we want to think about is
Ace,
how...
There's the sawbones coming this way.
What's that old fool looking for? More trouble?
Not if he savvies what's good for him.
Ace, I'd like to have a word with you.
Yeah? Well, speak up.
Well, you better step over in the corner with me, Ace. I don't figure you'd want these fellas to hear.
And why shouldn't we hear it?
Why, that's up to Ace. But I reckon he'd just as soon you didn't. It'll only take a second.
Well, make it fast.
But look here, Ace.
Come on, Doc. You fellas stay here.
All right, Ace.
If it's something I think you ought to know, I'll tell you myself.
Just as you say, but we'll keep an eye on the sawbones.
Well, Doc, what in blazes is it?
Just a mite more this way, Ace. They can still hear us.
Go ahead. Now, don't forget they ain't so far off they can't drill you if you try any tricks.
This'll do.
Well?
It's about your brother.
What's that?
I didn't mean to go agin you the other day, Ace. I reckon I sort of spoke out of turn. So now I'd like to be the first one to warn you.
To warn me?
Your brother's over to Harmony.
Ain't that the town where the sanitarium is?
That's the one.
Well, what if he is?
He got shot up bad. So he went there to be doctored. And he don't know there's a U.S. Marshal on his way there to jail him.
Is that straight?
I wouldn't have no reason to send you there for nothing, would I?
How soon will they arrest the kid?
If you hurry, you can beat the Marshal. He just set out from Abilene.
They can't jail my brother.
I figured maybe you wouldn't want the others to know about this. You see, if the Marshal should get there afore you, the kid might talk enough to send the Marshal over this way. And you wouldn't want your bunch to think there might be trouble.
I don't have to tell them nothing.
You're going?
Right now. I'll take a couple of the boys with me in case you're up to some stunt.
I ain't, Ace.
I reckon you'd have better sense than that. But you'd sure pay for it when I get back.
I know.
Steve, Two-Gun, come along with me.
Where are you taking them, Ace?
I got a little trip to make. Charlie, you and Rick run things till I get back here.
What's it all about?
I'll tell you later. Come on, you fellas.
You ought to lead right this, Ace.
You do like I tell you.
You'll have to ride like all get out, Ace.
Just what I aim to do.
And you won't forget it was me that warned you, will you?
I don't forget my friends any more than I forget my enemies. Get mounted, fellas.
I'm wishing you all the luck you've got coming, Ace.
Uh-huh. Get up there. Come on. Get up. Get up there.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After Gideon Wells had told Ace Dolan that his younger brother was in danger of being arrested, and the crooked rancher had left town with 2 members of his gang, the elderly doctor re-entered the cafe.
Hey, Doc. What Ace rush out of here in such a hurry for?
I don't reckon I'd better say. He most likely wouldn't want me to.
Doc,
You calling me?
Come over here.
All right, Sheriff.
Take a chair, Doc.
Uh-huh.
We aim to ask you some questions.
Yeah?
What did you say to Ace just now?
I'm right sorry, but a doctor ain't supposed to tell his patients secrets.
What's that you say?
Patient?
Reckon I'll be running along to my office. I got some work to do.
You sit right where you are.
But
You're going to explain that remark.
But if Ace was to find out you knew he ain't likely to live...
Jumping Jehoshaphat. I said too much already.
You ain't said half enough.
But really,
You planning to live long?
Yeah, but what do you...
If you are, talk. If you ain't, just go on dodging the questions we're asking. You'll be suffering from lead poisoning pronto.
And we ain't bluffing, Doc.
But if Ace should live to come back from the sanitarium over to Harmony, he'd kill me for talking.
The sanitarium?
He went to Harmony?
It was just because I told him what the doctors over there wrote me.
What did they write?
I can't tell you.
Take a look at that gun and make up your mind to spill it.
I'll talk.
That's better.
You see, Ace has been worried about some spells he's been having.
Get on with it.
He's come to me, secret-like, because he didn't want you fellas to say there might be something wrong with him.
Yeah?
I looked him over, but I didn't want to say for sure what the matter was till I wrote to the doctors at the sanitarium, asking about them.
And what did they say?
They said it was even worse than I figured it was. He might drop over dead almost any time.
No.
I wouldn't have no reason to lie to you, would I?
Well, what's ailing Ace?
It's his heart.
Yeah?
He's got thermatopolis of the latter cardiac offering.
He's got all that?
Well, he's got that for sure. But there's a couple of other things that might be wrong with him, too.
Sheriff, if that doc ain't lying, you savvy what that means?
You're blamed right I do.
Now, don't forget, I didn't want to tell you about this.
If Ace is really going to Harmony...
If he has, somebody will be riding in that passed him on the way. It's a 2-day ride over there.
We'll wait to find out. And if it's so, we'd better start figuring what to do.
And I'm telling you, we'd better figure fast.
Gideon Wells' story was told and retold until it had reached the ears of every voter in the county. Each time it was repeated, Ace Dolan's condition grew worse.
Hey, Bart! What's the excitement? You heard about Ace Dolan?
Huh?
Some fellas seen him riding over to the sanitarium in Harmony.
What for?
There's something mighty wrong with him. They tell he ain't likely to live.
You don't say so.
And if he don't, he won't be able to do nothing to us if we vote for Pete for sheriff.
Well, I'll be doggone.
I gotta tell the folks at home about it. Get up there, come on.
I just learned for a fact that Ace is dying. Dying? The doctors over to Harmony don't give him a chance. You're sure of that? There ain't no doubt at all. I'm voting Charlie Wilson out of office and Pete Sampson in. My golly, so am I.
Ace just died. Word just came to town. He cashed in his tips over to the sanitarium.
Good Mavericks. Wait till I tell the sheriff about that.
That means this bunch will be busted up.
And the election is just tomorrow.
We can vote them crooks out. And we'll vote them out for good.
Ace Dolan's men became panic-stricken as the rumor of his death reached Buffalo Point. In his office, Sheriff Charlie Wilson, openly worried, tried to reason out the course he should follow.
I don't know what's going to happen with Ace gone. Blast it, what did I have to tie myself up with him for? I wish I'd never...
Charlie.
Now what do you want?
Just came from the cafe. They got word Ace is dead. Everybody's talking about it.
Don't you figure I got ears?
You heard the same?
I most likely heard it before you did.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
You gotta do something.
For God's sake, now what?
Ace is dead.
If one more fella tells me that, I'll blow his fool head off.
But I'm telling...
nothing. Of course he's dead. But what we got to think about is the election.
We can't win it now.
There ain't a chance.
But if you fellas stick with me...
And why should we? It was Ace paid us our salaries. With him gone, we're drifting, and we're drifting right smart.
You can't do this to me.
You might win out again, Charlie, but it ain't worth betting our necks on it.
You yeller coyotes.
We're just using our heads.
Instead of losing them.
But wait.
We ain't waiting. The election's tomorrow. That just gives us a 24-hour spot.
And 24 hours ain't none too many.
Blast them. Blast them all. The dirty skunks. They're all lighting out and leaving me to face the music.
Leaving the sheriff to worry over his own affairs, Ace Dolan's henchmen hurried to the ranch house, packed their few belongings, mounted their horses, and started for the open country. They rode all through the night and stopped in the morning only long enough to refresh their tired horses. Then they started out again. They had ridden only a short way when...
Hey, look up ahead.
Huh?
Ain't that Ace?
It looks like him, sure enough.
Well, that'll be... Whoa, 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 whoa. If that ain't Ace, it's his ghost.
Gosh, don't say that.
Hi there. Hi, fellers.
Oh, there. Oh.
What are you fellas doing here? Boss, we heard you was dead. What's that?
Sure we did. It's all over town.
And that was it, huh? And that's why they got me out of town. It was just to pull some trick like this. I went to Harmony to help my brother. He wasn't there at all. It was just a trick, I tell you. It must have been.
Boss, what are you going to do?
I'll do a plenty. Come on. I'll show them fellas that Ace Dolan ain't to be fooled with. Get up there. Get up. Come on. Get up.
Excitement ran high during the casting of the ballots. The greater part of the voting was done in the county seat, and everyone knew that whichever candidate carried Buffalo Point would also carry the county. When the election was over, everyone crowded into the cafe to hear the final returns.
I'm betting Pete won out.
Most likely you want 10 votes for Charlie in the whole county.
Them gunslingers Ace hired lit out last night, and a blame good thing.
They ought to have them votes counted by now.
I'll bet the sheriff hated to have to stay in town till it was over.
And it's Charlie that's got to announce the result. Look outside. The sheriff's coming now.
Yeah, and Pete with him.
Charlie ain't looking so happy.
Here they are. What's the vote? Who's sheriff?
Hey, Pete, did you win?
Come on, tell us what the count was.
Keep quiet, will you? All the votes are in and counted.
Are you still sheriff, Charlie?
I got 150 votes, and Pete got 463.
Quiet! Quiet, fellas!
So I'm turning over my badge to Pete.
And the first thing I'm doing as new sheriff is to put you in jail, Charlie.
You can't do that.
You got it coming. You stuck up for that bunch of killers and thieves. You bullied everyone in town to try to get justice.
It ain't so.
You're lucky you're just getting jailed instead of hung.
Jailing's too good for
It
you.
ain't fair.
What's going on here?
Where's that blasted sawbone?
Ace Dolan. But he's dead.
Who said I was dead?
You went to the sanitarium.
Is everybody loco?
I ain't so loco that I ain't arresting you too, Ace.
Arresting me?
I'm the law here now.
What?
The election's over, Ace. I got beat out.
You got beat out?
What in blazes been happening here?
They just told you. Everybody figured you cashed in your chips.
Well, Abby, who said that?
It was the doc told us the night you left here.
Why, that dirty...
You ain't in no position to do anything to him now.
But Ace, if there wasn't something wrong with you, why'd you leave here?
Because that blasted old coot told me my brother was going to be jailed in Harmony.
It wasn't my idea. It was the masked fella.
The masked fella?
Yep. He figured if we could trick Ace into leaving town like he did, we could spread that story about him ailing bad.
Why?
Shut up, Charlie.
Then when folks got to believing you was dead, Ace, they wasn't scared no more to vote agin Charlie.
It ain't fair, I tell you. Why should just me and Ace get jailed while all the others get away?
They didn't. The masked fella and his Indian pard and me picked him up last night when they was running off.
You weren't the sheriff then?
No, but we figured if I lost out, we'd let him go. And if I didn't, we'd have him where we could jail him.
You're not going to jail me. Look out for the gun. Look out for him. Last you. Oh, my.
A masked fella shot you.
That's the masked man we was talking about.
There he goes.
Make him wait.
We want to thank him.
Hold on, fellas. That hombre done a heap for us, but you ain't got no more chance of thanking him than you have of outthinking him.
And why not?
Because he's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Chase Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
I'd like to talk to the ladies for a moment. We can't eliminate your work for you. I wish we could. But if your job is keeping a home in order, we'll try to lighten the load with a series of wonderful weekday radio shows on this same NBC station. Walter O'Keefe is your genial host on Double or Nothing, and O'Keefe's okay. Set your dial to Double or Nothing, and the laughter will add a bit of brightness to your day. Another friend of yours is radio's Warren Hull, who daily presides over Strike It Rich, the program with a heart, the program that can give you a lift while bringing financial happiness to a contestant. Dave Garroway is another gloom chaser in NBC's daytime schedule. And Bob and Ray, this year's Peabody Award-winning comics, make subtle fun of radio in a rib-tickling way. So be sure to include them in your listening, too. Yes, as I said before, I wish we could eliminate your housework, but since we can't, maybe listening to these fine NBC shows will help to pass the time more quickly. Why don't you try it out, tomorrow and every day this week? Now, Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Double Edge.
It is 11:30 on a Monday morning in June during the early 1920s. In the town of Holden, Texas, an elderly woman puts through a telephone call to the bank.
That's right, operator. 423J. Now you be quiet, baby. You know your mother doesn't like you to cry.
Hello?
Mr. Van?
Yes?
This is Agatha Winford. How are you today?
Oh, just fine, thanks, Miss Winford. Say, would you hold on a second, please? Just a minute. Here's your bankbook, Miss Sugar. Fine, fine. do for you, Miss Winford?
Oh, well, I'm over here at Miss Johnson's minding her baby while she's marketing, and I thought she wouldn't mind if I used her phone to call you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just got a notice from you this morning, and I want to tell you the bank's made an awful mistake in my account.
What is the mistake, Mrs. Winford?
Well, I know I've got $43 left in my checking account, but that notice you sent said I've only got 23. Now, that's just not so.
Now, we're very careful here, ma'am. Maybe you made some kind of mistake in your addition.
No, I didn't.
Would you please excuse me, Miss Winford? Can you hold on while I take care of a customer here?
Well, all right.
Thank you. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'll be with you in a minute, baby. Baby, oh, well. Now, baby, don't you cry. Yeah, that's a good baby. Now, you just be nice while I finish talking to Mr. Vance here. Mr. Vance?
Now, look, mister. Give me all the money you got.
Still busy.
Put it in this paper bag. All right, now, wait a minute. Here. Give me the rest. In the back of the drawer. I don't have any more. You want your brains blown out? Give me that money.
Oh!
All right. Here you are, mister.
Mr. Vance?
Keep it quiet back
Mr.
there.
Vance?
When he talking.
Oh.
That's all I got, mister. Who you kidding? Go over that other drawer and clean it out.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
What am I going to do?
What's his phone doing off the hook? I don't know.
Oh.
Hang it up. Yes, sir.
Oh, this is awful. Operator. Oh, why don't you answer? Operator.
Mrs. Winford notified the sheriff that the bank was being held up. Within a matter of minutes, the sheriff raced to the scene, only to find that the hold-up men had already made a getaway. After a preliminary survey, the sheriff requested assistance from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned and arrived at the bank 15 minutes later.
Over here, Jace.
Howdy, Sheriff.
I'm glad you could get here so fast.
I was only about 10 miles away when my headquarters contacted me.
Fellas that held up this place sure had a lot of nerve.
How many were there?
Only two, as far as I can gather. One of them kept the customers in the back. The other one got the money from the teller. Took nearly $6,000.
Anybody able to identify them?
Nope, they were both wearing bandanas over their faces.
How about their getaway? Anybody see them after they left the bank?
Not a soul that I could find. Seems like they just disappeared into thin air. We did get one break, though.
What's that?
Well, the teller keeps an extra $200 in his drawer just in case the bank is held up. 10/20s with a special marking.
How are the bills marked?
There's a green dot inked in under the first letter of the serial number. Naturally, the bank's got a record of the numbers.
That'll help us some. We'll get out a circular. By tomorrow morning, every bank and police officer in Texas will have a copy.
It beats me how these fellas had so much nerve. Had it planned right down to the last move. They even took into consideration... Oh, there's Jim Vance coming out of that office. He's a teller. Reckon he's bringing that list of serial numbers. Got that list of numbers for us, Jim?
Yes, sir. Right here. But there was something else I want to see you by.
What's that?
Well, now, I forgot all about this in the excitement. The man who was holding customers in the back, he passed me on his way out.
Yeah?
Seemed to be having trouble with his bandana. It slipped down a little just as he got alongside my window.
You mean you got to look at his face?
Oh, no, sir. Not exactly. But I did see one thing. Remembered it while I was writing out those numbers just now. He had a mole under his eye. Pretty good size one, too.
Which eye was it under?
Right? No, I got it twisted. I was facing him, so it must have been his left eye.
Well, at least we got some information for that bulletin, Jace.
Yeah, let's put it on the wires. We broadcast the list of serial numbers and a vague description of the bank robbers. The first day brought no results. On the morning of the second day, I received a call from Sam Crane, constable in the town of Compton, 30 miles from the scene of the robbery. He told me the bank in Compton had reported receiving one of the marked bills the day before. The sheriff wasn't free at the moment, so I went to Compton alone. 10 that morning, I entered the constable's office.
Well, Jay.
Howdy, Crane.
Good to see you again. Real good. It's been a long time since we worked together.
Over a year. What about that marked bill? Bank tell you who brought it in?
It took the bank a little while to find out. Had to go through all their deposit slips from yesterday. Finally told me it was the owner of a hardware store here. Man by the name of Allen.
They're sure about that?
Yeah, and we might be lucky. Was the only 20 in his deposit for yesterday.
Haven't you checked him yet?
Well, no. I thought it might be better if you did it. See, Allen and I don't get along very well. Don't think he'd be too cooperative with me. This thing's too important to take a chance.
Uh-huh. Tell me where his place is. I'll go see him.
It's just down the street. I'll go along with you, Jace, but if you don't mind, I'll let you do the talking.
Sure. You figure this Allen could have been involved in the robbery himself?
Him? Oh, no, Jace. Old man Allen's over 60.
How come you two don't get along?
Well, about a year ago, I bought some tools from him. No good, any of them. The old buzzard never would let me have my money back.
I sure hope he can give us something to go on.
Well, if Allen does remember who handed him this bill, my guess is it'll turn out to be somebody who just passed through Compton.
Maybe so.
Constable.
Oh, howdy, Miss Palmer.
Constable, have you had any luck?
Well, to tell the truth, I've been pretty busy since you came in this morning. Anyhow, I was sure your husband would be back by now.
Well, he's not. I told you he went out yesterday afternoon right after he got that phone call. Jeff's never stayed away like this without saying where he was going.
Now, Mrs. Palmer, he'll turn up.
But he didn't even take the car. Whenever he goes away, he always takes it.
Maybe he's over at his brother's place. Bet you haven't even called there, have you?
Well, no, I haven't.
Well, why don't you go home then? He's probably been trying to reach you.
But it's 20 miles over to his brother's house. He couldn't get there without the car.
Well, maybe he got a ride. Now, you run along home before he gets worried, wondering why he can't reach you.
Well, all right, Constable.
Keeping you busy, huh?
Yeah. That husband of hers is always taking off.
Are you sure he's not missing?
Nah. Jeff Palmer takes a notion to go somewhere, he goes. He's only been away one night.
Uh-huh.
I swear it never rains but it pours. For 3 weeks, nothing's happened here. Now I got more work than I can handle. Well, here's the hardware store. Hope old man Allen's memory's better than I think it is.
Oh, it's you, Constable. Thought I told you I didn't want to do business with you no more.
Don't worry, Allen. I wouldn't think of buying anything from this store. Ranger Pearson here wants to ask you a few questions.
Well, all right. What's on your mind, Ranger?
You have that bill, Crane.
For sure, Jace.
Mr. Allen, you deposited this bill in the bank yesterday.
What's the matter, counterfeit?
It's part of the money that was stolen from a bank in Holden.
Oh, you mean in that big robbery over there on Monday?
That's right.
That's so. I read about it in the paper.
This was the only 20 you deposited yesterday. Do you remember who brought it in here?
Let me see. No, Ranger, don't reckon I do.
I was afraid he wouldn't, Jace.
Just what do you mean by that, Constable?
Now, wait a minute, both of you.
I'm sorry, Ranger. Just give me a second or two. Maybe I can remember the fellow that brought it in.
Just take your time.
See, now, it's been... No, it's no use. I just can't bring him to mind.
Do you have any idea if it was yesterday morning or in the afternoon you got the bill?
Couldn't say.
What time do you take the money to the bank?
About 2:30, same time I always do.
I see. And how much cash do you usually have on hand when you open the store in the morning?
Maybe $25, $30. Just enough to make change.
If somebody handed you a $20 bill any time before noon, it would pretty much clean out your cash drawer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I reckon it would.
Well, then isn't it a pretty good chance you received the bill sometime between noon and the time you went to the bank?
Well, I never thought of it that way. But I still don't... Wait a minute. Yep, it's coming back to me now. I just finished eating, and this fella come in and bought a box of shotgun shells. He was the one that gave me the 20.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
Did you know the man, Mr. Allen?
Oh, I've seen him around town. I don't know his name. Could be lives in one of them farms outside Compton.
Could you give us a description of him?
Well, I ain't much of a hand at telling people what other people look like.
Well, do you remember if he had a mole under his left eye?
Mole? To tell you the truth, Ranger, I'm just not sure. Maybe he did, but I can't swear one way or the other.
All right, Mr. Allen. Thanks a lot.
One thing I'll say, if I was to see this fella again, I'd know him.
I hope we can show him to you soon. Come on, Crane. Let's get back to your office.
I still think the old man made a mistake, Jace. That bank job wasn't pulled by any local boys.
Maybe not. There's no doubt one of the men we're after was around here. We've got to see if he's still around.
Oh, Miss Palmer, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry to make a pest of myself, Constable.
That's all right.
I called Jeff's brother, and he isn't over there. I don't know where he is.
No, he'll turn up.
Something's happened to him. I know it. Ranger, maybe you can help me. Isn't there anything I can do to find my husband?
Well, you could have the constable file a missing persons report. That way all the police in the state would be on the lookout for him.
Will you do that, Constable?
Oh, sure, Miss Palmer, but I think before you do that, you ought to give Jeff a little longer to show up.
I can't wait any longer. I couldn't sleep all last night. I know something's happened to him.
All right, I'll file a report. It's so long since I filled one out, I'm not even sure I've got the form.
I got some in the car if you need them.
Oh, here's one. Now, Mrs. Palmer, you're all upset. Why don't you go on home? I'll fill this out myself.
Don't forget, Crane. Mrs. Palmer has to sign the form.
Oh, yeah.
Probably be better if she fills in the description anyhow.
What kind of a description do you need, Ranger?
The usual description: height, weight, color of hair, and eyes. Anything we can use to identify him.
Well, Jeff looks just about like anybody else.
Now, no two people are alike, Mrs. Palmer. There must be something that's different about him.
I can't think of anything, except maybe a mole.
What's that?
He's got a mole under his left eye.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
As a civilian at home, what is your obligation to a soldier in a foxhole in Korea? Maybe you haven't considered that question. If you haven't, it's understandable. A foxhole in Korea is pretty remote, after all, from your everyday life. And it wouldn't help if you were constantly worrying. But if you have stopped to consider it, the least we can do here at home in the States is to help keep America financially strong. That's the best way to back up the men in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. One of the best ways to help keep America financially strong is to buy United States defense bonds regularly. If you think you can't afford it, look into the payroll savings plan where you work. You'll probably change your mind. You can have any amount you specify saved from each paycheck. When there's enough for a defense bond, it is purchased and turned over to you. And remember, today defense bonds offer you more interest, a quicker return on your money. They're now even better. Invest more in defense bonds. Now, Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Double Edge.
I was fairly sure now that Jeff Palmer was one of the two men we were after. Continued questioning of his wife convinced me she knew nothing of the bank robbery. We put out an APB on Palmer. 3 days later, I had a call from the sheriff. A man whose description matched Palmer's had been found dead in a creek near Compton. The quickest way for me to get there was on horseback through 2 miles of brush. When I reached the creek, I forded it and headed upstream to the spot where the sheriff and his men were waiting. Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, it's a good thing you had your horse, Jake. Saved you 20 miles of driving.
Yeah, whoa, Charlie, whoa, boy. Who found the body?
Those fellows over there. They were out fishing. Spotted a man's arm sticking out of the water. Body'd been wired to an old log, but it looks like one of the wires worked loose.
Let's take a look at him.
Yeah, right over here, Jace.
Pretty sure it's Palmer?
Well, description checks with the one his wife signed, so I reckon it's him. Here we are.
Yeah. Shot 4 times. Fellow who did it must have been standing right next to him.
Somebody really wanted to make sure he was dead. I wonder why Palmer was killed.
Well, there's only 2 reasons I can think of. Either to shut him up or keep him from getting his share of the money. Maybe both.
Sounds reasonable. If we find the second man in that bank robbery, we'll probably have the one who killed Palmer. There don't seem to be much to go on.
One thing we can be pretty sure of, he was killed right here.
How do you figure that?
Attempt's been made to cover it up, but you can still see quite a bit of blood on the ground here.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I thought he could have been killed somewhere else and brought here.
And then there wouldn't be all this blood. Not much bleeding after death.
Well, it would have been smart of the killer to do the job here. Certainly not many people around.
No, we'll have to go over the area. You checked that cabin up on the hill, Sheriff?
Where?
Through those trees.
No, I didn't notice it before.
The person who lives there could have heard the shots. We'd better talk to him.
Okay. Opening in the brush, we can go up through here. It's pretty much trampled from here on up the hill. Somebody's come down almost to the spot where Palmer was killed.
In the past few days, too, from the look of it.
You think whoever lives in that cabin had something to do with this business?
Could be.
Yeah, they might have been hiding out here together and then... Hey, Jace, a man just ducked behind that tree up there.
Yeah.
Look, he's starting up the hill.
Hold it right where you are. Hold it, I said.
Mr. Ranger, I ain't done nothing.
Nobody's saying you have. What's your name?
Dan Bolton, sir.
You live in that cabin up there?
Yes, sir.
Stay around there pretty much, do you?
Most of the time. Except about once a week, I take my mule and go into town.
You heard any shooting around here in the last couple of days?
Yes, sir, I have.
When was this?
Reckons about 4 days ago. I was smoking some meat back at the cabin, and I hear some shooting.
Did you come down the hill to see what it was?
Mr. Ranger, please don't ask me no more questions.
Dan, it's very important we find out what happened. You could help us.
Well, all right, sir. As soon as I hear the shots, I come about halfway down the hill.
Could you see anybody?
I seen a man bending over another man on the ground. I ducked down quick here in here's brush. I was scared if he'd see me, he'd shoot me, too.
Did you see his face?
Yes, sir.
You know who he was?
No, sir.
I don't think you're telling us the truth, Dan.
Mr. Ranger, I just live here in my cabin, and I don't hurt nobody, and I don't want nobody hurting me.
Dan, tell us who the man was you saw down here the other day.
I can't, Mr. Ranger.
I'm scared.
Nothing's going to happen to you. I can promise you that.
Well, like I say, I was hiding here in the brush. I didn't see this man's face good till he picked the other man up and carried him over to the creek. Then I seen him real plain.
Who was it, Dan?
The constable in the Compton, Mr. Sam Crane.
We questioned the old man further. He was absolutely sure it was Constable Sam Crane he had seen. We took Dan back into town with us. When we arrived at the mortuary where the dead man's body had been taken, we put Dan in an office next to the morgue. And I phoned the constable and asked him to come over as quickly as possible. The sheriff and I stayed in the room with Palmer's body. 5 minutes later, Crane walked in.
I got here as quick as I could, Jace. What's this all... Oh, Sheriff.
Howdy, Crane.
You wanted me for something?
I found the body of a man. It could be Palmer. I'd like you to identify him.
Well, sure, but why me? Why didn't you get Miss Palmer?
Wanted to be sure we were right before we call her down here. There's no use getting her any more upset than we have to.
Well, I didn't know him very well, Jace.
Didn't you? Funny, I got the idea you did.
That the body over there?
Yeah, better take a look.
Where'd you find him?
In a creek about 10 miles from here. Pull the sheet back, will you, Sheriff?
Sure, Jace.
Well, Crane?
Oh. You can cover him up again. It's Jeff Palmer. Who killed him?
I thought maybe you could tell us that.
Me?
Where were you at 11:30 Monday morning?
Monday?
Uh-huh. Where were you?
Well, I don't know, Jace. Reckon I was in my office working.
I reckon you weren't, Crane.
Look,
How about Tuesday? The day after the bank was robbed in Holden. The afternoon that Jeff Palmer disappeared.
Jace, why are you asking me all these questions?
Because we think you and Palmer robbed that bank in Holden.
What?
The morning after the stick-up, you got the circular saying some of the money was hot.
Now, wait a minute, Jace.
You went out to warn Palmer. And when you found out he'd already spent some of the money and would probably be traced, you had to shut him up. You took him out the creek and killed him.
You're crazy, Jace. If I did that, you think I'd have reported finding one of the stolen bills?
You had to do that. If you hadn't reported it, the bank would, and you knew it.
That's a pretty serious accusation you're making, Jace.
I wouldn't be making it unless I was pretty sure of what I was saying.
How can you be so sure?
Come into the next room with us, Crane.
What for?
You'll find out. Better take his gun, Sheriff.
Look, you.
Hold still. That's better.
Now, come on.
Fine friend you turned out to be.
You think I like doing this? Dan?
Yes, sir.
Who's this?
Dan, take a look at this man.
Yes, sir.
Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
You sure you know him?
Yes, sir. He's Mr. Sam Crane.
Where'd you see him last?
Mr. Ranger.
Just tell us where you saw him, Dan.
Out the creek at my place.
You lie.
Hold it, Crane. Dan, when you saw him out at the creek, what was he doing?
He takes some man off the ground and put him in the creek.
That's a lie. Jace, I've known you for 10 years. You're going to take his word against mine?
Yes, I am.
Without giving me a chance?
You had your chance when Palmer's wife came in and reported him missing. You tried to brush her off.
You're a liar.
I didn't know why you were so lax then, but I do now. You were afraid we'd find your partner's body.
Why, Jace? I'll kill you, you lout. I don't think you will.
Don't try that again, Crane.
You can't railroad me like this. I'm still a police officer.
That's something I've been ashamed of for the past 3 hours. Come on. During the ride to the county jail, Crane said nothing, but the hate and bitterness showed in his eyes. We booked him for murder and locked him up. We searched his house and found the money from the bank robbery sewed inside a mattress. 2 months later, Crane was tried in the district court at Holden for armed robbery and murder. As the arresting officer, I was subpoenaed and took the stand against him. The trial lasted a week. When the jury left the courtroom, I went outside and stood on the courthouse steps. After a while, the sheriff came out and walked toward me.
Well, it's all over, Jace. Jury recommended the chair. They didn't seem to have any trouble deciding he was guilty.
No, I reckon not.
I didn't know you'd walked out till after the jury came back. Sorry you didn't get to hear the verdict.
It's all right, Sheriff. I wasn't anxious to hear it.
Jace, you don't mind my saying so. You're taking this thing too hard.
Maybe so.
Crane is no good. He's rotten clean through. You ought to be glad you helped him get what he deserves.
Somehow I can't feel that way. It's bad enough sending the man to the chair any time. Somebody you've known and worked with.
Yeah, reckon I understand how you feel. The deputies are bringing him out now.
I was hoping I'd see you before they took me away, Pearson.
Hello, Crane.
Wait a minute, boys. I got a few words to say to Pearson here.
Never mind what you got to say. Charlie, take him on.
Just a second. What were you going to say, Crane?
You think you're pretty smart, don't you? testifying against me like you did.
I only did what I had to.
Yeah? Well, listen, Pearson. I'll get you. I'll get you over the last thing I do.
Sorry you feel that way.
You hear me, Pearson? I'm going to get you.
Take him away, boys.
I'll get you, Pearson. I'll get you.
Dirty scum. He ought to have his face pushed in.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's go get some coffee. I went back to headquarters. A week later, on the day Crane was to be taken from the county jail to the penitentiary, I received a message saying the sheriff wanted to see me. I drove to Holden and went to the sheriff's office.
Sorry to bring you all the way back here, Jace. I hope you're not going to be sore at me.
What's up?
Well, it's about Crane. I was supposed to leave for Huntsville with him 2 hours ago.
No trouble, is there?
Oh, no, not a bit. Matter of fact, ever since he was sentenced, Crane's been a changed man.
How do you mean?
Well, his whole attitude's different, Jace. He even asked the judge to move up his electrocution date. Said he wanted to get it over with as quick as possible. Then he asked to see you, Jace.
What for?
You've got no idea how sorry he is for the way he acted last week. When he begged to see you, why, well, it was one favor I just couldn't refuse him.
I'm glad you didn't. Where is he?
I got him locked up back here. We're all set to leave. You want to wait till I bring him out?
I'll go with you.
I just can't get over the way he's changed. I reckon it's knowing he's going to die that did it.
Well, whatever it is, I'm happy to hear he has changed. You know how bad I felt about this whole thing.
Yeah, and last week I thought you were wrong. Now I'm ready to eat my words. Here we are. Crane?
Okay, Sheriff.
I got a hold of Jace for you.
Oh, thanks, Sheriff.
Hello, Crane.
Jace, I don't know how to say this.
Don't worry about it. I understand.
No, I've got to say it. I figured out a dozen ways of telling you, and none of them seems right. I reckon the best way is just to say I'm sorry.
That's all right, Crane.
I've been thinking about it the way I blew off at you. I was wrong. You just did what you had to do. Jace, will you shake hands with me?
Sure I will.
I reckon we better get moving, boys.
Would you do a favor for me, Jace?
If I can.
There's a girl over in Compton. We've been going together a few years. Might have been married someday.
You want me to go see her?
Would you, Jace? Drop in on her every now and then and see if she's getting along all right.
I'd be glad to.
I'd like to show you a picture of her. Sheriff, is that my satchel over there?
Yeah, all packed and ready to go.
There's a picture of my girl in it. Could I have it?
Sure, Crane.
It's right on top. I feel real sorry for her, Jace. All the publicity.
This it in the leather frame?
Yeah. I never deserved a girl like her in the first place.
Here you are.
Thanks. What do you think of her, Jace?
Pretty girl.
You bet she is. Here, let me get it into a better light. Now you can see what I wanted you to see.
Jake, he's got a razor blade.
I told you I'd get you.
A little late.
My arm.
Drop that blade.
Drop it.
Now, put the cuffs on him, Sheriff.
Yeah.
You dirty louse.
Shut up. Should have known better than to trust him. Where'd you get that razor blade anyhow?
I had it hidden in the picture frame.
Say, your hand's bleeding, Jace. Did he get you bad?
Just nicked me a little.
Shut up in your throat.
I told you to shut up. Come on, Crane. The last favor you'll get from me.
Get your mouthy paws off me. Come on.
Sheriff, I hope you got room in your car for one more. This boy needs lots of company.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Monday means music on NBC, and tomorrow evening you're invited to relax in your favorite easy chair or outdoors where you can catch a breath of a breeze and listen to the finest in musical entertainment on NBC. The Railroad Hour once again will bring you an original operetta by Jerry Lawrence and Bob Lee, with music composed and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae, will be joined by lovely Lucille Norman to bring you Starlight. Later, the Telephone Hour will present the brilliant young pianist Nicole Henriot as the special guest of the evening. And, of course, Monday's musical entertainment wouldn't be complete without the Voice of Firestone. Tomorrow evening, the Voice of Firestone presents soprano Roberta Peters and the music of Howard Barlow and the Firestone Orchestra and Chorus. Yes, Monday night is truly a night to relax and beat the heat by finding the coolest spot available and listening to NBC's great musical programs. Be sure to hear them all tomorrow. Now, the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
Now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Sam Crane was taken to Huntsville Penitentiary and confined in the special cell block set aside for condemned prisoners. 93 days later, still defiant, he died in the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. McCrea is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Frank Gerstle, Parley Bear, Paul McVeigh, and Robert Bice. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Tales of the Texas Rangers is heard each week overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Hal Gibney speaking.
Tonight, hear the Hollywood Bowl concert on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day. Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Winter in Montreal. Cold, blustery. A good time to stay indoors around a warm fire. Especially if you're a young woman like Nicole Nugent and living with a female friend like Laura Prescott. Staying indoors is an especially good idea if two women living just down the street have been murdered within the past week, which they have. Some male companionship, a shoulder to lean on, would perhaps be a comfort. Nicole has Christopher Galloway, but he's off working on a novel. And Laura has just returned home, accompanied by a gentle-mannered young Englishman named Julian Brooke. A comfort? Hardly. For Laura Prescott met the man while on her way home, while another man whose face she couldn't see was about to drag her off into the park. Face of the Foe continues after this message.
$3 billion a year. That's the amount lost through shoplifting and theft in American stores annually. It is clear that a great number of those involved are not practicing criminals, but ordinary citizens. Many rationalize their actions with the common reflection, so what? They're insured. A phrase that justifies nothing. It is not only property that's at issue, it is the sacredness of all things within the community of man. Ecologists and conservationists are making the point of the interdependence of all plant and animal life. Pollution breaks the cycle. So, too, when we break the trust we owe one another in the community of man, we contribute to moral pollution. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Body ached, my head was throbbing. And then Laura was there, back from her night class. White as a sheet. I got sick all over again.
A man attacked her on the street and tried to drag her off into the park.
Oh, Laura, how dreadful. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Thanks to Mr. Brooke. You tell her about it, will you, Julian?
After I pour you some brandy.
Thanks, Nicky. I'm just a bit shaky, that's all.
Mr. Brooke?
Yes, I could do this by myself, thank you.
Now, tell me.
Well, I was driving on Côte Saint-Luc, there along the park, you know, between Godfrey and Winnicott Road, when suddenly I saw this woman on the sidewalk struggling with a man. I braked my car quickly and dashed out to help her.
That was a risky thing to do, but thank God you did.
By then, the blackguard was trying to drag her off into the park. I shouted a warning, and he let go of her and ran off. Left poor Laura here shaking and sobbing on the grass.
Did he hurt you, Laura?
No, he just handled me roughly, that's all.
She'll have a few bruises, I should imagine.
But Lord knows what he would have done if Julian hadn't stopped to help me. It was foolish of me to be walking by it, especially after 2 women have just been murdered in this area.
And considering the man who accosted you might possibly have been the murderer, I think we'd better call the police.
I was expecting the battered little figure of Lieutenant Detective Philippe to reappear at our door in answer to Julian's call. But instead, a pair of lesser police officers arrived to take notes on the incident and firmly caution Laura and me to do no more walking the streets alone at night. Later in the week, I was especially glad that Julian Brooke had come into Laura's life, because Norman Roxburgh, the obnoxious man in her restaurant administration class, was still giving her trouble.
He even grabbed my arm and tried to keep me from getting into the taxi last night after class. I can't reason with him, Nicky. He really hurt me. As if I didn't have enough black and blue marks from that awful little encounter in the park.
That is awful, but what can you do about him?
I've already done the only thing I can. Switch classes. They're on the same nights, but begin and end an hour earlier. So hopefully I won't have to see anything more of Mr. Roxburgh.
But a lot more of Julian Brooke? Laura only smiled, but the look in her sea-green eyes answered my question. It was Friday evening, and we were both dressing for our dates, hers with Julian, mine with Chris and Lisa and Guy Sabrin. Aunt Emily was also coming by to pick up the birthday cake she'd asked Laura to bake.
Do you think your Aunt Emily's friend will like it?
Oh, he should love it. According to Aunt Emily, Donald Hamill is a nice boy with a lot of soul.
Leave it to your Aunt Emily to take in a couple of homeless boys off the street.
That worries me, especially from the way she describes the other one. She thinks he may be using drugs.
That could be risky.
You know, Aunt Emily, we should all live life to the fullest while we... That's probably her now. I'll get it. But it was Julian Brooke, looking youthful and attractive, in a narrow-cut royal blue coat that set off his fair skin and dark blonde hair. I ushered him into the living room and told him Laura would be out in a few moments. He settled on the sofa with a cocktail, and as I left the room, I saw him bring out a pad of paper and a pen and start sketching. Laura had told me he was a designer of modern furniture. This time it was Aunt Emily, in a pair of plum velvet knickers, white silk knee socks, and a white silk blouse with ruffles of lace at her throat and wrists. She looked like a transplanted court page. And to my surprise, she had her 2 homeless boys in tow.
Boys? This is my niece, Nicole. Nicky, this is Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha.
She sat down cross-legged on the floor, as she always did, and Donald settled beside her, cradling his guitar in his lap and stroking it fondly as though it were a baby. Tony Bartha, meanwhile, stayed scowling in a corner apart from the group. Aunt Emily's sparrow-bright eyes darted at once to the sketch Julian Brooke had been doodling. It wasn't furniture design after all, but a skillful line drawing in red ink of a sailing ship, its clouds of canvas billowing in imaginary wind, the figure of an angel blowing a trumpet at its bow.
That's a really far-out sketch, Mr. Brooke. Is she a clipper ship?
She's the Flying Cloud, a beauty. You a sailing enthusiast, Mrs. Teasdale?
Oh, yes. I love beauty in motion. You know, it's funny. I could swear I saw a very similar sketch of a clipper ship recently. Only where?
Do you ever pop into the Warwick Tea Room by any chance?
Of course, that's it. I go there sometimes after church for Sunday brunch. They have a whole wall of clipper ships, all done in red ink, as it happens.
Precisely. They're all there. The Cutty-Sark, the Moppelay, the Flying Spurs, Sir Lancelot, Ariel.
Oh, ships have such romantic-sounding names. I must think of a magic, exciting name for my motorcycle. What do you think, Nicky?
I'm sorry, Aunt Emily. I'm only glad it's winter and you're not riding that thing.
Lovely girl, my niece, but so conservative. Aha! Let's hope this is that man of yours. I'll bet you he could think of a name.
It was Chris with Guy and Lisa. They made a striking-looking couple. Lisa was a statuesque blonde with a Valkyrian profile, her thick golden hair braided into a coronet, adding a queenly touch to her Earth Mother figure. Guy Sabrin was lean and suave-looking, his dark satyr face set off by a pair of bushy brows that curled upward like the horns of a devil, and a carefully groomed black Van Dyke beard.
A devil's beard.
What, Aunt Emily?
That detective investigating Kathleen Windsor's murder. He's been asking me to describe the man I saw her with in the car that day, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what he looked like. But seeing Mr. Sabrin reminded me.
He had a Van Dyke beard like mine?
Yes, Mr. Sabrin. The man had a beard like yours. Exactly like yours.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, what's things like out Route 59? Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen the kids' world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F. Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560, right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
With the apartment full of people and the whole neighborhood nervous about the recent murders, we'll leave it to Aunt Emily to say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
You have a devil's beard, Mr. Sabrin.
Please, Mrs. Teasdale, it's a Van Dyke or a space beard if you like, but don't call it a devil's beard. You'll frighten my wife.
She's perfectly right, darling. You do have a decidedly satanic look.
I have some very special good news to relate later tonight. Haven't I, Lisa?
Oh, what is it? Can't you tell us now?
No. I've bought a special bottle of champagne to open with supper after the theater. My news will have to keep until then.
Chris and I exchanged a look. It was going to be a typical Guy Sabrin evening. His tickets to a play written by his friend, followed by his big news over a bottle of his champagne. He had to be the big shot. The last big news he'd had to share with us was the announcement of his promotion to senior salesman with the distillery firm he worked for. He had bought Lisa a mink coat to celebrate. That was Guy Sabrin's one redeeming quality in my eyes, his almost slavish devotion to Lisa.
Well, your celebration may keep, but Donald's won't. Some of the boys and girls from the drop-in center are coming to share that beautiful cake you made, Laura. Have you thanked Miss Prescott, Donald? Donald?
Oh, please, Aunt Emily. He doesn't have to. I was happy to do it.
Donald is painfully shy, I'm afraid. But not when it comes to his music. Why don't you thank everybody with a song, Donald? That lovely one you wrote. It always makes me cry. It's called City of Night. Go ahead, Donald.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses. Shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete. Murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, someone to care. Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
No one spoke for a moment. Aunt Emily was wiping the tears from her eyes, and I felt a lump in my throat. I'd found myself thinking about poor Kathleen Windsor alone in her apartment, the lonely, love-starved prey of a depraved killer. Then I looked at Donald and saw his sensitive mouth begin to tremble and moisture brimming in his own eyes.
Donald's not used to people being good to him.
My thoughtful Chris moved over to talk to the boy, while Laura put the cake in a hat box for Aunt Emily to carry home. It seemed Aunt Emily was right about Donald Hamill. He was a nice boy with a lot of soul. She was equally right about Tony Bartha, who had done nothing but stand in the corner and look sullen the whole time. I didn't care much for his attitude either. The so-called comedy by Guy Sabrin's friend turned out to be a dismal tragedy. But Lisa's buffet dinner was more than making up for it.
If there was any humor in that comedy, I'm afraid it was too sick to live.
Of course, the rising young novelist Christopher Galloway is a far better judge than an unpublished amateur playwright like myself.
Well, I've never written anything more than an occasional postcard. But I judged the play tonight to be an unqualified bomb.
I guess you're right. My old buddy missed the mark with that one.
Darling, why don't you bring out your champagne now?
Right. We've been waiting all evening for this big news of yours, Guy.
It's worth waiting for, I promise you. Here we go. Very special champagne for a very special occasion.
Oh, look at those beautiful bubbles.
And I'm ready to toast, if you'll just tell us what we're toasting.
A toast to my beautiful wife, Lisa, who is soon to make me a father.
Oh, Lisa, that's wonderful.
Congratulations, Guy. Now, that is big news.
That isn't all. I have a little something else that's a surprise to Lisa as well. A small present, my love, in honor of the occasion.
Guy, what is it?
Open it and see.
Emeralds. But how?
I have a bit of news all my own, darling. I was just given a bonus as the firm's top salesman.
Guy, that's marvelous.
Yeah, nice going, Guy.
But I noticed Lisa didn't say a word. She stared at the emerald necklace for a long moment, then quietly snapped the case shut and put it away. While Chris humored Guy, I followed Lisa into the bedroom. Oh, Lisa, you're worried about something. It's not the baby, is it?
Oh, no. The baby's the most beautiful thing that's happened.
Then what is it?
It's Guy. He worries me. A mink coat, an emerald necklace. We can't afford such things.
But Guy explained. First his promotion, and now a bonus.
He's making all that up. I know he is. He didn't get promoted. And there hasn't been any bonus. That's what worries me so, Nicky. Where is Guy getting so much money?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
Certainly, State Farm has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates. State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value. But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
Sure. We had tuna casserole last week.
It's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Well, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
Well, before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Well, close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
It was Aunt Emily calling to tell Laura how much everybody had enjoyed her Schwarzwalder Kirschtorte. Donald had had a successful party with the kids from the drop-in center. He had played his guitar, and they had all rapped around the clock, as Aunt Emily put it. But then she got on the subject of Tony Bartha.
I've seen him hanging around Crestview Public School several times lately.
Why would someone his age want to hang around an elementary school?
My point exactly. And the other day I saw him talking to a man in a big flashy car parked at the corner by the school. When he saw me, they stopped talking and the man quickly drove away.
Did you ask Tony about it?
Yes. He said the man had just been asking for some directions. But I don't think I can take Tony at his word.
Aunt Emily, do you think there might be a connection between Tony's taking drugs and... well... could he be selling them to school children?
That very thought occurred to me. He's no good, I'm afraid. Certainly he's no good for Donald.
Then you shouldn't be letting him stay at your house.
I've decided I'm not going to any longer. I'm telling him tonight that he has to leave by Monday. He can sleep at the center until he finds someplace else to go.
I hope he doesn't give you any problem about leaving. He's such a surly character.
Oh, he'll give me some of his lip, I suppose. But don't worry, I'll just tune him out. Right here.
By the time Sunday afternoon rolled around, Laura was out on still another date with Julian Brooke. And after slaving all weekend over a hot bobbin, I was eagerly looking forward to my promised afternoon and evening with Chris. We were going to go antique shop browsing in Old Montreal, then have dinner.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Nicky, but I have to write this afternoon. You go ahead and I'll meet you wherever you say for dinner.
But, Chris, you promised.
I know I did, Muffet, but I didn't get my quota of pages done this morning, so I'll just have to keep at it.
But it's only a matter of a few hours.
A few hours counts a lot when you're on a deadline. Now, you know how it is when I'm in the middle of a book.
I know that the book always seems to be more important than anything else.
That's not true, Nicole, but it is my work, and I expect you to understand. I said I'd meet you for dinner. Now, isn't that good enough?
And what am I supposed to do between the time the shops close at 5 and you meet me at 7? Walk the streets?
Go into Notre Dame Cathedral and pray for my soul. I'll be here, Nicole. If you still want to have dinner, call me.
The only times Chris ever called me by my given name, Nicole, was when he was angry. That's the way it would always be with Chris and me. There would always be a book between us. A damned book. Oh, I knew I was being childish, but I was feeling neglected. I looked at the summer frock I had just finished hemming and thought of my trip to Jamaica. Maybe I would meet someone else. Someone who wouldn't put his work ahead of me. One thing I was sure of, I wasn't going to call Chris back. I'd find somebody else to go shopping and have dinner with. And if it couldn't be a man at the moment, well, there was always Aunt Emily.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but it appears I've got hold of that flu bug of yours. In fact, as soon as one of the boys come in, I'm going to send him over to borrow a heating pad from you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course, Aunt Emily. And I hope you feel better soon.
Oh, I will, dear. You know me. I never stay down for long. And it's just as well about this afternoon. Antiques aren't really my bag. They're too old for me.
Oh, you're right, Aunt Emily. They are.
Oh, there's the door. Probably one of the boys now. Ciao, dear.
So I stayed home, watched TV, and cooked myself a lonely hamburger for dinner. Too stubborn to call Chris and apologize. Neither of the boys had showed up to borrow the heating pad for Aunt Emily, so I decided to take it over to her myself. Perhaps I could cheer her up a little, I thought. But I knew it was far more likely it would be she who cheered me up. Feeling depressed over my quarrel with Chris, I gave no thought to my walking alone to Winnicott Road. Aunt Emily's apartment building was on the corner. The main entrance was on Coast Saint-Luc, but I always used the side door on Winnicott. My aunt's apartment was on the main floor, number 3. I was about to knock when I noticed the door wasn't quite closed. The boys probably hadn't closed it on their way in. I'd tell Aunt Emily to caution them not to be so careless. I pushed the door open and walked in, calling out so that Aunt Emily wouldn't be startled. Aunt Emily? Aunt Emily? It's Nicky. The apartment was deathly quiet. Aunt Emily must be asleep, I thought. I crossed the living room, passed the door to the kitchen, and stopped dead. I saw her lying there on the cold linoleum, lying stiffly on her back with her bluish-tinged, fear-contorted face staring up at me. The realization slapped me across the face. Aunt Emily had been murdered.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour. Now, here are the bunkers, Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound.
It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier, Phantom, Skyhawk, Cobra, Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Tonight, Banquo's Chair, starring Donald Crisp and John Loder. Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. This evening, Roma Wines bring you as stars two distinguished gentlemen from the Hollywood sound stages, Donald Crisp and John Loder. Mr. Crisp and Mr. Loder are here to enact for us a strange and startling drama in which they, in the interests of justice, made use of an unusual method to wring a confession of guilt from a criminal. But before we raise the curtain on Rupert Croft Cook's story, Banquo's Chair, which is tonight's study in suspense, here is a message from your host. Let us picture a scene beneath a radiant Caribbean moon at the fashionable Hotel Nacional de Cuba in Havana. An American dinner guest has just raised his glass in a toast to Havana, its traditions, its beauty, the superb dinner, the wine. His Cuban host replies, true, the traditions, the scenery, and the food you enjoy, they are Cuban. But the wine of which you speak so highly, that is of your country. It is the famed Roma wine, made in your own California. Yes, it may surprise you that California produces Roma wines of such uniformly superb quality that they are imported by many foreign countries. But millions of Americans do know and enjoy the excellence of Roma wines daily, with meals and when entertaining. These millions have made Roma America's largest selling wines. They know, too, that Roma wines are amazingly inexpensive, only pennies a glass, for wines of such distinguished character. That's because here in America you pay no high import duty, no expensive shipping charges for Roma, wines that combine age-old winemaking skill with modern testing and quality control. So ask for R-O-M-A,
Roma wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with Banquo's Chair, and with the performances of Donald Crisp as Sir William Brent and John Loder as Arthur Grange, Sir William's friend who relates the story to us, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I would like you to look at this photograph. It's the picture of Sir William Brent, ex-head of the English Criminal Investigation. I knew Sir William well, and he always terrified me. Not in the sense that he was brutal or evil, he was none of that. But look at that cold face, particularly his eyes. When he looked at you, you flushed with guilt. Every misdeed you ever committed in your life floated over your face. A glance from him made you feel as if you were stark naked. He saw you with all your defenses down. I'm going to tell you about Sir William's last case. A case that, well, even recalling it sends real shudders through me. I swear it's true. I wish I never had, but I saw it with my own eyes. I witnessed it in all its dreadful details. One night about 11 in the evening at the club, a boy came up to me.
Telegram for you, sir.
I ripped open the envelope and read the telegram. Dear Arthur, will you come and dine with me at Turret House, Sydenham on Thursday? There will be several guests, and I think I can promise you an unforgettable evening. Signed, William Brent. I was annoyed. I don't like to receive telegrams so late in the evening. And Sir William could easily have phoned, unless he didn't want to go into details with me. I decided to phone him.
Hello? Hello?
And this is Arthur Grange calling.
Yes, I know. Did you receive my telegram?
Yes, Sir William. What's all the mystery about?
I'll tell you about that on Thursday. Are you coming?
Yes, I'll be there.
Very good. I particularly want you to be there.
Well, you sound so mysterious. I'm thinking of coming armed or bringing a couple of bodyguards.
No, it wouldn't be necessary to bring bodyguards. But you had better come armed. Well armed. Yes, bring a revolver. Good night.
Early Thursday evening, I made my way to Turret House. A windy November rain slashed at the streets. Turret House is a huge red brick, unpleasantly somber mansion, an ugly product of Queen Victoria's time. There it squatted, back of the road, almost hidden from view by several dripping pine trees. The neighborhood had seen better days. I walked up along the unkept path until I reached the great oaken door.
Good evening, Mr. Grange. I was waiting for you.
Hello, Lane.
Nasty night, sir, isn't it?
It's not much warmer in here.
There's a fire in the dining room, sir.
Good. Whatever made Sir William move into this drafty dungeon?
Oh, we haven't moved in, sir. It's only temporary. Sir William just rented it. We still live in the West End.
Oh, I see. Have any of the other guests arrived?
Yes, Mr. Grange. Miss Stone is here.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, you must be Roberta Stone, the mystery writer. I'm Arthur Grange.
How do you do, Mr. Grange?
I've read all of your stories, Miss Stone, and enjoyed them tremendously.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you so much.
Listen, just what's going on here tonight?
I don't know. Sir William sounded awfully mysterious.
Didn't he, though? He told me to come armed.
He told me the same thing. Here's my gun. I must admit, I've never fired it in my life. It scares me to death.
Why do you suppose he picked a spot like this to give a dinner party?
Oh, it's the scene of the crime.
Huh? What crime?
Murder. A particularly unpleasant one.
Really? I must say the murderer couldn't have picked a more ideal setting.
Well, good evening, Roberta. Arthur.
Hello.
I'm glad you're both on time.
Hello, Sir William.
Nice apartment you have here. A sort of mausoleum and dining room combined.
You're a bit afraid, aren't you?
Of course not. Why should I be?
Your eyes give you away.
What's all this about? You invite us to this God-forsaken damp dungeon and tell us to come armed?
Now, don't be upset, Arthur. It's only a precaution.
Who's the other guest, Sir William?
Well, there are two more guests. But first, I'll tell you all about it. Lane, will you serve the drinks?
Yes, Sir William.
Now, I'll tell you what's going to happen tonight. This house, Turret House, was the scene of the Sydenham murder, a very famous case.
Yes, of course, I remember it.
That's right. No offense, old man, but wasn't it the only case you never solved?
Arthur, I solved the Sydenham case, but I couldn't bring the criminal to justice because of insufficient evidence.
You mean you knew who the murderer was?
Yes, of course. It was the nephew.
The nephew? Then why in the world didn't you put him in...
Because the nephew had an absolute and unimpeachable alibi. To have arrested him would have meant a waste of time and money, and a release in the end. Besides, according to English law, a man acquitted can never be arrested again on the same murder charge. The nephew, John Bedford, will be here to dine with us. And, oh yes, the victim, Miss Ferguson.
What? Oh, hey, wait. Do you mean Miss Ferguson wasn't actually murdered?
Miss Ferguson is quite dead. Has been dead these 2 years.
You mean you're going to have the body of Miss Ferguson here while we eat?
Oh, this promises to be a very gay dinner.
Now, see here. As you both know, I've never lost a case, except the Sydenham murder, which will be finished tonight. Now, I'm an egotist. I don't believe there's a criminal in all England that can outwit me. And as a matter of fact, I've resigned from the criminal investigation for the sole purpose of trapping Mr. John Bedford.
You have an awful lot of patience.
Infinite patience. I devoted 2 years to this case, and now that my moment of triumph has arrived, I wanted to have some witnesses. A writer who will record the event, and an admirer who will applaud with awe the cleverness of my scheme.
If it's as gruesome as I think it is, I won't be here to watch it.
Oh, I think you will. Horror has a way of fascinating and hypnotizing people. Besides, Arthur, you'd be ashamed to run out now?
Oh, I'll stay, of course.
So will I.
Oh, good. Now, before I tell you my scheme, let me first acquaint you with the details of the murder. Well, exactly 2 years ago tonight, in this very house, old Miss Ferguson...
Hilda, where are you? Oh, where is that foolish maid?
Yes, Miss Ferguson.
Why don't you answer when I call?
Well, I was in the kitchen, Mum.
It's after 10 o'clock. You should be on your way home.
Well, I was just about to leave.
Has my nephew called?
No, Mum. Mr. Bedford hasn't called since yesterday. I told him he couldn't come in, just like you said.
I don't ever want to see him again. He's no good. He's an evil man who will come to an evil end. You're never to let him in here, Hilda.
He won't ever come in this house if I can help it. No, Mum.
Now you'd better run along. And make sure all the doors are bolted.
Yes, Mum.
I'll change my will. Won't leave him a penny, I won't.
Good night, Miss Ferguson.
Oh, good night, Hilda.
Good night.
Who does he think he is? In the morning I'll change the will. That's what I... Who's there? Who is it?
It's I, Aunt Martha. Your own affectionate nephew.
What are you doing in my house?
Oh, you're not at all pleased to see me. Your only living relative, too.
I'd like you to leave at once or I'll call the police.
I'd rather not, Auntie. I want to have a talk with you.
You don't want to talk to me. All you want is money.
Yes, Auntie. I want money, and lots of it.
You've got all the money you'll ever get out of me. You won't even get a penny after I die. I'll see to that. Perhaps you'll appreciate the value of money after you've worked for it. Why are you wearing gloves?
I've made up my mind, Auntie.
What are you doing? Keep away!
You're an old woman, Auntie. All that money is no good for you. You can't ever use it. I'm young. Money means life to me, a rich and gay life. You're old, Auntie, and you're going to die soon anyway.
No! It can't be! You're not going to do that!
Yes, Auntie, I am! You don't want to live anyway, Auntie. You're lonely, sick, and old. I'm doing you a favor. Nobody can hear you, Auntie. I'm your heir, your only heir, Auntie, your next of kin. The estate is going to be mine, Auntie. All of it. Now, don't you worry, Auntie. We'll have a fine funeral for you.
Yes, that's pretty much the way old Mrs. Ferguson was murdered. Hilda found the body the next morning. I immediately went to work on the case. All the evidence pointed to John Bedford. Everyone believed he committed the crime. He almost admitted it himself. I had him brought into my office for questioning.
Oh, how do you do, Sir William?
Cigarette?
Thank you.
Well, how does it feel to kill your own aunt?
May I have a light, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I wouldn't know, Sir William. You see, I never killed anyone. Have you?
I have, Mr. Bedford. I've sent quite a few to the gallows.
So I understand.
What was your relationship to Miss Ferguson?
She was my aunt.
Well, don't be flippant.
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, my aunt didn't like me. She thought I was a spendthrift and a useless parasite, and she was quite right. Now, I believe it's customary to ask the accused his whereabouts on the night of the crime.
Yes, it is. And won't you tell me?
In jail. I had a little too much and got into a bit of a tiff with someone.
That's quite an alibi.
Oh, quite a fact. It was hardly possible for me to be in jail and kill my aunt at the same time. Unless, of course, my aunt came into my cell and allowed me to murder her, after which she walked back to Turret House as a ghost, dragging her body behind her.
Hardly possible.
Don't you think you ought to check my story?
I already have. You've done a very skillful job. Too bad you couldn't use your talents for something constructive.
Well, then, why don't you arrest me, Sir William?
No, Mr. Bedford. I have time. Plenty of time.
Well, you'd better work fast. By the time you get around to me, I'll have spent all of my aunt's beautiful money.
It's not the money we're after. It's you and your beautiful life. Good day, Mr. Bedford. That's how matters stood. I refused to let my men arrest him.
But how in the world could he have murdered his aunt when he was in jail?
Perhaps he bribed the prison guard to let him out for an hour.
Well, that's excellent, Roberta. I believe that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, the guard died of pneumonia soon afterwards, which left us no further source of evidence.
As far as I can see, Sir William, you haven't a leg to stand on.
You're quite right, Arthur. I haven't. Except that every man, particularly a criminal, has an Achilles heel. I discovered John Bedford's weakness.
Sounds like I'm going to have a good story.
What is it?
He's very superstitious.
Well, how did you learn that?
I've never suffered a defeat in my life. John Bedford was the first setback. Here was a clever, calloused criminal who laughed at me. No one had ever done that before. Bedford knew I could do him no harm, and he made the most of it. Carefully and patiently, I thought it over. I looked upon Bedford as you would look upon a Chinese puzzle. There is no such thing as an impregnable defense. A few months later, I went to visit Bedford.
Oh, Sir William, what a surprise. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you, Mr. Bedford.
Oh, I'm really honored to have the great Sir William Brent pay me a visit. You're not after any more clues, I hope. It does get rather tedious.
Yes. No, not at all. I know when I'm licked.
Well, I don't want to appear smug, sir, but everyone has his Waterloo. Do you have a drink?
No, thanks. I suppose you're curious about why I came here?
Well, I hardly imagine it was a friendly visit.
I've resigned from the criminal investigation. I'm a private citizen now.
Yes, I heard about that.
You know, most people misunderstand me. It wasn't my love for justice that made me pursue my profession with such tenacity and success.
Yes?
Of course, with the sole exception of your case, of course. It was a game of skill to me. My wits against all comers. I lost in your case. But then we've all got to lose sometime.
I don't believe you, Sir William. You're still after me. But I'm afraid it's no go. I've kept out of trouble so far, knockwood.
That's an odd habit for a man like you, Bedford. You're not superstitious, are you?
Of course not.
Well, now as to the reason for my visit. I noticed in the papers that you're looking for a tenant for Turret House.
Why, yes, I am.
I'd like to rent it.
Well, the scene of the crime, eh? Well, of course, why not? There's no harm in it. As a matter of fact, I'll let you have it very cheaply.
And that's how I rented this house. The house where the murder was committed.
What's your plan?
It had better be a good one. Mr. Bedford sounds like a hard customer.
Yes, it's a strange plan, but an effective one. I saw Bedford frequently. Our acquaintance blossomed into a kind of friendship. An armed friendship, of course. He knew I was out to get him, and I wanted him to know that. He's vain, very vain, and this game intrigued him. I also learned he's a very superstitious. Tonight is the anniversary of the murder, and tonight Mr. Bedford dines with us at 8 o'clock.
It's nearly 8 now.
Now, this is the plan. You know May Wakefield, of course.
Naturally, the Shakespearean actress.
That's right. Now, during dinner, Miss Wakefield will enter the room in the precise likeness of Miss Ferguson, the murdered woman. We, of course, will pretend not to see her. We remain outwardly unconscious of her. Only Bedford will be aware of her presence. I believe Bedford will confess.
But this is the anniversary. I'd imagine you'd keep away on this night.
He's giddy with success. And also the fact that Roberta Stone, the famous writer, is here with us. Tweaks his vanity. He'll be here, and promptly.
I don't like this.
Well, this is just like one of your stories. Doesn't become you to be frightened.
I won't run away.
Now, there's one more thing. During dinner, the electric lights will be switched off at the main, and candles will be lit. We must have the correct atmosphere. You understand now? You are not to see May Wakefield. She doesn't exist for us. Is that clear?
Well, I'll look right through her.
Oh, it gives me the creeps.
Ha! That's Bedford.
The appearance of John Bedford suddenly made the whole scene grimly real. He was a tall, well-built man in his late 30s, immaculately dressed and perfectly groomed. At first sight, his face seemed pleasant enough, but on closer scrutiny, his gray eyes were hard and cold. He looked all of us over with arrogance and superiority. I heartily wished I was elsewhere. This was one scene I had no desire to witness. After the introductions were over, we sat down to dinner.
Is it still nasty outside, Mr. Bedford?
Oh, getting worse. Looks like we're in for a few days of this.
It's too bad. I was going to do some riding tomorrow.
The soup is excellent.
Oh, yes, indeed. Your cook should be congratulated, sir. The soup is a masterpiece.
Poor Alice. She's been my cook for 20 years, but she's given me notice. Absolutely refuses to stay here. Says this house is haunted. Roberta, you might make an interesting story for you. You might speak to her.
Oh, really?
Alice swears that she's seen the figure of an elderly lady with finger marks on her throat walking about the house.
Come now, Sir William. This is too good. Such an obvious attempt to frighten me. Sir William is convinced that I murdered my aunt. But please, Sir William, a little more subtlety. Surely I deserve it, huh?
Perhaps the cook did see the figure.
It might interest you to know, Mr. Bedford, that I don't believe in ghosts. And I'm sure my cook never saw this elderly figure. It's all in her mind.
Well, I am afraid your little attempt didn't work, sir, but I must admit your graceful admission of its failure.
Yes, I suppose I'd better give up, shouldn't I?
Oh, no, never give up. If at first you don't succeed, you know.
Do you live very far from here, Mr. Bedford?
Thank you, Miss Stone. There's really no need to change the topic. I hope you find this game as amusing as I do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bedford, but this isn't my idea of pleasant dinner conversation.
Well, we'll talk of pleasant things then, eh?
Oh, I saw a very exciting play last night.
Excuse me a moment. It's really fearfully hot in here. Do you mind if we get a little air, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is rather warm. Lane, open the windows, please.
Yes, sir.
What terrible weather.
I don't know how we'll ever get home.
It's a bad month of the year. I had intended to go to the Riviera for the season, but you...
Lane, what on earth is wrong with the lights?
I don't know, sir.
Well, don't stand there. Light the candles. We can't sit here in the darkness. And get the chauffeur. He knows something about the electric lights.
I'll call the chauffeur right away, sir.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry about this. We've had trouble with the wiring before. The chauffeur will have it fixed in a few minutes. Now, let's go on with our dinner.
This is one of your tricks, Sir William.
Have some more wine, Mr. Bedford.
Thank you.
It was a tense and terrible moment. I looked at Roberta. She was pale and frightened. Bedford, for all his poise, was uneasy. He didn't know whether Sir William was planning anything or whether this was really an accident. My heart was pounding away and my palms were wet with perspiration. Only Sir William appeared cool. There was not a trace of emotion in his face.
Oh, Mr. Bedford, you were saying about visiting the Riviera. It's quite a change from England at this time of year.
Well, I suppose I'll make the trip next month, but I...
What's the matter, Mr. Bedford?
Nothing at all. I wish we could have some lights. Rather difficult to see.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry it just had to happen just at dinner. Have a little more wine, Mr. Bedford.
Oh, yes, thank you.
The figure of a woman had entered the room. She had come in silently, like a ghost. We all saw her, but not one of us moved or made a sign of recognition. In the dim candlelight, she looked ghostly and unreal. Bedford looked at all of us to see if we had also seen the figure before his eyes. But we ate our dinner grimly. He looked again, then shook his head and gulped more wine.
Don't any of you see anything.
See what, Mr. Bedford?
There's another one of your tricks. Can't any of you see her?
What's got into you, Bedford?
It's my aunt. My aunt.
Your aunt's dead, Mr. Bedford. You're not seeing ghosts, I hope.
Maybe I had to. She's coming toward me.
Now, calm yourself. I've never seen you like this. There's no one else here. Do you see anyone, Roberta?
No. No, Sir William.
I don't either.
Let me out of here.
I can't make you out, Bedford. There's no one here.
My nephew, you're not wearing gloves today, John.
She's real. Can't any of you see her? Can't you hear her?
What's come over you, Bedford?
I'm leaving here. She's at the door. She won't let me out.
I'm an old woman. Money is no good for me. I'm lonely, John. I'm lonely.
Let me by, out of my way.
There's no one in your way, Bedford. Please sit down.
Get away from that door. I'll murder you again. Do you hear that, Mother? I'll murder you again, you old witch. I'll murder you again.
Got him. All right. Switch on the lights.
I'll murder you again.
Officer Graham, arrest him. You heard the confession. Put the handcuffs on him.
Oh, I've never seen anything so horrible.
Let me out of here.
Well, Bedford, it seems that I've finally caught up with you.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
That wasn't your aunt. It was Miss Wakefield, the actress.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
Take him away, Graham. He's in a state of shock. Well, then. Shall we continue with our dinner?
I hope you're fully satisfied, Sir William.
Quite. It's been a long job, but it has ended as I knew it would. I'm most grateful to you both for your help.
I thought it was a pretty grim affair.
I must say you know your job. May Wakefield certainly knew hers. That was the finest piece of acting I've ever seen.
Yes. Her makeup was incredibly good. I must congratulate her. She's probably gone to her room. Oh, Elaine.
Yes, sir.
Please call Miss Wakefield.
Miss Wakefield, sir?
Yes, the lady who's been assisting us this evening.
I haven't seen her, sir, but I look for her, sir.
Yes, well, tell her to come down and join us. We have a fine dinner waiting for her.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but this telegram came a little while ago. I didn't want to disturb you during dinner.
Oh, let me have it.
Sir William, what's wrong?
Good. I'll read it to you. Extremely sorry. Severe influenza makes it impossible for me to leave my bed tonight. Will tomorrow night do? Signed, May Wakefield.
Lord help us. If it wasn't May Wakefield, then who was that figure here tonight?
There was no answer. I looked at Sir William, staring at the telegram. His face was grey and stony. On his left temple, a crooked blue vein stood out. It twitched once or twice, and then was motionless. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost.
And so closes Banquo's Chair, starring Donald Crisp and John Loder. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you discovered, as thousands have, how much Roma wines add to the enjoyment of your meals? How their superb flavor makes special occasion feasts out of everyday meals? Well, find out for yourself. Start off the meal with that delightful appetizer, Roma California Sherry. Then place on the table a well-chilled bottle of Roma California table wine, delicate Sauterne, hearty Burgundy, or tart, tasty claret. You'll be amazed at the tremendous difference Roma wine makes in the enjoyment of your foods. Now, don't overlook this easy, inexpensive way to add thrilling extra enjoyment to everyday living. Remember, Roma wines cost only pennies a glass. So take a tip from the millions who enjoy Roma wines at meals or when entertaining. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma wines. America's largest selling wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is John Loder. There's no program that Mr. Crisp and I admire more than Suspense. And I know I speak for him as well as myself in saying how thoroughly we've enjoyed our appearance here this evening. Now, at the request of our government, I want to pass this information along on behalf of the Merchant Marine. 6 ships a day instead of 5 soon will be coming off the ways of our shipyards. The United States shipbuilding program is being increased rather than cut. A few days ago, contracts were awarded for 262 additional new ships. Every one of them must be manned by 40 to 50 men, most of them with previous sea experience. The longer Pacific distances and expanding supply problems on every front will call for the continuous employment.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success.
California.
Our expert
Roma
instructors
wine.
will guide you step by step,
R-O-M-A.
whether you're a beginner.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of eerie imagination. The fear you can hear. Vendetta. The very word itself invokes dread and strikes a mood of brooding terror. But to live on the island of Corsica, home of the vendetta, is to be steeped in the tradition of violent massacres and the fatalistic expectation of ferocious vengeance as a way of life. At least it would have been so just 100 years ago when these famous words were first written.
It was a hand. A man's hand. Not a skeleton hand, all bright and clean, but a hand black and desiccated, with the yellow nails, the naked muscles, and traces of blood upon the bones at the point where they had been severed as with the blow of an axe about the middle of the forearm. The fingers, extraordinarily long, were attached to enormous tendons, still held in their places here and there by strips of skin. That hand was something hideous. It made one think involuntarily of savage vengeance. And in spite of the putrescent look of death and dissolution, it seemed to have a life of its own.
Our mystery drama, The Hand, was especially adapted from the Guy de Maupassant classic for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Alexander Scourby. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. At the time of the bizarre and terrifying affair of The Hand, Henri Donnet was a police magistrate in Ajaccio, a charming little white city nestled on the edge of a beautiful gulf, shut in by lofty mountains. Most of the cases he had to investigate or prosecute there were cases of vendetta. But these were Corsican against Corsican. This affair of the hand was alien against what? Something far more alien, perhaps supernatural. That was not until later, of course. For now, the only alien presence was a neighbor of Henri's, a Sir John Rowell, lately come to the island to settle down, and an object of great speculation among the native population.
Well, there goes my new neighbor again.
Does he go hunting at twilight?
No, Bernard. At least as a magistrate, I hope not.
Well, what's he shooting at then?
I don't know, Marguerite. We have no sharks. The wolves and other predators stay in the mountains, and he's not been here long enough to start a vendetta.
Oh, I am not sure. Listen to that.
Oh, no call for alarm, Doctor. I'm quite sure your services will not be needed. It is the same pattern night and morning.
Well, Henri, then what is he shooting at?
A target, I suppose. He's keeping his eye sharp.
But for what?
Ah, now, that is the question.
Have you seen him? He is immense and very powerful.
And he doesn't encourage visitors. He has 2 huge Alsatian hounds that look ready for the kill at a word.
You are chief magistrate and in a far better position to judge him than any Henri. What do you make of him?
I don't know. His papers are in order. I have no reason to have any professional interest in him.
Well, has he no one to share his loneliness?
He has a manservant he brought with him from Marseille.
No one else?
There was a woman listed on the ship's manifest as his wife.
Oh, his wife? Well, I never knew. Well, then, but no one seems to know that.
In the months he's been here, no one has seen hide nor hair of her. I've watched these evenings myself, and I've never seen her move from the house. If, indeed, she is inside it. So you see, Marguerite, very soon, both as friend and policeman, I'm going to have to satisfy your curiosity and my own about the mysterious Sir John Rowell. For a while, however, I had to content myself with having a close watch set over the man. None of my people could find anything suspicious enough in his actions for us to make any move. But as the strange rumors about him continued and increased, I resolved to see the stranger face to face for myself. I made a point of going hunting every day in the neighborhood of his place. It took me a little while, but at last, one day... So, bien, Fernand, hold the point. You flushed him, Got him right under the Englishman's nose. Go fetch him, Fernand. Fernand, hold. Hold then.
Whiskey! Down, boy, down!
That's it. Good dog. Hold.
Here, Whiskey, here. My apologies, sir. You're a bird, I believe?
No, not at all. I shot him right from under you. Sorry. I didn't know you were there.
Nor I you. Allow me. I'm John Rowell.
Yes, I know, Sir John. I am your neighbor up there on the hill. Henri Donnet.
Pleasure. Damn fine shot.
Sir John, will you accept the game as an apology for shooting over your field?
That's very generous. I'll accept on one condition.
What's that, Sir John?
That you let me return the compliment and ask you to join me in a glass of ale.
Good. I will be only too glad to accept. It was less the heat of the day than my professional interest that prompted me to accept the invitation from the tall man with the red hair and beard. Very tall indeed. And also very broad, a sort of placid and polite Hercules. I was most anxious to be able to question him about his life and his projects.
Joseph, out here on the veranda. Change your mind and have something stronger?
Oh, no. Ale will be perfect.
Are you cold, Sir John? Yes, 2 glasses of ale for Monsieur Donnet and myself. Very well, sir. And bring a cut of Stilton and some water biscuits. You like our English cheeses?
Oh, yes, I do. We are quite insular enough here on Corsica. It's a rare pleasure to indulge in a foreign taste.
I know what you mean. Still, I can't feel that Corsica, or for that matter, anything French is anyway foreign to me. Now, Joseph, splendid. Thank you. Put the tray on the table here. Yes, sir. You can loose the dogs again. will be quite safe while I'm with Monsieur Donnet.
Very well, sir. Oh, those are the big Alsatians I see occasionally, eh?
Two of them.
Yes, yes. They look quite savage and fierce. Do you think perhaps my dog...
Oh, have no fear. Castor and Pollux are as docile as kittens where other animals are concerned. They're trained as man-killers. And then, only at my command. Your health, Monsieur Donnet?
To yours. Delicious. So refreshing.
As the view of the sun setting across that blue Mediterranean water.
Yes, yes. Does Madame Rowell also share your enthusiasm for your adopted island?
Lady Rowell is an invalid. I hope to nurse her back to health here.
Oh, if I could suggest the offices of my good friend Dr. Forestier.
If a doctor should be needed.
Oh, forgive me, I had no desire
There's
to pry.
nothing to pry into. Natural curiosity.
I must admit, I do find it hard to cast you in the category of a recluse.
Oh, yes. I've traveled a great deal. Africa, India, even America. And as for adventures, yes, I've had plenty of adventures. Oh, yes.
Big game hunting, huh?
What? Oh, of course. I've hunted them all. Tiger, elephant, rhinoceros, gorilla. The name's a legion.
Oh, all very dangerous animals. Terribly so.
Not really. When you compare them to the worst of all.
Oh, what?
What else, Monsieur Donnet? In your profession, you must know him too. Man himself. Sir John, come quickly! What on earth? Forgive me.
I followed Sir John down the front steps of the veranda as he took them two at a time and disappeared around the corner of the house. I would have followed him further, except as chance had it, I turned my ankle quite severely on a loose stone after the bottom step. Stopping in momentary pain, the yelp and snarl of the dog suddenly quieted, and I was conscious of the squeak of the front door of the house. Arrested, I looked up to see, framed in the doorway, a tall, emaciated woman with great bruised half circles underlining her eyes that stared with a feverish gleam. She wore a long, loose, trailing peignoir, and with one hand, she beckoned towards me while clutching something in the other close beneath her breast. Painfully, I limped back up the steps.
Help me, whoever you are, help me.
Lady Rowell?
Whoever I am, this side of the grave, help me.
But how?
By sending this letter. Post haste. Oh, but please, I beg of you on all our lives. Don't tell such one.
I'm afraid, Madame,
Please, don't refuse me. You are my last, best hope.
Hope for what?
I cannot stay in case he returns, but please, I beg of you, send my letter.
She was gone, like a wraith, as though she'd never been. But the letter in my hand was real enough. Before I had time to read the person to whom it was addressed, I found myself involuntarily concealing it in my pocket before Sir John, returning, could see it. Nor could I stop to ponder why my impulse had been to accept the lady's part rather than that of my charming and seemingly outgoing host. Why I chose to conceal its existence rather than reveal it.
My dear Monsieur Donnet, pray forgive me. I'm most sorry we had to be interrupted.
Oh, forgive me for not following you, but I turned my ankle. What happened?
Oh, the curse of trying to maintain privacy. The curiosity seeker. A farmer from back in the hills named Deschamps, who passes by here on his daily route, for some unearthly reason came skulking round the back of the house and was cornered by the dogs.
But what would he have expected to find here?
Heaven knows. I've no secrets worth anyone's concern but my own, as I hope you believe. Or is your presence here today more than just a seeming accident? Are you concealing something from me, sir?
I was aware that he wore about his loins an American-style gun belt. and that low on each hip, concealed by the flare of his coattails, were two matched pistols with mother-of-pearl handles, on one of which his right hand rested lightly. The letter in my pocket seemed to burn through the lining as I tried to judge whether it caressed that handle by accident or design.
These were only the hands of Sir John, neither of which is the one in the title of our story. To meet that special hand, you must return with me shortly for Act 2. The huge red-haired and bearded Englishman towers over the small, dapper Frenchman. They are as widely disparate men as you can imagine. One all muscle and vital force, the other elastic, supple, poised always for the counterstroke, like a rapier. Antagonists? No, only in a sense. But whatever their relationship, mutually admiring of each other.
Why should you imagine I have anything to conceal?
Why, indeed. Come, let's go inside. I'll show you some of the trophies of a roving life, if you'd be interested.
But very, of course.
Can you stand on your ankle all right? Is it sprained?
No. Just a slight twist. From the hall, he led me into his parlor, which ran the length and breadth of the whole house across the back in a great L. His parlor was all hung in black silk, embroidered in gold.
The fabric is Japanese work.
Yes, but the rest is yours.
Not the panels. What's mounted on them?
Yes, tiger, lion, black panther. Those I recognize. And elephant tusks, I see.
The hippo and he and the rhino are a little large for mounting.
The rhinoceros is the most dangerous of all, I suppose.
Except, as I told you before.
Now, you're not honestly going to tell a policeman that you're a manhunter.
Not within the confines of civilization, I hope. But I've done a good deal of manhunting, too, in my time.
As a soldier?
That's a profession, not a sport. I've saved a mount in the center for the ultimate trophy. But never had, shall we say, the courage to make the necessary bag to mount it.
I was following the direction of his gaze to a gapingly empty panel in this bizarre and gory collection from the hunt. A panel conspicuous from all the others, since it was lined in red velvet, as if in expectance of framing the pièce de résistance. What would you hope to put there?
Once, I would have been tempted. Now, nothing. I keep it there to remind me that it could be my own head that poetic justice could have easily decided to frame. Oh, gad, it's suddenly getting dark.
Yes, then I must be off for home. I mustn't hold up your dinner.
I've enjoyed our meeting thoroughly. Please, come again. You're always welcome.
I am not quite so sure of your Alsatians.
Oh, you need have no worry. From now on, they'll treat you as a friend. As I hope I can.
As I want to be. We shook hands, mine disappearing inside his huge one. My conscience stinging at me as I fought a battle between Donnet the man and Donnet the policeman. Climbing the hill back to my villa with Fernand frisking along beside me, I tried to tell myself I was only being practical, that I was giving myself time to make my decision. A decision that was tipped by the testimony I received from Michel Deschamps as I questioned him at the barracks the following morning. Michel, why did you go so near to his house?
Well, everybody is curious about him and...
Everybody doesn't go near enough to have two dogs attack him.
Well, everybody does not have a milk route which takes him twice a day by the Englishman's house to see her.
To see her?
Well, it is at dawn, you know. Just before the sun comes up in the half-light and I am passing by in my cart. Naturally, I'm looking at the house when I pass.
Naturally, I would myself.
So, you see, at that hour, nobody's stirring. Even the dogs are not yet awake. And then I see by the upstairs window a woman. The first few days, I'm not sure. I crossed myself. She's not some witch or somebody who wants to steal my soul.
Why would she be a witch?
Because, at any rate, in that light, she looked so... I was afraid to answer.
To answer what?
Her signal to come near to her. She kept beckoning as if there was something she must ask me to do. Finally, yesterday morning, I could stand it no longer. I had to go see what she wanted to ask. Was that so wrong?
No, of course not, Michel. I would have done the same. But the dogs stopped you, huh?
Yes. In a way, I'm sorry.
Don't feel that you let her down. But from now on, mind your own business.
Oh, I accept your instruction. I will follow what you advocate.
What I advocate, by all means. Not what I do.
I don't understand you.
Sometimes, even a magistrate has to admit, I do not understand myself. But that is not for you to worry about. That very morning, there was a mail packet sailing. And I sent off the letter, quickly, almost surreptitiously, without looking at the address, except for the fact that it was to the United States of America. And I forgot it, I imagined. And the months went by.
I do think it's very tedious of you, Henri.
Madame Forestier.
Well, either for reasons of your own, you are protecting our most famous visitor from the rest of us, or, well, he has some hold over you to protect his precious privacy.
He has no hold over me. Quite the contrary. But if he wishes to be private, I would be the first to protect his right.
Well, on a small island like this, why should he have it any more than the rest of us?
Touché. But if he can, why shouldn't he?
Oh, Henri, you know I don't know how to answer that. All I want to know is, do I have any hope that they might attend my garden fete next month?
They?
Well, there is a Madame Roel.
Yes, but she is sickly.
Well, is there some hope that at least Sir John might be coaxed to appear?
No, I have no reason to suppose that he would refuse. Now, Lady Roel, I would find it hard to answer for.
Well, then all I want for you is to issue the invitation. Please, may I count on you for that?
Marguerite. We're all old friends. Need you ask? My doubts about Sir John, and more particularly his lady, attending any local garden fete. But I could scarcely, in my wildest imaginings, have foreseen how extravagantly and tragically it would be impossible. As I approached the house in the hollow below me, I was in a first-class mood because, in addition to a packet from the mail ship for my host, I also bought a bottle of sherry to share with him that, in my opinion, was one of a kind. He met me at the veranda.
Well, this is an unexpected pleasure.
We had a mail ship in today. I brought you a parcel.
Me?
Yes.
And I thought I'd outstrip the mail. Vain hope. A parcel, you say?
This.
What on earth? It might be a gun from its shape, but it scarcely weighs enough. Shall we go in the parlor while I open my surprise parcel?
As we moved into that parlor, I was super conscious of my host's reaction to the parcel he bore in his hands. Although there was no superscription from the sender, I had an infallible feeling that he sensed exactly where it had come from. That somehow I was accidentally part of a climax in the life of this strange and vital man.
We've talked about my trophies, Monsieur Donnet.
Yes.
The ones I've mounted, the others too clumsy and large to render that way.
Yes.
And the third and different class, so far I've had no right nor courage to mount.
What are you saying, Sir John?
There is no reason for my receiving this parcel that I can conceive. except one. That I've found no refuge here. I've been betrayed. Only my wife could have done that. And who else is there to have aided her determination to destroy me?
You're asking me?
Yes. You're the only link we have to the world beyond this house.
Sir John, believe me, I had no wish to betray you.
I'm sure of that.
The day we met, your wife, while you were calming the dogs, your wife asked me to send a letter for her.
To Richard Roll?
Well, I must admit I did not read the address. I did notice that it was to the United States of America. I meant no harm.
He meant no harm. Like Pandora, who naively opened a chest to loose pestilence and all the evils of the world to plague mankind, he meant no harm.
It seemed a simple and reasonable request.
So you exceeded. No doubt she also asked you to conceal the fact of the letter from me.
Yes, I'm afraid she did.
Were you sorry for her ravaged looks, her haunted eyes? Did you picture me as some monstrous jailer, condemning her to a life of solitary confinement?
Sir John, I can only defend my action by telling you that at the time she did engage my sympathy.
I told you, I believe, that my wife was not in the best of health.
Yes, but...
The fault perhaps was all mine. I should have told you that she is insane.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
A little late for that. Done. You may have sealed her death warrant. Perhaps even mine.
Good God, what do you mean?
This parcel from America. Would you like to see what evil out of hell your acceding to that simple and reasonable request has set loose?
Sir John,
you have involved yourself in this on a personal level. Now I want to involve you on a professional one. As police magistrate, I want you as witness when I open this gift from America. The outer wrapping. Now what do you see?
A box.
And within it?
Something wrapped in canvas.
You wrinkle your nose against the smell?
Yes, it's very strong.
And very familiar?
Yes, formaldehyde.
Which is used to preserve flesh from mortifying. There's a drawstring on the canvas, which I'm opening. And I'm about to show you my present from the other side of the world.
You sound as if you know what it is.
I only wish to God I thought I didn't.
I echoed the same wish. But it didn't change the contents. It was a hand. A man's hand. Not a skeleton hand, all bright and clean, but a hand black and desiccated, with traces of blood upon the bones at the point where they'd been severed as with the blow of an axe about the middle of the forearm. The fingers, extraordinarily long, were attached to enormous tendons still held in their places by strips of skin. Flayed as it was, that hand was something hideous. It made one think involuntarily of savage vengeance. And in spite of the putrescent look of death and dissolution it had, it seemed to have a life of its own.
So now we see the embodiment of the title of our story. A poor choice of words, since nothing can be more disembodied than a severed hand. Whose hand? And why? And are these nerveless fingers really capable of writing a death warrant? I'll return shortly with Act 3. In sick horror, his stomach churning with revulsion, Monsieur Denay looks at the loathsome object spilled on the desk between him and Sir John. In macabre fascination, his eyes seem riveted to the severed hand. It is only by a supreme effort of will that he is at last able to drag them away and up to Sir John's grim and haunted face.
What is it?
The hand of a thief.
But why? Why is it sent to you?
So that there'll be no mistake in my mind who sends it.
You said before, Richard Roll. A relation?
My twin brother. Younger by less than an hour. As the firstborn, I acceded to the title. The barony was mine, and the living that went with it. Richard had nothing, except my bounty. Our whole life was a gigantic struggle for supremacy. He, because I denied it him. I, because I had to hold it.
If you had everything and he had nothing, what chance did he stand against you?
I'm English, and I believe in fair play. I couldn't share the title, but I made sure the living was shared equally. I'm not ill-favored, and I'm exceptionally powerful and large. But Richard was taller by 2 inches, stronger by far, and a wild and darkly handsome man that stirred women to a passion beyond their senses. Until Claire.
Madame Roll?
My wife, yes. Whatever her true name should be now. When we were married, my brother Richard emigrated to the States.
And you have never seen him since?
Oh, yes, I've seen him. I'd hoped for the last time. Will you forgive me now? There's been too much talk, and I must find a place to hang my latest trophy.
To hang it? You can't...
I think I've had quite enough interference from you in my affairs, Monsieur Donnet. I must ask you to leave my house. You're no longer welcome.
It seemed a long journey up the hill that night, for I did not climb it alone. On the way back to my house, I was haunted by 100 thoughts. Had I done wrong to send the letter? Whose was the severed hand? What was the mystery of Sir John's retirement? And what motivated the vendetta of his brother against him? Old jealousies? Or was it all as simple as chercher la femme? Certainly, she would not be hard to find. It must be the Lady Roll, if a woman was at the heart of it all. Only one thing I could be sure of now, that I should not be seeing him again. But I was badly mistaken about that. Well, Joseph, what brings you here?
Begging your honour's pardon, Mr. John asked if it would be convenient for you to wait on him this evening.
Of course, when?
If it would suit your honour, now would be fine.
It suits me.
After my churlishness on your last visit, I'm more than touched that you do me this honour, Monsieur Donnet.
Since I'm still concerned that I may have done you more harm than honour, I couldn't have hesitated.
I've some papers here on my desk that I wish to leave in your charge, after asking you and Joseph to witness them.
What kind of papers, Sir John?
My last will and testament, some property assignments, the legal debris that follows sudden death. Joseph?
Yes, Sir John.
Will you sign here and here?
Yes, sir.
Is there all this immediacy, sir?
In the midst of life, are we not all equally in the midst of death? Thank you, Joseph. You may go.
Yes, Sir John.
Now, you, Monsieur Donnet?
If you want me to. But I see no reason why. Whatever polite disclaimer was on my lips, it was frozen at that moment as my eyes fell on a blood-chilling sight. A black object in the midst of the empty panel lined with red velvet. Empty no longer. It was the hand, mounted now as the chief of all trophies. But different from all the others in one respect. They were mounted. This was imprisoned. Round the wrist, an enormous chain of iron had been riven about the foul relic, and this chain fastened the hand to the wall by a great ring, solid enough to hold an elephant in leash. Good God.
Ah, yes, the hand. Well, better than my own head, if I can keep it. Will you sign?
But, yes, of course. What is it? That hand.
That was part of my best enemy. It was cut off with a saber. Good thing for me, I can tell you.
It's huge. Enormously powerful. The man must have been very strong.
And so far, I have proved stronger. I put the chain on the hand to hold it.
The chain is no use now. The hand can't get away.
The chain is necessary. This hand always tries to get away.
That night, I had a hideous nightmare. I dreamt I saw the hand, the horrible hand, running like a scorpion or a spider along the curtains and up and down the walls of my room. 3 times I woke up. 3 times I went to sleep again. 3 times I saw the ghastly thing running all over my room and using its fingers like so many legs. The next morning, I was awakened by the news that Sir John Roll had been murdered during the night. For God's sake, Bernard, act like a doctor instead of some frightened schoolgirl.
No, you have not seen him yet, old friend.
Well, is it the first corpse either of us has had the misfortune to look at?
Just like this.
Oh, how did he die?
The cause of death was strangling, but under what shocking conditions. I tell you, Henri, in 30 years as a physician, I have never seen anything like it.
In what way?
We found him lying on his back in the middle of the room. His coat was torn, one shirt sleeve half pulled off was hanging down. There was every indication that a fearsome struggle had taken place. His face was black and swollen, frightfully distorted. But the most noticeable and terrifying thing was his expression.
His expression?
Absolute, hideous fear. And small wonder. For in the welter of blood that was coagulated about his throat, 5 separate wounds pierced through it as though driven by points of iron.
Only 5?
It was as if he had been strangled by a skeleton. But that is odd.
What?
What you just said. Only 5. Well, of course, how stupid of me. There was only evidence of one hand having done the strangling. That makes it even more bizarre.
Is there anything even faintly normal about this whole affair? Now, Joseph, you heard no unusual noise during the night.
Oh, no, monsieur le magistrate.
You sleep where?
Well, here, in that little room off the kitchen there.
And there was no sound from the dogs all night long?
Oh, no, sir.
Yet if a stranger had approached the house...
Oh, those dogs would have torn him apart if he was a stranger.
But they were quiet? You would have heard them if they had not been, huh?
Well, I'm a very light sleeper.
Yeah. Did you sleep late this morning?
No. I'm awake before cocks crow, you see. So many things to be done. Water to be drawn, the fire to be laid.
Yes. And that's what you were busy with when Lady Rowell left the house?
Well, I was already preparing breakfast for Sir John and a tray to bring up to... You see, that's why I was so surprised when she walked into the kitchen fully dressed.
And what did you say to that?
Well, it's not my place to ask. I just said, what do you want?
And?
Well, she said she didn't want anything. Just that she was feeling better. And if Sir John should ask about her, she was off for a little walk along the beach.
Oh, that didn't strike you as peculiar?
Oh, it most certainly did.
And did she go towards the beach?
Well, I would have thought so. I didn't actually check on it. Why?
You're not aware that she's disappeared?
Oh, no, sir.
We'll leave that for a moment. All right, then what did you do then?
Well, once I had everything simmering like for breakfast, I went up to Sir John's room to assist him in his toilet.
You were in this habit?
Every morning, regular as clockwork.
Continue.
Well, he wasn't there, sir. His bed hadn't been slept in. Turned down just the way I left it the night before. So I became alarmed. Everything was out of sorts, you see.
I see. And then you came downstairs and found him.
That's right. Oh, covered with blood from head to foot.
It just don't signify.
What does that mean?
Well, you knew, Sir John, sir, if ever there was a man built and ready to take care of himself, it was he. Why, he never slept without having loaded pistols or revolvers within arm's reach. And he knew how to use them.
Yes. Have you any idea who killed him?
Oh, no, sir.
Could it have been Lady Rowe?
Not a chance, sir.
I met her once. She was a tall woman.
Oh, but wasted away, Your Honor, and weak as a kitten.
Then who?
I don't know, sir. I don't even want to know.
Neither did I. Or at least to check on what was in my mind. But I had a duty to my position, and I must admit a morbid drive to support my supposition. He was lying, just as he is now, on this carpet here.
That's right, sir.
His feet pointed in the same direction.
Toward the door.
And his head?
As it is, sir. Towards the panel directly ahead of you.
Sensation that lifted the hackles on my neck. I knew, before I looked, what I was going to say. The sight that I had fought against making a reality. At last, involuntarily, I lifted my eyes to the wall, to the panel where the horrible flayed hand used to be. It was no longer there. The chain, broken, was dangling from the ring. But even that horror was to be succeeded by another. As I bent again over the dead man, between his clenched teeth, I found one of the fingers of the vanished hand, severed or rather sawed off by the teeth about the middle of the second joint.
Forgive us for violating the sacred precincts of your police office, but the axle of my carriage is broken and we are here to beg you to carry us home.
If you are ready to go.
I'm always at your service. And tonight, since it grows dark early these evenings, I will welcome company.
But surely you're not still brooding over Sir John and his vanished lady?
The missing Lady Rowe I can accept. Our gulf is beautiful, but the tides are treacherous, and her hold on life at best was tenuous. Perhaps she wanted to end it. The mystery of Sir John is something else again.
Something best forgotten, I think.
Yes. But it doesn't seem to want to be. Let me show you. Marguerite, forgive me. If you feel faint, close your eyes.
Yes.
Bernard, you remember you said he might have been strangled by a skeleton?
Yes.
Yeah. Might he have been strangled by this?
Good Lord. So that is the famous hand, huh? Yes, if it were possible, such a hand could have made the wounds on his throat, but where did you find this?
It was discovered last night in the cemetery on the tomb of Sir John Roll. And mark one thing well.
What?
The index finger is missing. The one we found in the corpse's mouth.
The hand of a thief, Sir John Roll said. His brother Richard? What is so? What did he steal? His wealth? His reputation? His wife? And if his brother, in some gargantuan and titanic duel, struck off his hand, and Richard sought vengeance, which of his hands was the instrument that brought an end to the intense and private vendetta? De Maupassant doesn't tell us. Wisely, he leaves that to us to decide for ourselves. I'll be back shortly.
I won't easily close my eyes tonight, for fear that my mind's eye will conjure up a vision of the black and desiccated hand with the yellow nails, scrabbling like some loathsome crab across the floor, up and over my bed, and scuttling around the walls. Its 4 good fingers moving like spider legs, the mutilated stump of the 5th like a head. Our cast included Alexander Scorby, Ian Martin, Mildred Clinton, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
You will be haunted by the magnet that drew you to me. The weapon with which I ruined your life and will destroy you. My smile, Ernest. My smile.
No.
Look at me. Sensuous lips bearing milk white, perfectly matched teeth. Look at...
Here, let me...
She's falling across the table.
I think... Yes. She's gone. Berenice is dead. No.
Ernest, don't.
Her mouth. She is staring at me with her teeth. Anthony, in heaven's name, close her mouth. Close her mouth!
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed.
Ah, Steve, found you at home. Good.
Morning, Mrs. Beale. And what are you up to this bright morning?
Learning all about how to sweep chimneys.
Useful hobby.
My teacher is Bert Smith. He's a member of the British Venusian Society.
The what?
The British Venusian Society. Cosgrove and Hadley were both members. Bert Smith says I got to join. Members do some sort of nightly watch.
Ah.
How about the film from Sir Frederick's telescope camera?
Been developing them. They are going to make most peculiar prints. The negative looks like a fireball charging in from outer space.
Well, can't you enlarge it up and see?
Mrs. Beale? Mrs. Beale, what is it? What is it, Mrs. Beale?
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks.
Yes?
If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it. Keep your complexion soft and young-looking with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Like Claudia Cardinale, choose Lux. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe. Episode 2 of this story, in which Emma Peel goes off on a wild goose chase and John Steed gets an offer. From Venus with Love. John Steed and Emma Peel had investigated the curious death of Ernest Cosgrove, a young man who was also interested in astronomy. Cosgrove had been found dead in his observatory, lying under the telescope, with his hair turned snow white. Later, Steed and Mrs. Peel had arrived at the home of Sir Frederick Hadley, just too late to prevent him dying in an identical fashion. The next morning, Mrs. Peel followed up on a clue that led her to Mr. Bertram Fortescue Winthrop Smythe, otherwise known as Bert Smith, chimney sweep. She was telephoning Steed from the hallway of the country house where Bert Smith was working on the chimneys when she heard a strange sound from the other room.
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel, what is it?
I don't know, Steed. Some sort of terrible noise, like that outer space stuff we heard. Hold on.
Mrs. Peel threw down the telephone and ran into the room where Bert Smith was sweeping the chimney. He wasn't. He was lying in the open grate among the dust sheets, his brushes and poles scattered over the room. He was dead, all right. And from under the rim of his cloth cap appeared a wisp of white hair. The soot which had fallen from the chimney covered his body like snow. Mrs. Peel gazed down at him in utter bewilderment. Then she heard it, the strange sound that seemed to be coming from the sky outside. Mrs. Peel ran to the window. There, at the entrance to the driveway, was a bright light moving away. Get after it, Mrs. Peel. Out on the open road, Mrs. Peel was able to put on some speed. There was no traffic about, luckily, and the car responded like a rocket. A bright object ahead seemed partly obscured in the dust. Mrs. Peel swung after it down a lane. A blinding light reflected back onto Mrs. Peel's windscreen. It glared straight into her eyes, dazzling, searing. She couldn't see. It was as though she was driving into an enormous ball of fire. She couldn't control the car. Some minutes later, Mrs. Peel, hands shielding her eyes, crawled out of her car. She gazed across the fields. There, in the next meadow, a man appeared to be on fire. It was a scarecrow, ablaze. Of the strange object, there was no sign. In the inner office of the British Venusian Society, a slim, neat young man walked swiftly over to a large, modern desk and addressed the person sitting behind it.
Venus, the man called Steed has arrived.
Does he look prosperous?
Extremely.
Show him in, Crawford. Show him in.
A few minutes later...
This way, Mr. Steed. Oh, thank you.
Steed followed the young man and stopped at the desk. He found himself looking at a stunning young woman in her late 20s. She was blonde, but far from dumb. She was engrossed in a mass of documents, adding up columns of figures with the concentration of a high-powered business executive. She looked up and said briskly,
I'm Venus Brown, Brown with an E.
John Steed, with 2 E's.
I'm the company secretary. Find a comfortable seat.
I've found one.
Steed perched himself on the edge of her desk.
I gather, Mr. Steed, that you wish to...
Apply for membership.
Yes, I'm afraid we're a very small, select group.
Oh, good. I do abhor overcrowding.
With stringent rules.
Which I shall observe unfailingly.
And a very high subscription.
Sky's the limit, to coin a phrase. We are not composed of elderly eccentrics, Mr. Steed.
Steed eyed Miss Brown's slim figure.
I can see that. We choose our membership with great care. Indeed.
To begin with, you're a keen astronomer.
Dedicated. I cut my teeth on the telescope.
Your occupation?
Well, I follow in my father's footsteps. He has spent his life depositing money. I spend mine withdrawing it.
An enviable pastime. I think perhaps...
You're familiar with our activities, Mr. Steed. Firstly, we oppose the present space program. I didn't know we had one.
But we shall have. We shall.
We don't want our efforts to be squandered on the moon. Our target is the planet Venus. There's evidence it could support life.
We believe it does support life.
For years, we've detected radio signals. From Venus, from that direction.
Our members are on nightly watch for any signs of life. There's the duty roster.
Lord Mansfield, Sir Frederick Hadley, Bertram Smith, Major Whitehead. Have they spotted anything of late? Flashes of white.
Look at this model of Venus, Mr. Steed. Do you see the planet is shrouded in cloud? Distorted, mysterious, remote. Behind those clouds are beings, Mr. Steed.
Friendly ones, I hope.
Come closer. Who can say? Do you like what you see, Mr. Steed?
Oh, very much.
Keep your mind on your work, Steed.
Is it going to be very expensive for me?
Perhaps. Launching any sort of private exploration always is.
We can't hope to compete with the major powers. Our aim is a small satellite. We'll still need the know-how.
We have it. I was trained at Jodrell Bank. Mr. Crawford here is a radio astronomer, and we've a host of others.
Venus is extremely persuasive. Good. No, I mean, good for you. We've acquired the backing of the Cuthbert Foundation.
But we shall still have to lean heavily on our members.
Oh, splendid. I have very broad shoulders. Want to check now?
We'll gladly accept a contribution after your election, Mr. Steed. First, you must have an eye test.
Eye test?
One false sighting would discredit the society.
Well, look here, I took a first at Bisley.
We make no exceptions, Mr. Steed. I suggest you visit our Dr. Primble at once.
Well, if you say so, Miss Brown. It is Miss Brown, isn't it?
Yes, Miss Brown.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, to your Dr. Primble, at once.
While Steed was enjoying his first visit to the offices of the British Venusian Society, Mrs. Peel was having a far less pleasant day. She was walking over the fields, looking for traces of the strange flying object that had nearly wrecked her car. The burning scarecrow had long since burned itself out. A group of farm buildings had now taken her interest. Was it just sunlight that appeared to be reflected back from the windows? Mrs. Peel approached a large barn.
Anyone in here?
A sudden glare of sunlight shot into her eyes.
Ouch! Ooh. Oh, an old cracked mirror nailed to the oak beam. Bales of straw, nothing but straw. That noise yet again. What the devil is it? It's all around me. It's coming from above? Outside? No, it can't. Burning. Something's burning. The straw, the bales, they're alight. Fire!
Mrs. Peel made for the nearest window to raise the alarm, and there, moving down the field away from her, was the same strange space object. Better leave it alone this time, Mrs. Peel. You've got trouble enough. Steed, in his car, tried to raise Mrs. Peel on her car radio. After some time...
Steed?
Ah, Mrs. Peel, about time. Where have you been?
Chasing an unidentified object.
Unidentified object?
Well, that's vernacular, isn't it? A ball of bright light? A thing?
From outer space?
From out of barn, actually. Look, you're not trapping me into any sort of opinion about it. It was just... very, very strange, and like nothing I've ever seen before. What have you been up to?
Well, that'd be telling. I've been with Venus. Venus Brown with an E. She's the company secretary. She's one of these unique type Venuses. She's got arms, amongst other things.
Is that a fact? What else?
Oh, lots. I'm working on it.
Well, I'll give you another fact, Steve. Our gentleman sweep is dead. Same format. Even the soot turned white.
I see. Well, Bert Smith's name was one of the 5 names on the duty roster of the British Venusian Society. 3 of the 5 are now dead. The other 2 are Lord Mansford and a Major Whitehead. You'd better get on to them before somebody else does. Try Mansford first.
And what are you going to be doing, might I ask?
Oh, me? Well, I can't do anything until I've had my eyes tested.
Oh, all right. Be good.
Oh, I'll be good.
Good at what, though? That's the point, isn't it?
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sports?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why? It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water over, and sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is this everything, Chester?
Well, there might be more later when they finish sorting the mail. Hey, where's that telegram?
Oh, what telegram?
I thought I put it right on top. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Might be important.
Oh, we'll soon see. Oh, that's from Bill Hickok.
Up in Abilene?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mr. Dillon?
Teeters and Gridler headed for Dodge. Keep them there, but don't arrest them until I get there with murder witness. Or I'll write Washington all I know about you. Signed Hickok.
Oh, then Mr. Hickok's coming here, huh?
Now, that's what he says.
Well, how'll you recognize those two men, Mr. Dillon?
I expect I'll recognize them all right.
Oh, you know them.
Yeah, we've met. Teeters and Gridler are gunmen, Chester. The kind who kill as easy as most men shake hands. Just about as often.
Too bad you can't just put them in jail.
Yeah. Well, we'll start meeting the trains.
There's one in at noon, sir.
Good. Then we'll meet it.
What'll we do if they are on this train, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I'll find them later and talk to them, but not in a crowd like this.
Yes, sir. You know, every time I see a train, I am just overpowered with the urge to travel.
Oh? Where to?
Anywhere. Anywhere but Kansas.
Well, I don't think you'd like it back east any better.
Why not?
You just have the urge to come out west again. I know your kind.
I suppose you're right, sir. But still, it'd be good to walk down a street that wasn't all heat and dust and that wasn't crowded with a lot of grimy men looking for trouble. And I wouldn't mind seeing some women, married women, with kids and parasols and
Wait a
Bibles.
minute, Chester. There they are.
Where?
They just got off the end car. Those two headed for the depot there.
One of them's tall?
Yeah. That's Teeters in the black hat. The other's Gridler. I'll just step around the corner here and see which way they head.
Yes, sir. There they are.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the Dodge House. Now, let's follow them.
Yep, that's where they're going, all right.
Now, let's wait here. I'll let them get a room, and then I'll go talk to them.
But if you can't arrest them...
And I'll just try to make them feel welcome to stay in Dodge.
When do you think Mr. Hickok will get here?
Oh, be a couple of days anyway, Chester. Look, right now, I want you to go back to the depot and ask the ticket agent to let me know if Teeters and Gridler start to leave anytime. You can describe them to him.
All right, sir.
Then go to the stage office.
Yes, sir.
And go to all the stables, too. If they rent or buy any horses, I want to know about it right away.
I'll tell everybody.
Also, tell them to keep quiet about it. I'll be back at the office later, huh?
Right, sir.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
Two men came in here just a minute ago. One of them was tall, black hat. Well?
Well, what, Marshal?
You were here. Did you see him?
Those were gunmen. I could tell.
The tall one's Teeters and the other one's Gridler. Those the names they gave you?
Yes, but there'll be trouble if you try to arrest them here, Marshal. Can't you wait until they're outside in the street someplace?
No. What if they're after you?
I've got nothing to do with men like that, Marshal. There's no reason in the world that
Now,
they...
just take it easy. They never heard of you, and I'm not going to arrest them. But since you're a good, helpful citizen, maybe you can tell me what room they're in.
Certainly, Marshal, certainly. Number 25. Up the stairs and turn to your left.
Thank you very much.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? All right, open it, Gridler.
You can put your gun away, Gridler. I just came for a little talk.
And make your talk, Marshal.
No, I ain't polite, Gridler. Let him in. Watch him better inside, anyway.
Hello, Teeters.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
I'm just trying to think. Last time I saw you men was in, let me see, was it Tascosa?
Never mind all that, Marshal. Why are you here?
No, I heard you were in town. I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
News must travel pretty fast in Dodge. We ain't been here 15 minutes all told.
Well, maybe he was expecting us, Gridler.
I happened to be at the depot. I noticed you get off, so I followed you here.
All right. But we're not wanted, Marshal. Matter of fact, the judge up in Abilene just turned us loose. Wasn't no witness to that killing. Wild Bill tried to frame us, but didn't work.
Well, that just goes to show the law's fair to everybody, doesn't it?
Why'd you come here, Marshal?
Just to let you know that I'm still the law in Dodge and that I don't want any trouble here. With men of your sort, I always like to mention that.
We're not looking for trouble.
Good. Good. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
That's a funny thing to tell us.
It's an open town, Peters.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. Sure it is. Yeah.
And I'll treat you two just like anybody else. If you stay out of trouble, the town's yours.
Anybody who starts trouble won't be us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll be going now, gentlemen. Oh, there are some pretty sharp gamblers here. Don't let them take all of your money.
Well, don't you worry about us, Marshal.
So long. There was no way of figuring how long Teeters and Gridler might stay in Dodge. If they took a notion to do some gambling, it might be a week or two, or they might move on in an hour. That night, however, they were still in town, Buck and Pharaoh at the Alafraganza. Everything looked fine until Chester came into the office about 10 o'clock.
They're fixing to leave, Mr. Dillon. First thing in the morning.
Oh, how do you know?
Jim Bunch at the stage office. He just told me they came in and paid their fare to Sharon Springs on the morning stage.
Sharon Springs, huh? And then they're headed for Denver.
Looks like it, sir.
All right, Chester. Go tell Jim that I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow, too. If he likes, I'll ride shotgun for him. One of the boys can have a little time off.
I'll tell him, sir. But are you going all the way to Denver?
I'll follow him all the way to San Francisco if necessary. You can tell Hickok that when he shows up.
Too bad he won't be here before they leave.
And it'll be another day before he can get here. But that won't be too far behind us. Stage leaves at 8, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there to see you off, Mr. Dillon.
Fine. We'll meet at the Dodge House for breakfast if you like.
All right, sir. The stage looks like it's all ready to go, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see Teeters and Gridler, though. They're not inside, are they?
I don't think so. No, they're not here yet.
Just about 8 o'clock. They should be here.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester. If they've changed their minds, it's all to the good anyway.
Want me to go ask Jim Bunch if he's heard from him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Let's just wait here.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Jim said the regular shotgun messenger has to go up to Sharon Springs anyway, but to thank you just the same.
No, good. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Look, up at the other end of the plaza there. Coming this way.
Oh, I declare. It's Sam.
Yeah. Now what are they up to, I wonder?
Well, they can't be taking the stage if they're horseback.
No. Looks to me like they're fixed for a long ride, too.
Sure does, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. You're up early, Marshal.
Yeah. So are you, Teeters.
Cooler in the morning.
For traveling, it is.
So long, Marshal.
What's the matter? Did you lose all your money last night?
Yeah. Next time we'll follow your advice.
So long.
Will we go after him?
Chester, you stay here and explain things to Wild Bill. I'll be on their trail. As soon as they're out of sight, I'll get my horse. You can tell Jim I won't be taking the stage.
All right, sir.
I'll leave as clear a trail for Hickok as I can.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, young women are needed to enroll as student nurses and to take their places as graduate nurses in an ever-expanding field where opportunity unlimited awaits. Older women should seek careers as practical nurses where fine living and fine working conditions are in prospect. Ask at any hospital at the nurses' registry desk or at any qualified school of nursing. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I did my best to stay out of Teeters and Gridler's sight. But if they had suspicions of being followed and were watching their back trail, they'd have known I was there, all right. The land was flat, and we frequently crossed great patches of powder-dried dirt that smoked the air with dust under the horses' feet. After an hour, they began to swing slowly north, and by noon it was clear that for some reason they were riding in a great half-circle. They'd left Dodge, headed west, and sure enough, just after sundown, they rode back into town from the east. I waited until dark, then came in. Put my horse up. The office was empty, so I walked up to Delmonico's, where I found Doc having supper.
Oh, Matt! Oh, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Oh, you look hungry enough to even eat this food.
It's been a long time since breakfast, Doc.
Yeah, the man ought to eat 3 meals regular, Matt. You'll get run down if you don't.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Only sometimes you have to eat when you can.
Oh, that's so. Did you have a hard day, Matt?
Yeah, I've been riding, Doc. Riding around in circles.
Oh, is that what the government pays you for? Oh, I'd like to have your job, man.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doc. It isn't always this easy.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Chester told me. What happened? You lose them?
No, I didn't lose them. Matter of fact, they're coming in here right now.
Huh? What do you mean they're coming in? Those two?
Yeah.
They're pretty hard-looking fellas.
They are. Evening, Marshal. Oh, hello, Teeters. Gridler.
Marshal.
This is Dr. Adams, gentlemen. How are you?
Hi, Doc.
How are you?
Well, what's on your mind?
You are, Marshal.
What?
That was you trailing us all day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why?
I didn't want you to get lost.
That's a lie.
Then let's say that I didn't want you to get into any trouble.
You going to tell us what it's all about, Marshal?
Well, you're not exactly the most reputable citizens in Kansas, and I just wanted to have an eye on you, that's all.
You sure do.
Because like I told you, you keep out of trouble, and you're welcome to stay here.
Just remember one thing, Marshal. There's 2 of us.
And next time you follow us, you might not come back.
Well, taking chances like that's part of my job, Mr. Teeters.
It's a poor job, then.
Yeah, sometimes I think so, too.
Come on, Teeters, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, they're not very polite, are they?
No, but they're smart. Smart enough to figure something's wrong, anyway.
Do you think they might bolt, Matt?
It depends on how smart they really are, Doc. Right now, they're so curious they might stay around just to see what it's all about.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh,
Pull up
hi,
a
Doc.
chair. Pull up a chair, Chester.
I won't have time. We better get right over to the depot.
Why? What's happened?
Well, sir, I saw them ride back into town. The first thing they did was go to the depot and ask about a train.
Oh, were you there?
No, sir, the agent came and told me like he'd promised.
Train goes at 7:30, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. And it's just about that now. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Doc, if that waiter ever does come around, tell him to hold a steak for me, will you? I might just be back for it.
Sure, Matt. Yes, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Are you going to go on the train with him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Hickok's sure to be here in the morning, Chester. If I can keep him off this train tonight, I doubt they'll try anything else till tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't arrest him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then,
I'll just face him off it, Chester. So keep your head up.
Yes, sir.
Now, there they are. Come on.
You come just to say goodbye, Marshal?
Not exactly, Teeters.
Oh?
You can take the train tomorrow if you like, but not this one.
Why tomorrow?
Well, I've got orders to keep you in sight till then.
Orders from who?
It doesn't matter. But you have your choice. You can have the run of Dodge tonight, or you can spend it in jail.
You know, you talk pretty loose for just one man, Marshal. Your friend there doesn't look like a gunman. Well, now, you can't always tell by looks, mister.
I can. You said you didn't want trouble, Marshal, but you sure starting it. There won't be any trouble. You do what I tell you. And if we don't, I'll kill the first one of you that moves for that train. You can die that way, Marshal. Maybe. But you won't both get on that train. Gridler, you know me. You know I'll do it.
We can still make it, Gridler. No. It's not worth it. We can go tomorrow.
All right. Marshal, tomorrow it'll be different. Yeah, sure. Tomorrow it'll be different. Chester and I met the noon train next day. But as I'd figured, Hickok didn't get off it. I questioned the man who rode the baggage car, and sure enough, Wild Bill and his witness had hidden out there the whole trip. As soon as the crowd left the depot, we walked down to the car, crawled under it, pounded on the door on the other side.
Who is it?
It's Dillon, Bill. Open up.
Oh, jump up, man.
Come on, Chester.
Oh, Matt, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Hickok?
Chester. Sam, come over here. This is my witness, Sam Trimble.
Howdy. Mr. Trimble.
Are you still here, Matt?
Yeah, but we better move fast.
Matt, that judge up at Abilene's crazy, but he's still the judge. And he says Trimble here has to identify Teeters and Gridler before I arrest him this time.
But, Bill, they can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I know that, Matt, but I'm after them for a second murder they did. I'd suggest we just go kill them, but I've been waiting a long time to see these two hung, and by glory, I'm going to do it.
You will if you're lucky. Tell me, Mr. Trimble, do these men know you on sight?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Marshal. I was in the stable where I worked, over in Abilene, that is. And a fella come in for his horse, and I went to get it for him. I heard some shooting, and then two men ran right past me. I got a good look at them, all right. They just killed that fella, too.
You mean you don't know Teeters and Gridler?
I never heard of them, Matt. There's no pictures of them I know of, but he can identify them when he sees them.
Yeah, sure, but what about them? Will they recognize you, Mr. Trimble?
Gosh, I don't know, Marshal. I hope not. They'd kill me on sight, wouldn't they? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you just do what we tell you to, and you'll come to no harm, Trimble. Dillon and I are a fair match for those two. If they start any trouble, we'll be on them so fast they'll die on their feet.
Taking a terrible chance. I hadn't thought of that.
Easy, Trimble, easy. An hour from now, we'll have them in jail with their teeth pulled.
I sure hope so, but how are you going to do it?
Just go find them, that's all.
As soon as we get them locked up, I'll buy you the biggest steak you ever ate, Trimble. Come on, let's go.
I took Hickok and Trimble over to the Texas Trail, where we decided we'd wait while Chester located Teeters and Gridler. Then we'd just walk in on them and get it over with fast. I introduced the two men to Kitty, and we ordered a couple of drinks for Trimble, who was getting jumpier by the minute.
What are you two heroes doing? Getting this poor man drunk enough to fight him?
Not exactly, Miss Kitty. He just lacks faith in us, that's all.
I wouldn't have come if I'd thought about it. I sure would.
Look, Trimble, it isn't often a man has both mine and Matt Dillon's guns behind him. You're as safe as you'd be in church.
I don't go to church.
Here, Mr. Trimble. Have another drink, huh?
I will in a minute. I'm going out back first.
Whatever you're up to, it's making him mighty nervous.
Yeah. Well, I'll admit he usually leads a quieter life. He'll brag big, though, once he's back in Abilene.
Yeah. Tell me, Bill, do you plan to stay in Abilene long?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Charlie Utter keeps talking to me about Deadwood.
Oh, it's as dusty up in Deadwood as it is in Kansas.
Yeah, I know, Miss Kitty, but Charlie thinks some of that dust is made of gold.
What's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you, Matt.
All right, stay in here, everybody.
Gridler. I was just crossing the street and saw him run out of the alley there.
All right, come on.
There he is.
Yeah, it's Trimble. What happened, Trimble?
They shot me. I was going to run away.
And he got scared and ran right into him.
We shouldn't have let him alone at all.
They said they saw me with you, Mr. Hickok. They said that's all they needed to know. And they shot me.
Chester, go get the doctor. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Trimble. They were the men who killed that fellow in Abilene. You recognized them all right?
No. No, I never saw these two before. It wasn't them.
What?
I knew I shouldn't have come. I got killed for nothing.
Trimble. Trimble.
That's no use, Bill.
Yeah. He got killed for nothing, all right. They must have figured he was a witness to some murder they did commit.
Well, anyway, they'll hang for Trimble now.
Let's find them before they get out of town, Matt.
We'll find them even if they do. Hickok and I walked out of the alley and into the plaza. There were a couple of citizens who'd heard the shooting and had seen Teeters and Gridler run out of the alley. Told us that they'd gone into the Dodge house, and we followed. From the look on the clerk's face as we went past him and up the stairs, I knew that they were in their room. When we reached it, Bill stood on one side of the door, and I on the other.
Think they'll fight, man?
Well, let's ask them.
I told you they'd follow us, Peters. Now we're trapped sure.
Shut up, I said. And it got us to the street on the wall. Open the door. Throw your guns out. There's no use trying to fight.
There's no use in hanging neither, Marshal. You can just take us the best way you can.
No. Our chance hanging. We got off once.
Billy, get away from that door.
I've listened to you enough. I ain't facing Dillon and Hickok both now.
Hold your hands clear of that door.
Peters, you shouldn't have...
Don't you try to convince us.
Wait, Matt. Could be a trick.
No, I don't think so, Bill. Look. On the floor there.
Yeah, he's been hit all right.
Well, they're both dead.
Well, I sure never expected this.
Saved us doing it, maybe.
Riddler lost his nerve, blast him. Shooting was too good for these two. I wanted to see him hung.
Well, things don't always work out, Bill.
No, they sure don't. Not lately, anyway. Matt, I think I'll go up to Deadwood with Charlie Utter right soon after all. Maybe I can find me a little peace and quiet.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Lawrence Dabkin, John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Many of the war orphans of Korea have never known peace or plenty. Their lives have gone from bad to worse. Now their future is in our hands. Without help, they cannot live. We can send them food through CARE, the American Package Sending Relief Agency. Send your contribution to CARE's local office or to CARE New York or CARE Los Angeles. This is Roy Rowan.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test, the sensible, thorough cigarette test, and see why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, put up or shut up?
Hi.
Oh, hi, Helen.
You busy?
Oh, like a hibernating bear.
No business?
I've seen more action in a bankrupt turtle farm.
Oh, things can't be that bad.
I'm even getting an echo in here.
Rick.
Really? Listen. Hello? Hello? See?
Rick, was that really an echo?
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, my girl wants to know if you're really an echo.
I beg your pardon.
Honey, I'll call you back. This echo has a man with it.
Bye.
Bye. Can I help you, sir?
I am looking for Mr. Richard Diamond.
Why?
Now, that's an extremely unique question. I want to sell him 10 tons of pig iron.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I made a New Year's resolution that I wouldn't build another battleship until I paid up my bill at the automat.
My name is Barr, David Barr. Now, if you'll stop talking like a television comedian, I would like to discuss a business arrangement.
Well, my name is Diamond, Richard Diamond. And if you're rolling in money, I'd be very happy to discuss any arrangement you could dream up.
How much do you charge, Mr. Diamond?
Well, that depends. Anything short of a felony, $100 a day in expenses.
How earthy?
Well, it keeps my ribs from showing.
Have you ever heard of me, Mr. Diamond?
Well, I have a feeling this may lose me a quick sale, but very frankly, Mr. Barr...
No matter, I can see by your clothes that your wardrobe must be fashioned exclusively by popular mechanics.
No. Well, okay, we've kicked it around. It's been fun, but I'm beginning to get winded. What do you want to see me for, Mr. Barr?
I want you to guard my store.
Store?
Yes, I have the most fashionable men's haberdashery and tailoring business on Madison Avenue.
And you want it guarded?
Perhaps I should give you some background concerning the disgusting incidents that led me to your,
office.
For the lack of a more sordid description, yes, office.
I'm sure the whole background must be very disgusting.
2 nights ago, my shop was vandalized.
Somebody broke in and swiped something.
Yes. To be exact, 1 blue serge suit.
1 suit?
One. I reported the incident to the police, and they summed it up with the same brilliant observation as you. To quote the sergeant, somebody broke in and swiped something.
Now, look, Mr. Barr, don't tell me you want me to find that blue suit.
No, this was not the end of the trouble, Mr. Diamond.
Somebody lifted a hand-painted tie, maybe?
Naturally, my employees were questioned, and the following day the police returned to their little precinct, satisfied that somebody had merely...
busted in and swiped something.
Yes. Well, the following night, my shop was again the object of vicious vandalizing. This time, the party, or parties responsible, took every foot of blue serge material in the shop.
Oh, now, wait a minute. First, somebody breaks in and takes 1 blue serge suit. The next night, all the blue serge material in the store is stolen. What's the matter? Did you run out of suits?
All my suits are custom tailored, Mr. Diamond.
Oh.
My stock of finished merchandise is generally sparse. We complete only 2 or 3 suits a day. The missing blue serge was hanging with 2 other suits. The property, of course, of one of my best customers.
And the thief didn't touch the other 2 suits?
No. And on the following night, the night of the second burglary, a gray flannel was left untouched.
The suit and the cloth stolen were both blue serge?
Correct. Naturally, I had to order another stock of the same material. It's in the shop now, and I should not be able to sleep a wink unless I was certain that it was safe.
And you want me to sit up with the blue serge?
Exactly. I am considerably interested in finding the motive behind these unusual robberies.
Oh, well, this is certainly a first in my life. I've sat up with a lot of things, but never 15 yards of blue serge. The illustrious Mr. Barr handed me a $100 retainer, ran a white glove over the top of my desk like an inspecting general, made an observation on the pursuit of happiness, and went out of my office faster than a bad molar at a dentist convention. We had agreed to meet at his shop at 6 o'clock that evening. So I pasted the $100 bill to my instep, put the instep up on the desk, crossed the other instep over it, leaned back and dozed off, secure in the knowledge that money would never go to my head. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, this is Mr. Barr.
Oh, yeah. Well, it isn't 6, is it?
It's 4:35. Mr. Diamond, am I correct in assuming that the moment you grabbed that $100, you became a member of my employ?
Well, you're correct. $100 worth.
Then please come immediately to number 6 Park Avenue. Something's happened, and I feel a complete breakdown coming on. Oh, come in.
Oh, what's happened?
Well, if this keeps up, I may be living on dream pills. I've been eating them like peanuts.
Well, maybe if you gave me a hint.
I have been robbed.
Well, didn't we go through this thing in
Here, I've been robbed here in my apartment.
What?
I came home, took a bath, went in to get dressed, opened my wardrobe, and to my complete horror, found 3. My only 3 blue serge suits were missing.
Oh, no.
A potent reaction. Oh, no. Now, why didn't I think of that?
I can't imagine. It's certainly simple enough.
We'll spend a whole day insulting each other after you solve this mystery. So for now, strain yourself and try looking like a detective with a $100 retainer in his pocket.
Well, it's not in my pocket. But if we go into that, I'll leave myself wide open. Show me your wardrobe. Mr. Barr's apartment was as overdone as he was. I stepped down into the living room and found myself wading through a carpet that called for a dog sled to negotiate it. The smell of incense made me keep looking back over my shoulder for the dancing girls. He led the way into a bedroom that George Washington wouldn't have slept in without an armed guard and opened his wardrobe. 2 dozen $300 suits stretched from one end of the closet to the other. And there was enough material in that wardrobe to drive a frustrated moth into a complete fit.
They were hanging right here in this space.
You sure they couldn't be at the cleaners?
They were here this morning.
Oh, what's that on the bed? That's a blue serge suit.
Mr. Diamond, that is the suit I was wearing when I came into your office.
No, well, I was so busy looking at your money.
Well, what is to be done?
Well, I got to admit it's sure a strange one.
You are constantly coming up with the most astute observations.
Oh? Wait till I get around to your personality.
You'd really be a likable fella, Diamond, if I could bring myself to look at you.
Oh, I'm not so bad. Think of what you must go through shaving every morning.
Oh, really, Diamond? What do you think is behind this ridiculous situation?
Now, very honestly, I don't know. Except the obvious. Somebody wants your blue serge suits and all the blue serge material you've got.
That blue serge on the bed is the last one I've got. Do you think this could be some kind of a practical joke?
Not very. It could get somebody 10 years.
Well, have you got any ideas at all?
Yes, I have. Take that last blue serge and hide it. I'll sit in your store tonight and see that the new material you ordered doesn't get lifted.
You take the suit, Mr. Diamond. You're being paid to protect it.
Okay.
And remember, it's new. Brand new. It would cost you $300 to duplicate it. So for the sake of your home and kiddies, don't stuff your big shoulders into it.
He gave me the key to his store and told me how to shut off the burglar alarm. He gave me the phone number where I could reach him that evening in case something happened, draped the blue suit over my arm, and hurried me out of the room like he was getting rid of a plague victim. I grabbed a cab, and 10 minutes later, I was unlocking the door to my apartment. I started to toss Mr. Barr's suit on the bed, but thought better of it, so I went to the closet, opened the door, and reached for a hanger. Now, unlike Mr. Barr's wardrobe, I generally sport a variety of items. A couple of sport coats, a few old Letterman sweaters to fill up the space, 4 pair of slacks, and usually, mind you, I say usually, 2 suits. One of which I was wearing at the moment. The other was a blue serge. Was right, because where my blue serge suit once was, it wasn't. That did it. First, Barr loses everything in sight that happens to be blue serge. Then I come home and find that one of the 2 suits I had to my name had been swiped. I burned. Barr could get dozens of suits and use them for bath mats when he got tired of wearing them. Me, I was going to have to sew sleeves on the bath mats. I called Barr at home, but he'd left. I thought about calling with the number he had given me, but decided against it. I sat down to try and figure it out. But a half a dozen camels later, I was still facing a big fat zero. One thing was sure. I had Mr. Barr's last blue serge suit, and nobody was going to get it away from me. Big shoulders or not, I put it on and headed for Barr's shop on Madison Avenue. I never made it.
Hold it.
Hey, what is this?
Hayden.
Well, I'm only considering it because he's got a gun in my back.
Walked under that sedan by the curb.
Oh, I get car sick.
You heard him.
Oh, fellas, I haven't been well. Doctor recommends lots of walking. Told me to stay away from cars.
Move!
Oh, now look.
You heard him.
Yeah, I heard him. Would I be nosy if I asked?
Yeah, you would be very nosy.
How about you, friend?
You heard him.
Get in the back.
Look, can I interest you boys in a deal? My secret decoder and my ray gun, if you'll only... They were both big boys, and they both had big guns. One of them slugged me with one of the big guns, and my head swelled up to match the whole ugly situation. I went down and out faster than a left fielder trying to steal home with a Charlie horse, and they rolled me into the car. We drove for a long time, me lying on the floor of the back seat, trying to bring myself back to a conscious way of thinking. Finally, I snapped out of it, and they let me sit up and take a look around. We were on a lonely stretch of road, and although the car was green, not black, and didn't look anything like a hearse, I had a gloomy feeling that we were heading for a funeral.
Get out.
Now look.
You heard him.
Okay. Look, fellas, the least you can do is tell me...
Get out of that suit.
Get out of the suit?
You heard him.
Take it off. Take it off quick.
Well, okay. Would you mind turning your backs?
You want to get belted again?
No. I'll take it off.
Take the coat, Hans.
Yeah, Hunts. Here.
Now the pants. Come on.
Oh, all right. But it's cold. I'm getting goosebumps.
Hand him the pants.
There you are, Hunts. Oh, so you're the guys who've been after the blue serge suits.
Walk him off the road, Hunts.
Yeah, what if a car came by, me in my hand-painted shorts?
Get him off far enough so they won't find him right away. Move!
Oh, now look.
You'll hide him.
Yeah, I sure did.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here's an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
There's one sensible way to find out. It's not just a sniff, not just a puff, but steady smoking. For only then can you find out how well a cigarette agrees with your throat day in and day out.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of people smoked only Camels for 30 days. Each week, their throats were examined by noted throat specialists who reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos for 30 days and find out just how mild a cigarette can be, how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. It's the sensible, thorough test, a test that will pay off in years of smoking enjoyment. You'll discover why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I kept walking with Hunts right behind me, his big gun pointed to the middle of my back. I could stand losing my clothes, but I'd grown to enjoy my life. So I decided I'd have to get that gun away from Hunts somehow. We were 50 yards from the road when I tried it.
Hey, give me that gun!
Come on, give it to me! I guess you didn't hear what I said. Hunts had tried his best to put a hole in me, but like most guys who think they've got a sure thing, he forgot a small item called luck. In this case, all of it on my side. I left him lying on his face in the moonlight and headed back for the car. But the other gunsel evidently saw my white shorts bounding over the landscape and decided it was time to leave. I tried a shot at him and then went back to find Hunts and borrow a pair of pants. Sometimes when things happen that fast, a guy gets careless. Now, I'd figured Hunts, being wounded, would be in the same spot I left him. But when I got back to the spot, the one-sentence killer was nowhere in sight. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a branch snap, so I knew that Hunts was on his way back home. I was getting too cold in my undies to start chasing him, so I went back to the road and walked until I spotted a house. Any other time, I would have considered carefully before walking up to a front door attired only in my underwear. Thank goodness they weren't blue serge. I figured I could say I was a cross-country runner with a bad sense of direction. I rang the doorbell and waited.
Yes?
Could I use your phone? Oh, shut up, Walt.
Boy, did you look silly when they dragged you in here.
I don't know. Otis thought it was a burlesque raid and asked me for a date.
Would you mind telling me what you were doing running around like that?
Well, that woman's husband was chasing me. What did you think I was doing?
Well, you can't blame the old man for chasing you. You scared his wife right out of her wig. Now, why don't you tell me what this is all about?
Because I don't know.
Well, how'd you lose your clothes?
Let me make a phone call and I'll tell you all about it. I put in a call to David Barr and asked him to meet me at the store. Then I briefed Walt on everything up to date. Walt said,
"Are you nuts?"
And I left before I had to lie. I went back to my apartment, climbed back into the only suit I had left, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in David Barr's shop on Madison Avenue. I explained the events of the last couple of hours, and Mr. Barr said,
Disgusting.
You bet.
I just can't understand it.
Move over.
Don't you have any theories at all?
Well, vague ones. That blue suit that you gave me. Tell me about it.
The material was originally ordered for a customer who failed to show up, so I had it made up for me.
Where did you get your cloth?
Black & Winterfield. Although I'm certain you've never enjoyed the benefit of their merchandise, you must have heard of them.
What customer was the material ordered for originally?
Oh, not one of my steady customers. He left a deposit.
Well, what was his name?
Kingsley. Leonard Kingsley, a small man with a preposterous stomach. I had to order 4 yards.
Well, that's Mr. Kingsley. He's never called or gotten in touch with you?
No. So needing another blue suit, I use the material for myself. If he comes in, I can always order more material.
Didn't you take his measurements?
He was in a hurry. He picked out the serge from the book, gave me a deposit, and told me he'd be back that afternoon for the measurements. That was over a month ago. What are you driving at, Diamond?
How do I know? I'm just fishing. The whole thing has got something to do with blue serge material and that blue suit.
You're getting disgustingly repetitious. I suppose you're going to tell me this Kingsley sent 2 hired killers to steal my goods because he thought it was easier than coming in for a fitting.
I don't know. Where's your phone?
On the desk. It's the only thing in the whole shop that looks anything like a phone. Honestly.
I got more of a description of Leonard Kingsley and put in a call to Walt at the precinct. I gave him the information, asked him to run a check. Then I said goodnight to Mr. Barr and settled back in a chair to guard the store. I'd been sleeping about an hour when Walt called back.
What do you know about this Leonard Kingsley, Diamond?
Oh, now, there's a brilliant question. Why do you think I called you up? I don't know anything. I want to find out.
Well, where did you hear about him?
From my client?
That bar guy you told me about?
That's right. This Leonard Kingsley came into his store, ordered a suit, never came back.
That was because he couldn't.
Come back?
Yeah. About a month ago, this Leonard Kingsley was killed in a car accident. Stepped off the curb and a car hit him.
You sure it was an accident?
Yep. Woman hit him. There was an inquest. Witnesses say it was all Kingsley's fault.
All right. What's the rest?
Rest?
Oh, stop with the Little Red Riding Hood. Something's up.
Well, this is confidential, Rick.
Well, it'll stay that way.
The FBI have got a share in this thing.
What?
It seems that when a check was run to find Kingsley's home and relatives, all of the credentials he had on him turned out to be phonies, particularly his passport.
What did the feds find out?
Kingsley was from one of the Iron Curtain countries. Espionage.
All right. Well, Paul Revere with a shoulder holster.
I want some answers, Mr. Barr. How many customers can you remember who came into your shop and ordered only one suit in the last year?
Half a dozen.
How many never came back after they got the one suit? Well, what's the matter?
That's peculiar. Everyone I can remember, and they're comparatively easy because most of my customers are steady.
Go on. What about these single customers?
Every one of them ordered a blue serge.
And you got all the material from Black & Winterfield?
Yes.
The whole thing was beginning to make sense. What better way of getting information out of the country than in the material of a suit? I dragged Barr down to the store again, got the names of all his single customers who had ordered blue serge suits. Then I went over to the 5th Precinct and had Walt make a check on them. 2 hours later, the U.S. Customs Department sent in an interesting teletype.
Rick, every one of those guys have left the country and hasn't returned.
And 8 to 5, the FBI can find out plenty. Now, give them the information. Let's go over to Black & Winterfield. I want to take a look at that store. See if I can find out how anyone can hide any kind of information in 3.5 yards of blue serge.
There it is. Dark.
Yep, come on.
What do you think you're going to do?
Well, we're going in that store and take a look around.
You can't do that. Not without a warrant.
All right, Fatty, just so you won't disgrace that lovely badge, I'll go in first, and you can come in and arrest me for breaking and entering.
Now, Rick, you wait a minute.
Walt, they know I got away. We can't wait. Hey.
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
That car in the alley.
What about it?
Looks like the one those two killers took me for a ride in. Come on.
Well?
Looks like it. Wait a minute, I took a shot at it. Maybe I can...
Wait, I'll light a match.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir, here it is. Nice little bullet hole.
Well, I
think one of my little headhunters is in that building. Still want to get a warrant?
Let's go. How are we going to get in?
Oh, you'll figure something out. You're really a second-story man at heart.
Rick, wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at this. Isn't that blood?
Looks like both of them are here. Leads right in the door.
Locked.
Let's go around back. We ducked around back and spent the next 10 minutes jimmying the window. And Walt couldn't have been more professional if he'd done time in Sing Sing. He jammed it without a sound and knew just how to disconnect the alarm. We squeezed through and dropped to the floor. We were in a basement, and from somewhere in another part of the building, we could hear a radio playing softly. We went up the steps to the first floor and stopped to listen. The radio was to our left, down a long corridor. We stayed against the wall and edged our way toward its door at the end of the hall. A thin strip of light showed at the crack, and we moved up and listened, holding our breath.
How you feeling, Hans? Well, try and take it easy. And the boss is coming with the doc.
They're both in there.
Let's take them.
Hold it.
Music making you feel better, huh?
No, Gabe.
Well, you want something better, maybe? Artie Shaw pick you up, maybe?
No, turn it off.
Okay. Don't you worry. I'll get that shamus for shooting you. And the boss will be real happy when he sees we got the suit.
Okay, let's take them, Walt.
Look out behind you, Rick!
It all happened so fast there wasn't any time to think. Suddenly, there were two men standing behind us in the hall. By the time the smoke cleared, both of them were down, and Walt and I were shaking like a hula dancer with a hot foot. Then, before we could catch our breath, Gabe came running out.
I'll get him, Rick.
No, I'll get him. You go in and take care of the wounded one. Walt went in after Hunts, and I took off after the other. I caught him just as he dove through the front door. Hold it!
Okay. I'm bleeding.
All right, let's have it.
I'm bleeding. Get a doctor.
The ambulance is on the way. Now tell us about it.
What do you want to know?
We want to know about the suits and about the material, and who the guys are in the hall.
One of them's a doctor for Hunts. The other one's the boss. He runs the store.
You were getting information out of the country and the Blue Surge material.
Yeah.
What kind of information?
All kinds. Defense plans, radar locations, that kind of stuff. Done all in code numbers.
How did they do it?
Stuff was invisible like. Just drew it on the Blue Surge. When the guy got out of the country, he'd take the suit and dip it in something. Then the writing come out.
And when Kingsley got hit by the car, you found out he didn't have the suit.
The boss did. How about it, Hunts? How do you feel?
Why did you swipe my suit?
We was tailing Bar. Saw him going to your office. Figured maybe he'd give you the suit.
Well, there it is, Rick.
How about it, Hunts? Your partner telling the truth?
You heard him.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, a study has been made. Again, this question was asked of doctors all over the country and in every branch of medicine.
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, again and again, surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, smoke Camels for 30 days, and you'll see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
And say, how about giving a carton of Camels for Valentine's Day? Makes a swell gift.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camel and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, each week for many years, the makers of Camels have been sending gift cigarettes to hospitalized servicemen and veterans in this country. Now, gift Camels are also being sent to hospitals overseas. This week's shipping list includes U.S. Naval Hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Camels are also on their way to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, and Fort Howard, Maryland. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can soon be seen in his new RKO picture, Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
PA stands for two things, Pipe Appeal and Prince Albert. They go hand in hand. For Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco has a rich flavor and a delightful natural aroma. PA is crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and it's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Before we start the first act of today's Shadow story, attention homeowners. If you want better heat with less furnace attention, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Order a supply of Blue Coal, the fine quality hard coal that's been mined and prepared by the most modern methods and laboratory tested for quality. You'll find that Blue Coal offers you by far the most for your money in heating comfort and satisfaction. Don't fail to try it. Order your supply of Blue Coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Friend of Darkness.
They hardly need that, and most would rather not have it. They would rather win an appreciation of their attainments and talents. When one faculty is denied us, nature compensates by developing others. To illustrate that point, I've invited here to my home a young man who has been blind from birth. I take pleasure now in presenting to you Mr. Peter Blair. And, oh yes, I want you to meet Peter's best friend, his guide and companion. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Rex. Peter is going to demonstrate how generously nature has compensated him for the loss of his sight. You'll need a couple of volunteers to help with this. Lamont Cranston, will you be a courageous soul and come up here in front of all these nice people?
All right, Margot. I hope I'm not going to be sawed in half or anything like that.
No, Lamont, it's usually a woman that's sawed in half.
Right.
Now, we need one more volunteer. Commissioner Weston, I know you're not afraid of a crowd. Would you be so kind?
Gladly, Miss Lane, gladly.
That's fine. Now that we have our volunteers, I turn the platform over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, I first want to express my deep appreciation to Miss Lane and all you ladies and gentlemen who are launching this campaign for the economic and industrial advancement of the blind. As Miss Lane has told you, nature generously compensates for the loss of the sight faculty. In my case, I've been endowed with a rare sense of touch.
And I'll show you now to what extent that faculty has been developed. I hold in my hand a piece of steel 3 inches thick. Commissioner Weston, would you hold this piece of steel against your chest?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Cranston, will you take the commissioner's hand and hold your middle finger on his pulse?
Certainly. Come, Weston, come. There we are.
I suppose that's the first time you two men have been asked to hold hands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to place my fingers on the piece of steel that's against Commissioner Weston's chest. I'll count the beat of the commissioner's heart through this steel. Mr. Cranston will verify my count by the pulse beat. And we'll start on a signal from Miss Lane. All right, now, Miss Lane, whenever you say.
All right, when I say go. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop. The commissioner's heart beat 10 times. We stopped on the 11th beat, Mr. Cranston?
Correct. 10 beats called exactly on the beat.
Where's the Skinner, Joe? He's out with that police dog Prince he bought, teaching him something, he says. I wonder what the Skinner has up his sleeve. He's been training that mutt for the past month. I don't get it. First he holds us up in his shack, and then he goes in for dog training. It's got me. Shut up. Here he comes. Hello, Skinner. Hi, Skinner. How'd the mutt do tonight?
I did okay. He's a smart hound. I had to slap him around a bit, but he gets the idea after a while. Give me a smoke, will you?
Certainly, Skinner. Here.
Well, I guess this is the night.
Night for what?
To pull the stunt I've been planning on for a couple of months.
You mean you got something on the fire?
Yeah. You're gonna make some real dough. No penny ante stuff this time.
Gee, I thought we was gonna spend our lives just training that mutt.
That hound is gonna be more important to the stunt I've got in mind than either of you guys.
What's on the slate?
You'll find out. There's a clipping I cut out of a paper about a month ago.
What is it?
A popular and beautiful Margot Lane launches Society for the Economic and Industrial Advancement of the Blind.
Oh, that's very interesting. You ain't going into society, are you?
Shut up, Dope. There's a lot of stuff here about this Margot Lane, but here's what interests me. Among the demonstrations that amazed the guests was the feat performed by Peter Blair. Blind from birth, Blair registered the heartbeat of a guest through a thick piece of steel. This he did by placing the steel over the heart of one of the guests with his own fingers on the outer side.
So what?
So we can use that guy. Anybody that can feel a heartbeat through a piece of steel could feel his tumblers fall in the safe.
That's swell, but how you gonna get the guy? Kidnap him? Next. That carries a death sentence in this state.
Yeah. If you take a guy by physical force, it does. But it wouldn't be kidnapping if the guy walked in here without us laying a hand on him, would it?
You think the guy's nuts enough to do that?
I'm gonna make him do it.
How?
Prince here will do it for us. This guy Blair is led around by a big police dog, just like Prince here. Rex is his name. Takes his dog to the park for exercise every night. We're gonna watch for him tonight. When he lets his dog off the leash, we grab him and leave Prince in his place.
To lead Blair here?
Right. This shack is between the park and Blair's home.
Hey, that sounds all right, but wait a minute. What'll Prince do when we beat it?
Prince won't move from where I put him till he hears the name Rex. And he'll go to whoever says it.
Oh. That's what you've been teaching him, to answer both names, huh?
That's about everything Blair's dog does.
Boy, that's thinking him up, believe me. Well, when do we go?
Right now. We'll drive out to the park and wait for Blair. Come on, Prince. You're one of the gang now. There's Peter Blair now, sitting on that bench over there.
Is his dog running around?
Yeah. Joe, let Prince out of the car.
Right.
This is where we make the switch.
Okay. Come on, Prince. Come on.
Now, as soon as we get Rex over here to the car, we'll trade dogs. Prince, speak. Speak.
Hey, look. The other mutt stopped dead in his tracks. Hey, now he's answering back.
Here he comes. All right, Prince. All right, boy, do your stuff. Ready to grab Blair's dog, you guys?
I'm all set. He won't get away.
Hello, Rex. Nice, Rexy. Come here, boy. Oh, that's a good fella.
All right, fellas, grab and muzzle him.
Got him, Skinner.
In the car with a big and snappy.
Shut up. You'll find your boss in a little while.
Okay, Skinner, we're all set. Dog's in the car. Right. Now lie down on the grass, Prince. That's it. Now stay put till Blair calls for Rex. No, boy. Down.
That Prince ain't moving a muscle.
Boy, you sure got him trained.
Red, time to go home. Come on, Red. Look at Prince. You heard him call. Red. Say, look at Prince jump all over Blair. Like he knew him all his life.
He'll never know it ain't Rex.
Will you look at that? Prince is leading the guy right out of the park.
Right out of the park and right into our hands.
Hey, you're acting a bit strange tonight, Rex. Is something wrong? Hey, why don't you answer me? Ah, you're talking, are you? That certainly isn't like you. I'm surprised. What are you stopping here for, Rex? We're not near home yet. Is the car coming? Well, you found your voice at last. Rex, you've taken me to somebody's door. Stop pulling like... Rex, stop! Where am I? What place is this? Is anybody here?
Take it easy, buddy. You're among friends.
Margot, you're all excited. Something wrong?
Oh, yes, Lamont. A terrible thing has happened.
Sit down and tell me about it.
No, Lamont, I can't sit down, and neither can you. We've got to get to work this minute.
What is it, Margot?
Do you remember that nice blind boy?
Peter Blair?
Yes, that's right. He's gone.
Gone?
I was just talking to his mother on the phone.
No, wait, Margot. Wait, calm yourself. Now, tell me, where has he gone?
Well, I don't know. Nobody knows. He's disappeared. His dog with him.
Well, when did this happen?
Well, he left the house last night for his usual nightly walk with Rex. He hasn't been heard from since. His poor old mother's nearly mad with anxiety.
Come on, Margot. We've got to start from where Peter Blair started and see if it won't lead us somewhere.
Now, take it easy, Blair. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Oh, I don't care what you do with me. What have you done with my dog, Rex?
He's okay for the time being. One of the boys are feeding him down in the cellar. I'll let you and me get down to business.
Oh, we'll get it over with. I have no money, if that's what you're after.
No, but you can get plenty for us. At least you can help us get it.
Help you? What do you mean?
Here's the dope. We've got a line on how to get into the State Street Bank. There's plenty of dough in that big vault. All you've got to do is plant them educated fingers of yours against the vault door and tell us when the tumblers fall.
You mean you want me to help you rob a bank?
That's just what we want, and that's just what you're going to do.
Oh, you must be mad to think I'd do anything like that.
Look here, Blair. I tried to be nice to you. I guess it ain't the right treatment. I got another medicine. A pretty bitter dose.
What do you mean?
You want to keep your dog, don't you?
Rex, well, of course. I'd be lost without him. He's my eyes. He sees for
And
me.
you're going to the bank with us tonight or else.
Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't hurt Rex. That'd be as bad as killing a person, a helpless human.
You're going to do what we say or not?
Oh, I couldn't. I'd be a criminal. I couldn't do it.
Okay. You've had your chance. Marty?
Yes, what are you going to do?
Go find out. Have you got your gun, Marty?
Yeah.
When I count 10, I want you to plug that dog of Blair.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah, that's just how long you've got to make up your mind. To the count of 10. 1.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. You couldn't.
2. 3.
No, Rex!
4.
No!
5.
Please, for God's sake.
6. 7. 8.
Wait. All right. I'll do it.
We'll continue with the second half of the Shadow's adventure in just a moment. You know, householders, it's pretty hard to beat the satisfaction of having a perfectly heated home. And it's great to know that the fuel you're using is 100% safe, always dependable, and that it keeps furnace attention down to an absolute minimum. Now, that's exactly the kind of all-around heating comfort and satisfaction Blue Coal provides for thousands of American families every year. And if you haven't yet tried this superior quality fuel, don't put put off a real treat. I can tell you that blue coal is America's finest hard coal, finest because it's mined from Pennsylvania's richest deposits. And then it's sized, screened, and prepared by the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Company. I can tell you, too, that each carload of blue coal undergoes a thorough laboratory test to ensure its quality before it leaves the yard. But if you'll just try blue coal and ask for it by name when you order your next fuel supply, then your heating problems will be over. For you'll find that blue coal requires less furnace attention, and your family will appreciate blue coal's steadier, more dependable heat. Just see if I'm not right. Call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified phone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Well, good morning, Commissioner Weston.
Cranston, you must have ridden down here with a milkman. What are you doing around at this hour?
I've been anxious to know what the police are doing about the disappearance of Peter Blair.
Oh, you've got your fist in that now, huh?
Very much so, Commissioner. What news have you?
None. We've been dragging the river for his body all night, but we've found no trace yet.
I don't expect you will.
Why not? That's the most likely place to find him.
How do you think he was drowned?
Well, he was blind, wasn't he? He probably walked off the end of the pier.
I'm afraid, Commissioner, you underestimate his dog. That animal would never lead Peter Blair near enough to fall into water.
Well, and he might have jumped off, committed suicide.
Well, what of the dog? Do you believe he also committed suicide?
Certainly not. But if he saw his master go off the pier, he might follow him. That's likely what happened. The dog was drowned going after his master.
I admit that such devotion is characteristic of dogs like Rex. But I'm afraid your water theory doesn't hold water.
Cranston, it's too early in the morning to get into an argument with you. I don't want to start my day off wrong. Now, will you...
Your phone's ringing, Commissioner.
I know it's ringing.
There goes your day.
Hello. Commissioner Weston speaking. What's that? The State Street Bank. Why, that's it. When did this happen? Yes, I'll be right down. Well, what do you know about that?
What's up, Commissioner?
The State Street Bank was robbed last night. The big vault was cleaned out. Why, I can't believe it. It's impossible.
It happened.
It couldn't.
It did.
Oh, shut up. Well, this vault was opened by a cracksman. He's the best one that ever lived. There's not a mark on the vault anywhere. No drills, no soup, nothing. Just open, that's all.
That seems to have been enough for the gang's purpose, Commissioner Weston.
Cranston, if you're going to let loose a theory, I'll lock you in that vault until I've completed this investigation.
I wouldn't lock anyone in that one if I were you, Commissioner. It's too easy to open.
Then keep out from under my feet.
Have you formed an opinion yet as to how this thing was accomplished?
Yes, I have. There's only one way it could be done. Only a person who knew the combination could have opened that vault.
Then you think it's an inside job?
Obviously. It would be impossible otherwise.
I'll grant you it has all the earmarks of an inside job. Still, it doesn't seem possible that an employee would take such a chance.
No, it doesn't, eh? Well, how do you think it was done, then?
It certainly is baffling. Say, Commissioner, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what?
Do you remember the night Margot launched the Society for the Advancement of the Blind?
Yes.
Do you recall Peter Blair, the boy who counted your heartbeat through a piece of steel?
Yes, I remember that. By George, I see it now. He could feel the tumblers in the safe just as he did the beat of my heart.
There may be others with a talent such as that.
Cranston, you hit something at last.
Well, thanks.
Why didn't I think of him before? Why, he's the only man in the world who could have done this job.
Say, just a minute, Commissioner. You don't by any chance think Peter Blair robbed this bank?
Why, the whole thing ties in perfectly. He disappears mysteriously. The bank is robbed. Say, Blair's our man, all right.
No, Commissioner, he'd never do a thing.
Cranston, he's the only one who could do it. I've been hunting him dead. Now I'm after Peter Blair, dead or alive.
What are you hollering about, Blair? We're only asking you to do one more job for us. And we'll beat it out of town and you can go home with your dog.
Oh, but I can't do it again. I just can't.
You'll do it all right. This job is a cinch. We got almost an open door to the National Bank. All right, men, here's the setup. Now, the watchman has coffee delivered from a lunch wagon every night at about 12 o'clock. He takes it from a kid at the side door. All we have to do is follow the kid into the alley, stick a gun in his ribs, make him ring the bell just as he always does. When the watchman opens the door to get his coffee, we go in.
Nothing to it. Oh, you'll be caught sooner or later, Skinner.
All right, Blair, it'll be later. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Right.
Oh, Joe. Yeah? I want you to stay here and get things together for the getaway. We're leaving town right after this job.
What do you want me to do?
Clean out everything. Don't leave a thing behind, get me? No evidence.
Right. Don't leave a thing. Yeah. How about Blair?
We'll handle him on the way back.
Right.
All right, you guys, into the car. Marty, take care of Blair.
Come on, get going, you.
What's the matter, Mutt? You crying for your boss? Well, you won't miss him long. Skinner said clean up everything. That means you too. And you too, Prince. Your number's up. I guess I might as well get it over with. Shut up. Hey, Rex, get back there. Get back. Holy mackerel, right through the window. Hey, Prince, get down there. Get down. Crazy mutts.
When did Rex get home, Mrs. Blair?
Just a few minutes before I called you, Mr. Cranston, and he brought this other dog home with him.
I see. Why, he is exactly like Rex. The same markings. Well, no, boy, no. We're not talking about you. See, Mrs. Blair.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Have you noticed that this other dog responds when he hears the name Rex?
Yes, he acts like Rex in every way.
By George, I see it now, Mrs. Blair. This dog has been used as a substitute to lure your son away. What is it, Rex? What are you trying to tell me?
Mr. Cranston, Rex is pulling you toward the door.
Yes. You keep the other dog here, Mrs. Blair.
All right, Mr. Cranston.
Margot,
Yes, Lamar?
follow us in the car. All right, Rex, old boy. I think I understand. Come on. Easy, Rex. Easy. I wonder why you've led us into this lonely neighborhood. Oh, up this hill is it, boy, huh? Margot, stop the car.
I think he's trying to call your attention to that shack up there, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. Evidently, that's where Peter Blair is or was. Turn off the headlamps, Margot. Wait here. The shadow's going to see what or who is in that shack.
Be careful, Lamont.
I will, Margot. Come along, Rex. Come on, boy. Come on. Yeah, somebody's in here, all right. Let's see. The door's locked. Speak, Rex. That's a boy. Yeah, somebody's coming.
Well, so you come back, huh, Mutt? Get in here. Come on. You won't get away this time. The Skinner said clean up everything. Hey, am I hearing things?
So the Skinner told you to clear up everything, eh?
What? What was that? I don't see nobody. Who laughed?
I did.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow? Guy nobody can see.
Yes. Where is Peter Blair?
I ain't telling you nothing. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are.
I'm getting out of here. I'll shoot my way out.
Drop that gun.
Let go. Get the mud off me.
Drop that gun.
All right, I'll drop it. Pull the mud off.
Let go his arm, Rex.
What do you want from me?
I want you to tell me where Peter Blair is.
I'll tell you if you let me out of here.
I won't bargain with you. I'm interested only in Peter Blair for the moment.
All right. I ain't gonna be the fall guy in this. Blair's with the Skinner.
Where?
They're robbing the National Bank right now.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is the Shadow. I've got to talk fast, so listen carefully. The National Bank is being robbed right at this moment.
Robbed? By whom?
Skinner Cross and his gang. They've got Peter Blair with them.
Oh, so my dope was right. He's the guy who's been doing the dirty work.
Don't be a fool. Blair is innocent. The gang is forcing him to do this.
Yeah, so is Skinner Krause innocent. The boys are just doing this as a lark.
Commissioner, you've got to believe me. That boy is not a criminal.
Maybe not, but I am not taking any chances.
What do you mean?
That Skinner gang is a bad outfit. I'm taking a squad of men over to that bank with orders to shoot to kill.
Commissioner, you can't do that. You may kill an innocent boy.
The order is shoot to kill.
Margot, we've Got to get to the National Bank before Weston.
What happened, Lamont?
Peter Blair may be killed by the police. Hurry, Margot. Drive as fast as you can.
Okay, hold it. All right, Blair, what did you get on that turn? 55. Okay, spin the dial again, kid. Left this time. All right, stop. It's the last turn. We open now. What's the number, Blair?
I'm not going to tell you.
What?
No, I'm not going to be party to robbery anymore.
You tell me that number, I'll blow your head off.
Go ahead, you'll do it anyway, so I can't give information to the police
I'll
later.
give you one more chance. You going to tell us the number?
No, I'm not.
Why, you...
What's that?
Side doorbell.
Who could it be?
Maybe a friend of the watchman.
What are we going to do, Skinner?
Gotta answer it, otherwise I wonder what happened to the watchman. Come on, all of you.
All right.
As soon as I open this up, you grab whoever it is, drag him inside.
Right.
All right, here we are. You guys get back there. Prime your rods. I'll open it up. What is this? Nobody out here.
What? That's funny. What do you make of it, Skinner?
I don't like it. Better finish this job quick and scram.
You better not wait to finish the job, Skinner.
Who was that?
The Shadow.
Shadow?
Yes. I've got no time to waste, Skinner. Circumstances force me to be here alive for the moment. I've got to warn you that the police are on their way here with orders to shoot to kill.
I ain't falling for that, Shadow.
Maybe the guy's telling the truth, Skinner.
I'd hardly warn you if it weren't necessary to save the life of an innocent man.
Listen, Skinner, the cops. You hear him?
Yeah, it's a straight goods.
Scram, fellas, beat it. Come on.
Don't leave me here. The police will shoot me.
Don't be afraid, Peter. Just do as I say. Follow the sound of my voice and I'll lead you out. Skinner and his gang have run into the police. Come along, Peter. We've got to hurry. This way, Peter.
Close your guns, man. There he is. The real brains of the gang. We've caught up with you, Blair.
Just a minute, Commissioner.
The Shadow.
Yes, Commissioner.
You certainly got here fast.
Just barely fast enough to keep you from making a complete fool of yourself.
Where's my dog? Where's Rex? What's happened to him?
He's in a car not far from here. If you call out loud enough, he'll hear you.
What? Rex? Rex! Rex! Oh, it's he! It's Rex! He's hurting me!
Now, see here, Shadow. I'm not going to let this fellow off so easy. He's got a lot of explaining to do.
Very well, Commissioner. It'll all be explained so even you will understand.
Rex, old fellow. Oh, I was sure you were done for. I'm so glad you're all right.
Hey, George. I've never seen a dog act so happy. Cute son of a gun. Come on, Blair. I think we can talk this thing over.
Well, you've got two fine animals now, Peter. You going to keep them both?
No, Mr. Cranston. I'm going to give Prince to a sightless friend. You'll be a great companion for him.
No doubt about it.
Look at Rex and Prince gobble that ice cream.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Cranston, and you too, Miss Lane, for everything you've done for us.
Oh, don't mention it, Peter.
I wish it were possible to thank our invisible friend, the Shadow, too.
I'm sure he feels your gratitude, Peter. I'll wager that none of his exploits brought him more satisfaction than the apprehension of the Skinner and his gang. Men do terrible things, but the man is particularly depraved who would rob the sightless of a great and devoted friend, his dog.
And now here's Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. One investment every homeowner can make, which will pay big returns in comfort and convenience, is to install a Blue Coal heat regulator. I've heard some people say what time and trouble savers their oil and gas burners are. But those people forget that their oil and gas burners are dependent upon thermostat control for their heating performance and for maintaining an even degree of temperature. By simply installing a Blue Coal heat regulator for your coal furnace, you too can control room temperatures and enjoy exactly the same kind of heating comfort that the most expensive oil or gas burner could give you. The Blue Coal heat regulator is a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically.
All you need do is set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish. Your heat regulator will maintain that temperature day and night. What's more, it will stop your house from becoming overheated in warmer weather and save you from wasting coal. Get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to show you how a blue coal heat regulator can pay for itself in the time, trouble, and amount of coal it saves you. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand. Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Margot. You'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. Army intelligence is spying me to Lisbon, Portugal. Yeah. Seems some little girl there is playing fast and loose with Uncle Sammy's secrets, and I gotta run her down if it kills me.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the silent butler.
I guess the boy who first gave out with good things come in small packages must have had Maria Costa in mind. Maria is the luscious-looking brunette walking down one of the steep, winding alleys in Alfama, the old section of Lisbon. She's so pretty, even the beggars stop their panhandling to watch her go by. And 15 feet behind her is a man in a white suit and a white Panama hat, who obviously feels she's worth more than a second glance. He must. He's been following her for days.
All right, senor. What is the meaning of this?
You talking to me, lady?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
You can stop following me.
Following you?
I saw you at the Castello de São Jorge.
You mean that Moorish fortress up on the hill?
Yes.
Oh, not me, sugar. Well, I wouldn't make that climb for anything.
I know it was you. And yesterday you were on the Rua Aurea.
But that's the section where the goldsmiths have their shops. You're mistaken. I aim to cover that tomorrow.
You are lying.
Not me, no man. You ask anybody. They'll tell you Dixie Harris ain't told a lie since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. No, ma'am, it must have been some other tourist in a white suit.
Well, in the future, you will be so good as to leave me alone.
Why, sure, Maria, anything you say.
How did you know my name is Maria?
Did I call you that?
Yes.
Well, now, what do you know? I guess there must be something in that mental telepathy business after all.
I demand to know why you are following me.
Well, I told you, honey, I'm just doing a little sightseeing. And you're the prettiest sight I've seen in all of Portugal. Now, you can't blame a fella if he comes back for a second look, can you? I'll be seeing you, sugar.
Can I help the senorita? Please. My name is Maria Maria Costa.
Oh, yes. Senor Butler is expecting you. Just follow me.
Has he been waiting long?
Oh, perhaps a half hour.
Maria.
Oh, hello, Stephen.
I was beginning to worry.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Would the senor care to order now?
Yes, I think so. What would you like, Maria?
Oh, a double Smirnoff and orange juice.
Double?
I've developed a great fondness for vodka.
All right, Jose, I'll have the same.
Very good, senor.
Oh, Stephen, it is so good to see you. I cannot tell you how glad I am. Ever since you called this morning, I felt like a bird.
All right, Maria, what's up?
What's up?
Why are you so nervous? Has my wife been bothering you again?
Oh, no, Stephen, honest.
Then what happened?
Nothing, sweetheart.
Now, don't tell me that. You're trembling all over. What happened?
I do not wish to worry you, Stephen. You have enough trouble at home with Anne.
Come on, Maria, I want to know.
Well, some man has been following me.
What?
Ever since Thursday. I think his name is Dixie Harris.
Dixie Harris? Was he an American?
Yes.
What does he look like?
Perhaps as tall as you, but much heavier.
Was he wearing a white suit and a white Panama hat?
You know him?
I saw him in Black Horse Square on Monday and in Alcantara on the day...
I have your order.
Oh, thank you.
Will there be anything else?
Not just now.
Yes, go, senor.
What does it mean, Stephen? Why is this man following us?
I don't know, honey. But I sure intend to find out. I'll drink up and I'll get with it.
Four, two, one.
Hello?
Have I the honor of talking to that distinguished gentleman known far and wide as the Falcon?
How are you, Dixie?
How in the world did you know it was me?
I recognize you by a white suit. How we doing?
Well, not so hot, Mike. Maria spotted me.
When?
This morning in Alfama.
Tough.
I'm sorry, pal, but it couldn't be helped. Though I managed to tail her to the Cafe Europa where she heisted a couple with Steve Butler.
Always Steve Butler, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
You learn anything else?
No, not a single blessed thing. If you ask me, friend, we got a bum steer. That gal's no spy.
And what about those confidential reports from the embassy we found in her apartment?
I'm beginning to think they were planted.
By whom?
By the same little lady who gave us the original tip.
Are you able to latch onto her again?
Nope. That name she used was a phony.
Well, I don't get it.
Me neither. But I lay you 6'2" and even somebody's trying to frame Maria. What gets me is why.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Dixie. I'll get busy on the answer right away. Keep in touch, fella. I may have news for you real soon.
Yes? You Stephen Butler?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, of course.
Army Intelligence informed us you'd be dropping by. You probably want to see the ambassador.
There's no need to bother him. You're his aide, aren't you?
Yes?
Well, I think you can give me all the information I need.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Cigarette?
Yeah, please. You, see much of Maria Costa these days?
What?
Maria Costa, the girl who works in the coding department.
Well, working together in the embassy, naturally, I run into her every once in a while.
Yeah, naturally, but how about on the outside?
Why should I?
No good reason. Suppose I told you she was a spy.
That's ridiculous.
We found confidential material in her apartment.
I don't believe it.
Well, that's your privilege. She ever try to pump you?
Of course not.
You're a married man, aren't you, Butler?
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
Nothing. What does your wife look like?
Why?
I'm just curious. We got our tip about Maria from a tall, statuesque blonde.
A blonde?
Yeah, blue eyes, fair complexion. Little birthmark on the right cheek. You know her?
No.
You sure?
Are you calling me a liar?
Oh, heaven forbid. I was just wondering why she would try to frame Miss Costa.
I have no idea.
Well, if through some accident you find out, give me a jingle, huh? I'm staying at the Prince George.
I'll bear that in mind, Waring, but I can't make you any promises. If I learn anything, you can trust me to do the right thing.
Hello, Anne.
Oh, Steve, you startled me. I didn't think you'd be home.
Yeah, it is kind of early for me.
Oh, I gotta get off my feet. I had the most miserable day. Oh.
I had a pretty lousy one myself. A fellow named Mike Waring dropped in to see me.
Who?
Mike Waring. He's with Army Intelligence. Seems they got a tip that Maria Costa was a spy.
Really?
Really. According to Waring, his informant was, how did he put it? Oh, yes. A tall, statuesque blonde with a birthmark on her right cheek.
Darling, you're not suggesting
Yes, I am.
You're being absurd. Why should I?
Because you're out of your mind.
All right, Mr. Butler, I did it. Sure, I sicked Army Intelligence on your precious Maria. Why don't you ask me why?
I don't have to.
No? Do you think I was blind? I know you're in love with her.
You know, it's a funny thing, Ann. I bet I've heard you say that 1,000 times in the last 7 years, and for once in your life, you're right.
No.
Yes, this time you've hit the nail right on the head.
Steve, you don't mean that. You couldn't. You're just trying to hurt me.
I don't have to. You're the kind who hurts herself.
Steve, please, listen to me. I know I was wrong, but I love you so much. Darling, every time you look at a woman, I go crazy.
I know.
You gotta understand, I just do these awful things because I'm so afraid of losing you.
Well, you have now.
No. You love me. You know you do.
It's all over, Ann. I'm going to marry Marie.
No. I couldn't live without you.
You better get used to the idea. I'm moving out now.
I won't let you go.
Stop it.
I'll kill her. So help me, if you move out of here, I'll kill her.
You're insane.
Stephen, don't go. I promise you, darling.
I'll send for my things in the morning.
Steve, please.
Continental Hotel, your order, please.
This is Louise Butler, 419.
Yes, senora.
What's the house detective's name?
The house detective, Luis Machado.
Oh,
Are you having difficulty, senora?
No. I just would like to see Senor Machado. Is he around?
Not just now, senora.
Well, the moment he comes in, will you please send him up to my room? It's very important. You might even say it's a matter of life and death.
Senora Butler?
Yeah?
I am Luis Machado.
Oh, yeah. Come on in.
Obrigado.
Suppose we sit right here, huh?
Oh, the telephone operator said
I know, but wouldn't you care for something to drink first?
Oh, senor. I am on duty. The management expects me to do...
What the management doesn't know won't hurt them, will it?
See how true.
There we are.
The senor is most kind. If there is any way I can reciprocate...
There is.
You have but to command Luis Machado.
How would you like to make yourself $500 American?
I would like you very much.
You must know all sorts of dangerous criminals.
Oh, unfortunately, yes. It is unavoidable in my calling.
You know a professional killer?
Hmm?
A man who would commit murder for a price.
Senora Butler.
I'll pay him $5,000.
You are jesting, no?
$5,000 cash and $500 for you. I got the money right here in my purse.
It pleases the senora to make fun of Luis Machado, huh?
You don't believe me?
Oh, naturally not. If I did, it would be my sacred duty to inform the police.
You're right, senor. I was just pulling your leg. It was just a bad joke.
Are you relieved for a moment?
You thought I really meant it, huh?
Yes.
What would I want with a hired killer? After all, if you want a job done right, there's nothing like doing it yourself, huh?
I do not understand.
It's not important. Senor, I hate to rush you, but would you mind finishing your drink?
Huh?
I just remembered I got something to do.
We've been asked to pass a warning along to you, but it really shouldn't be necessary. Almost every issue of your daily newspaper gives you this warning over and over. It's the warning to drive carefully and safely. Just read the stories that tell of death and accidents on the highway, and then think about it for a minute. Those warnings right from the news are more dramatic warnings of danger than any that we could make up. They can and may happen to you. You can't keep everyone else from driving recklessly, but you can check on yourself. Highways are extra crowded now, so be extra careful. The life you save may be your own. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, there's one nice thing you can say about being married to a girl like Ann Butler. Makes life kind of interesting. You never know what she's going to cook up next. And while Mrs. Butler was comparing recipes with Luis Machado, the obliging hotel detective, Dixie Harris and I were cruising on the Avenida de Libertad, past the obelisk which commemorates the liberation of Portugal from Spanish rule. But Dixie never even noticed it. Apparently he thought I was a more interesting sight.
What's eating you, Mike? You look unhappy.
Yeah, that's me. Old transparent face wearing.
You worrying about that Maria Costa?
Uh-huh.
Ain't you convinced yet she was framed? She's no spy.
That's what bothers me, Dixie.
I don't get you.
Watch it. You almost got that pedestrian.
Shucks, and I thought I had him for sure. What'd you make of Steve Butler?
Strictly the Lanolin Plus type, a real smoothie.
That's where I had him pegged, too. But I figure he's real gone on Maria.
Yeah, which forces us to the unhappy conclusion that the frame for Maria was staged by his wife.
Hey, you think that's who our blonde tipster was?
But deaf.
Well, wait till she finds out a little stunt fell flat on its face. She's going to be real annoyed.
And a gal like Ann Butler believes in the old saw. If you don't succeed at first, try again.
What do you think she'll try next?
No telling.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Douglas, I once knew a doll like that back in Atlanta. She was real crazy about a friend of mine and real jealous, too. Man, every time she blew her cork, you'd have to make for the hills, because that gal was murder.
She was what?
She was murder.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Where does Maria Costa live?
Right off the road to Principe.
Well, turn this heap around. Let's go.
Hey, you don't think Miss Butler...
I think she's exactly the same type as that girl you knew in Atlanta. Step on it, boy. We got to make like the Marines.
Si, senores.
Oh, no. Let's get out of here, Mike.
Just a moment, please. You are looking for someone?
Yeah, but I don't think we'll find her in. Is this Maria Costa's apartment?
It is.
Uh-huh. That's what I was afraid of.
Excuse me.
Oh, don't mind him, Lieutenant. He always acts like this when he sees a man in a blue uniform. He's from the South. He keeps forgetting the Civil War is over.
That is most amusing. May I inquire as to your names?
Sure, I'm Mike Waring, and this is Dixie Harris. We're attached to American Intelligence.
I see. Be so good as to enter.
Oh, where is she?
In the bedroom.
Dead?
She was shot twice.
Tough.
Obviously, this does not come as a surprise to you, senor.
Hardly.
I would be most interested to hear why.
Can we see her first?
Of course. Over here, senores.
Can we take a peek?
You would like me to remove the blanket?
Yes, please.
Holy smoke, that ain't Maria Costa.
No.
You are surprised?
That's the understatement of the week.
You do not know this lady?
Well, judging from the blonde hair and that birthmark on her right cheek, I'd say she was Ann Butler.
You are absolutely correct.
Where is Maria Costa?
Senorita Costa has momentarily disappeared, but it is of no import. We have already apprehended the assassin.
Who is it?
The victim's husband.
Steve Butler? I don't believe it.
He has even obliged us with a confession.
Where is he?
In the Palace of Justice.
Can I see him?
It will be my pleasure. This way, senor.
Who's there?
Hello, Steve.
Waring.
That's who it is.
The embassy sent you over?
No, I'm here strictly on my own.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're a fellow American in the JM, or maybe I'm just plain nosy. Cigarette?
Thanks.
Well, how are they treating you?
I can't complain.
They tell me you signed a confession.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you kill him?
The usual reason. We didn't get along.
Well, from what I hear, you haven't been getting along for years.
Oh, when she tried to frame Maria Costa for espionage, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
So you picked up a gun and shot her, huh?
Twice.
Well, makes sense.
Thanks.
But why did you pick Maria's apartment to do the job?
Well, it seemed like the best spot.
Well, didn't it occur to you it might be embarrassing for Maria?
I guess I wasn't thinking too clearly.
It's funny. You impress me as a boy who always knows what he's doing. Where's Maria now?
I've no idea.
You wouldn't have made that confession to shield her.
To shield her? Don't tell me I impress you as the noble type.
No, strangely enough, you do.
You're out of your mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll find out when we latch on to Miss Costa.
Look, Waring, you mind your own business.
Well, this is my business. You're an employee of the American Embassy. So is Maria.
I don't want you bothering her. You understand? She had nothing to do with this.
You're in love with her.
I was not in love with her. It was just a little extracurricular activity.
Uh-huh.
I killed Anne, and that's all there is to it.
Well, you ought to know best. But I like to keep an open mind. I'll be seeing you, Steve.
Can I assist you, senor?
You can if you're the house detective.
I am, senor. But how did you know?
You're wearing a derby. My name is Michael Waring.
Me Waring?
No, that's close enough.
And I am Luis Machado.
Well, glad to know you, Luis. Suppose you take a look at this.
You are with the American intelligence.
Uh-huh.
And there is some way I can be of aid?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, command me, senor.
You heard about the Senora Ann Butler?
Oh, yes. It is most sad. She and her husband were guests of the establishment.
Yes, I know. The switchboard operator tells me a couple of hours before she was murdered, she asked that you come up to her room.
Oh, yes. It was most puzzling.
Oh? What did she want?
Well, knowing of my profession, she wished to know if I was acquainted with someone who might commit a murder.
How much was she willing to pay?
Huh?
Well, naturally, she didn't expect him to work for free.
Oh, no. She said she would compensate him in the amount of $5,000 American. Understandably, I was horrified. Then she explained it was all a joke.
Did you believe her?
She was an American.
Yeah, they'll do anything for a laugh. Well, what happened after that?
Well, as I took my departure, she said something. Let me see if I can remember. If you wish a task well done...
Do it yourself.
Exactly.
Well, that explains how she wound up at Maria Costa's apartment. She went there to kill her.
Oh, it does not seem credible.
I'll take my word for it. That's how it happened. All right, thanks a lot, Louise.
I have been of some aid.
Oh, indeed you have. Maybe I can make it up to you real soon.
Hello?
That you, Dixie?
Yeah?
Mike Waring.
Oh, what's a good word, Pappy?
Look, I'm at the Continental. I just got through at the hotel deck.
Was there any help?
Not much. How did you make out?
I didn't.
Did you find out who identified Ann Butler for the police?
Oh, they didn't need anybody. They found a purse right next to the body.
Was there a gun in it?
No, everything else but. Passport, driver's license, $12 and change, and her keys to the hotel.
What about Maria Costa?
Oh, she wasn't in there either.
I mean, have you been able to locate her?
Not yet.
Well, now, look, we got to find her, Dixie. Go through her application at the embassy. She must have given the name of her close relatives. Maybe she's holed up with one of them.
Oh, I'll get right on it.
Good boy. I'm going back to my hotel. If you learn anything, lift the phone.
Come in, Senor Waring.
Huh?
You will be so good as to close the door?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, you know, you can't beat these Portuguese hotels. If I knew my room came equipped with something like you...
You will stop right there.
Say, isn't that an awfully big gun for a little girl?
I can manage. Please sit down.
Oh, never, while a lady is standing.
Oh, I insist.
I just wanted to show you I never forget my manners. You're Maria Costa, aren't you?
Yes.
You've been giving us a lot of trouble, Maria, and we've been looking all over Lisbon for you.
Obviously, you did not look in the right place.
Obviously. You know Steve Butler confessed to his wife's murder?
That does not surprise me.
But we both know he didn't do it, don't we?
Then who did?
You. Your showing up here with a gun proves it.
You are absolutely correct.
Well, I always say if two people share a secret, it ain't no secret.
Is that what you always say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the problem is easily resolved. If I should kill you, that would leave only one.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
If there is a fallacy in my logic, Senor, I will be happy for you to point it out. I'll give you exactly 1 minute to try.
Summer is the time for carefree holidays and vacations. But don't be carefree on the highway. With roads jammed with traffic, this is the time to be extra careful when driving. When you plan a trip, be sure to allow plenty of time so that you won't be forced to drive too fast or too long. When you get tired at the wheel, you lose your skill and your judgment. You can drive better when your mind is at ease and when you know that your car is in good running order. And when you start that trip, resolve that you're going to obey traffic laws and regulations. Don't gamble with safety. Remember, the life you save may be your own. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
I don't know if you've ever been alone in a hotel room with a beautiful girl, but take my word for it, it's overrated. Especially if she's chaperoned by a gun. Still, I was awfully pleased that Maria gave me a full minute to dig up a reason why she shouldn't use it. In this day and age, most girls wouldn't have been that patient.
Well, Senor, have you any final request?
Yeah, I'd like to see Brooklyn again. Look, Maria, killing me won't solve anything.
I believe it will.
It doesn't bother you they'll hang Steve Butler for his wife's murder? And
Not at all.
you were in love with him.
You're being very childish.
You know he confessed to Ann's murder just to shield you.
And you feel I should do as much in return?
It's what I would have expected. Yes, seems to me.
It seems to me, Senor, you have exhausted your allotted time. So if you will forgive me... Oh, no.
What happened, Angel? The gun was fired.
Let me go.
Don't be silly. No, you don't. We only allow one chance to a customer. Come on, drop it. All right, now sit over there while I phone. Yes, come in. You behave yourself.
Senor Waring?
Ah, if it isn't Luis Machado. Yeah, come on in, Luis.
My visit is not inopportune?
No, as a matter of fact, your timing couldn't have been better.
Oh, but the lady...
Naturally, as a hotel detective, you'd think of that. This is Maria Costa.
Maria Costa?
Yeah, she just tried to kill me.
I will succeed yet.
I wouldn't make book on it, Angel. Certainly not with this gun. The firing pin is gone.
What?
Am I right, Louise?
Let me see. Oh, but yes. Someone has filed it off. It would require a miracle for her to harm you with this.
Mm-hmm. Well, strictly between us, I don't think she was really trying.
You're insane.
Really, senor?
Don't you get it, Louise? She's in love with Steve Butler.
So?
So he confessed to shield her. Now, if she had just walked in here and did the same, what would have been my reaction?
Well, senor, you would have thought that she was trying to protect him.
That's right. I would have patted her shoulder and told her to go home like a good girl. So she decided to incriminate herself, and taking a shot at me seemed like the best way to handle it.
No, no!
Yes, yes. And being the type girl you are, you wouldn't want to see me hurt, so you filed off the firing pin, hoping it would go unnoticed in the excitement.
I tell you, you are wrong.
Just relax, Angel.
I do not understand. If she did not kill the Senora Butler, who did?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that, Machado, because I just happened to be prepared with an answer. Now, who knew that Ann Butler had $5,000 on her to pay a gunman? Who alone had the opportunity to follow her over to Maria's apartment and kill her there for the bundle?
Who?
You.
Oh, really, senor?
Now, don't be unhappy, Luis. You couldn't use that money anyway. It's not inflammable. Where you're going, you'll need money to burn. Dixie, looks like my plane's all warmed up. Madrid, I'm on my way.
Now, hold it, Pappy.
Oh, you don't want me to miss it.
You're not leaving Lisbon till you answer one question.
I can see how you figured Maria didn't kill Ann. But what made you so sure Steve Butler didn't do it?
Well, that wouldn't have been ethical.
Ethical?
Yeah. Or it may happen in detective stories and radio programs. But don't you know in real life, the butler never does it.
Ooh.
So long, Dixie.
The Case of the Careless Corpse. The Case of the Careless Corpse. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that what some people will do for money is nothing short of murder. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake. Produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Bryna Rayburn as Maria. This program came to you from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sky. S-K-Y.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me. I won't run unless I'm drafted. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we invited some police women to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected, Miss Geraldine Smith.
Steady now.
I've got it. And her partner is a husband from the audience, Mr. William Eaton. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx, will you? Please.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Geraldine Smith, you're the policewoman?
Yes, I am.
And you have very pretty teeth besides.
Well, thank you.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married yet.
Well, you have extra pretty teeth. Mr. William Eaton?
Uh-huh.
Where are you from?
Socorro, New Mexico.
How'd you meet your wife?
I was walking down Hill Street between 7th and 8th a few years ago. I saw this young lady pass me. I went a few feet and decided I'd like to have another look. So I turned around to go in her direction and met her coming back in my direction.
Well, did you make a practice of patrolling this street? Or was this just some kind of a curious quirk this night? Huh?
I think I was strictly on a innocent mission.
I see. Well, that'll teach you a lesson. Sadie Spade, is that you? No. How long have you been a female flatfoot?
Well, I've been a
Miss
woman
Smith?
police officer for the past 5 years now.
A woman police officer, I see.
Yes, sir.
You don't like being called a flatfoot, eh?
No, I don't.
Well, I can't call you a bull because that'd be ridiculous. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Eaton, outside of 7th and 8th? You must have some other occupation, I presume.
I'm an escrow officer. I work in an escrow company.
Oh, you're not a cop, eh?
No, I'm strictly an impartial third person. Hold money and hold funds and documents until certain conditions have been complied with.
You're a third party, huh?
A third party.
Well, who's your candidate?
The fourth party.
Well, copper, I see you're still hanging around. I may run you in for loitering, you know. I'm curious now. Just how do you get to be a female flatfoot? I mean, a woman police officer.
Well, first of all, you have to take a written, oral, and a physical agility examination from the city that you're applying to.
What are some of these tests that you take, Geraldine?
Well,
What a silly name for a policeman, huh?
Jerry is perfectly
Imagine
right.
calling a cop in the middle of the night and having Geraldine show up. Well, tell us something about the tests. What do they consist of?
Well, we have the hand grip test, and then we have the shoulder spread test.
What's a shoulder spread? Is that anything like a sandwich spread?
Oh, no.
Or a middle-aged spread? Or...
No. That's the using a machine that tests for the amount of pull of the muscles.
I see. The more pull you can exert, the better job you get. Is that it?
Well, it might be classed as partially that.
Well, now, you mentioned a hand grip. What is that anything like a Gladstone bag?
No, again.
Well, it could be.
The hand grip is gripping an instrument that records the number of poundage pressure that you can exert in your grip.
Well, recently I've been losing my grip. Would you object to testing my grip?
No.
How is it, huh? Here's my hand. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You have nice
This
hands.
is fun. I don't know whether she's going to lead me to the altar or into jail. How does it feel, huh?
You have nice hands.
Nice hands, huh? They should be. I rub them every night with cottage cheese. Well, you make an arresting couple, and it's been most interesting talking to you, too.
Thank you.
Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. But first, you can learn something by paying attention to this.
Presenting the most spectacular new car ever built, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8, with the famous 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. This sensational new engine has hemispherical or dome-shaped combustion chambers, a revolutionary new design that gives you more power from every drop of gas. And that means the DeSoto Fire Dome 8, operating on regular gasoline, actually outperforms other cars using premium fuels. It means when you get behind the wheel of the exciting new DeSoto Fire Dome 8, you get instant acceleration. You go from a standing start to cruising speeds in a matter of brief seconds. And at any speed range, you have tremendous reserve power. Power to spare should you need it. Yes, friends, the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 has power written all over it. So tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and see America's most talked about new car. The new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
You bet as much of your $20.
It's fascinating, Flatfoot.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous inventions and discoveries as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
1950.
Talk up, Geraldine.
1975.
Talk right up as though you were making a
1975, he says.
Who invented the magnetic telegraph?
Marconi.
Marconi. No.
Talk it over.
Marconi?
Is that Edison?
Well, Edison?
No, I'm sorry. It's Morse.
Morse.
It was so easy, you fell right over it. All right, now you got 2 bets left.
Yeah.
How much are you going to bet?
20 cents.
20 cents. All right, remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. That's the big money anyhow. You're going to bet 20 cents. Who invented the cotton gin?
Gin.
Whitney.
Whitney.
Eli Whitney is right.
You now have 45 cents.
40 cents.
How much you going to bet? 40 cents? Who evolved the special theory of relativity?
Einstein.
Einstein is right.
You're climbing. You have 85 cents.
That's some climb, all right. You're practically in the cellar. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85 will you go for?
85.
All right. Who invented the motion picture machine?
Eastman.
Talk it over.
Eastman.
Take a stab.
Eastman.
No, it's Thomas Edison.
They went broke completely.
Well, nobody leaves here broke. We'll give you one more question, answer it correctly, and we'll see that you win $25. Ready? What kind of an animal was Peter Rabbit? A rabbit is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we have a housewife and a man with an interesting occupation for you now. They were chosen from our studio audience just before we went on the air. Mrs. Maria Galarza, Mr. James Hershey. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Maria Galarza and Mr. James Hershey, eh? What kind of a name is Galarza?
It is of Spanish extraction.
Oh, I knew him very well. He's a dentist in Mexico City.
No.
He does Spanish extractions. Yes, he does. Were you born in Spain, Maria?
No, I come from Bronzell, Germany.
You come from Bronxville?
Bronzell, Germany.
Oh, then I presume your husband's name is Galarza. Is he the Mexican dentist?
No, he's an American with a Spanish name.
Well, how long did you know each other before he popped the question?
We knew each other about a year, and then he proposed, and then he left for the States.
This was after you accepted him? He left for the States?
No.
That's the old Army game for you. Well, what did you do? Did you pursue him?
Well, after he found out that he couldn't bring me to the States as an alien, he had to come back to Germany. So we got married in Germany.
I see. Jim, I imagine that's you over there, huh?
That's right.
Where are you from, Jim?
Well, I was born a couple of blocks from the slaughterhouse in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Was that of any help?
I wouldn't know.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm a lecturer, Groucho.
I see. Where do you do your lecturing?
Well, mostly in luncheon clubs or dinner meetings and places like that.
Mm-hmm. What do you must get pretty tired of cream chicken and peas, don't you? What kind of lectures, what are the subjects that you lecture on, Jim?
Well, for example, if I were talking to a women's club, I would talk about leadership and how they can take a more active part in politics, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Is that all?
Well...
What are some of the problems you try to settle? Could you give us an example?
Well, as an example, if a person, a woman, were concerned with fear of ability or something on that order, I discuss how to eliminate that particular fear.
How to eliminate her husband? Is that what you mean? I suppose the audience is all men. What do you tell them?
Well, if I were talking to men, I would talk probably more about success, how to become more a success, and how to find the right field.
Well, suppose a man plays left field. What do you do? How does a man find the right field?
Well...
Just keeps walking between 7th and 8th on Hill Street, I suppose.
Well, to sum it up, Groucho...
I wish you would, since you haven't said anything yet.
I would tell him...
I think it's been pretty informative, Jim. And I want to thank you. I've learned a lot from you tonight, Jim. But don't ask me why. Well, sum it up, Jim. I'd really like some summation of this.
All right. I would say, if you want to find the right field, discover what makes you happy and stick to it till it pays off.
I see. Suppose a fellow's crazy about sitting under a tree all day. Now, Maria, could you tell us how this country impressed you when you first disembarked?
I disembarked. I stepped out of a plane. But I was
That's right. Make a fool out of me.
No, I'm sorry. But
You're sorry what? That you disembarked or that you made a fool out of it? Maria, what are some of the things about this country that you like?
Oh, I like the people very much. They're easy to make friends with and very helpful and try to put you at ease as an alien. But also, I like the little things, like strawberry sundae.
Anything else over here that you like?
Yes, I like the wonderful entertainment that you can have right in your home.
Oh.
For instance, television or radio programs.
Well, don't they have these things in Germany?
Yes, they have radio, but the programs are not as good as over here.
What kind of programs do they have in Germany? Johannes at der Hausfrau?
Nein.
Ow, was haben Sie? Was haben Sie in Deutschland?
Oh, and we listen to popular classical music and concert music.
That's sehr gut, sehr gut.
And lectures.
Lectures?
And Groucho Marx.
Now, just a moment. You have Groucho Marx in Germany?
Yes.
He's an imposter. I haven't been in Germany in years. Who is this Schweinhund?
It's you. You
give it a Backfight, das ist hard, what?
It's you.
It's me? I've been insulted.
No, really not.
Now, come now. You really listen to You Bet Your Life in Germany?
You bet your life I do.
What is it called over there?
It's called You Bet Your Life.
Well, how do you say it in German?
Oh, du verwettest dein Leben.
Remember that, everybody. Well, how did you get the radio in Germany? I don't understand that.
Well, they have the American troops over there, and it's sponsored by the Armed Forces Network.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
As I understand, now they take a recording of this program and they play it in Germany, eh?
That's what they do.
That's very interesting. Do the German people go out and buy DeSotos?
I guess they'd like to, but they cut out the commercials because it's for the Army.
I see. We'll have to get in a commercial somehow. Attention, GIs in Europe. Next time somebody asks you what you're doing there, for the love of Pete, don't tell them Groucho sent you. Well, Maria, I hope you'll be very happy in your adopted country. And if you really want to see one of the finest things we have over here, just take a look at the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The policewoman and Mr. Eaton lost all their money, so this couple has a clear field. And the secret word is sky.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar operatic areas as your category. Jerry will play the music, and you tell me what opera it's from.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.
$19. They line fast in Germany, yeah?
$19.50,
yeah.
Jerry and the boys will play their version of Ma Paris or Ah So Pure. You give me the name of the opera. Okay, Jerry.
Start, you have $39.50.
Maria, when you know the answer, don't hop on it quite so quickly. We're paying these people an unholy salary out here.
I'll be at your
Wait about
side.
an hour next time. Let them play the whole opera. All right, remember you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the...
$39.50.
$39.50 will you bet?
I'll bet. We'll bet. $39.
Jerry and the orchestra will play the Barcarolle. What opera is it from?
The Tales of Hoffman.
The Tales from Hoffman.
And you now have $78.50.
And here's your third question. How much of this fabulous sum are you going to bet this time?
How much?
78.
78. This aria is Vesta la Juba. What opera is it from?
Il Pagliacci.
You now have $156.50.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
We bet it all.
All right, Jerry.
$156.50, right?
$156.50. Jerry will play his version of the Habanera. What opera is it from?
And you wind up with $113.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
We selected an interesting young couple from our studio audience, Groucho, and like you to meet them right now. Mr. and Mrs. James Marlowe, come on in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. and Mrs. James Marlowe, eh? Where's your home, James? And don't spare the horses. Eh?
Nampa, Idaho.
Where?
Nampa.
Nampa?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Where is that?
That's near Boise.
Where's Boise? Is that near Guernsey? Mrs. Marlowe, what's your front name?
Renee.
Renee, huh? How'd you happen to be tagged with a moniker like Renee?
Well...
Was your mother frightened by Charles Boyer? You go to the Casbah? Where are you from, Renee?
San Francisco, near the bay.
Oh. How old are you?
24.
Oh, very young-looking wife. And what is your age, Jim?
I'm 24, too.
You look like Peter Lynn Hayes, you know that?
Is that good or bad?
No, that's good. That's good, unless you're Peter Lynn Hayes. No, he's a fine-looking lad. You must have seen them on television.
Yes,
he and
I
his
have.
wife, Mary
Yeah.
Ely. And she's a beautiful girl, and you look something like her. It's quite a resemblance. Are you sure you're not the road company of Hayes and Healy?
No.
Those two kids? Jim, do you call her Renee, or do you have other pet names for her?
Well, I call her Dink.
What do you call him, Renee?
Dinky.
Why?
Because he reminds me of one.
What is a dinky? Is it anything like a pinky? Or a dinky?
It's a cable car in San Francisco.
He reminds you of a cable car? It must be the cable car named Desire, I think. Well, that's very romantic, I think. That your husband reminds you of a cable car. Was this going uphill or down, do you remember? Dink and Dinky, eh? The only difference between you two is a Y. And you can join the Y for $9. How long have you been married, Jim?
About 5 years now.
Where did you meet your husband, Renee? I know, 7th and 8th on Hill Street. Between 15th and 16th on Chestnut Street.
No, he sat beside me in our geometry class at San Mateo High.
Geometry class? How did you find he managed to trap Jim?
We eloped to Reno.
You went to Reno to get married?
Yes.
That's the younger generation for you. They do everything backwards. Tell me, why did you elope?
Well, our parents objected.
Had they seen Jim? Was this just a general objection they had to your getting married?
I think so.
I see. Did you put a stepladder up to her window and help her down with her suitcase? Jim?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't help her at all. Her father carried her suitcase.
That's a nice picture. She and her father going down the ladder together. What were you doing, holding the ladder?
No, as I said, I wasn't there.
You weren't even there, and she was eloping, huh? Isn't that romantic, huh?
Her father thought she was spending a weekend with a girlfriend. That's how we arranged the deal, to get out of town without being noticed.
Your father, in other words, had no idea that you were eloping. Is that it?
That's right.
That's what you think. You probably had your room rented before you rounded the corner. Jim, how did you finally break the news to your folks?
Well,
At this time, they were running the streetcar.
I sent a telegram to my folks after we were married, and I said, "Just married Renee, don't wait dinner."
And how about you, Renee? How did you notify your parents?
Well, I sent them a telegram, too, and I said, just married Jim, having a wonderful time.
I should think so.
Wish you were here.
I don't think her father wouldn't have showed up, but he was busy holding the ladder for his other daughter. Well, you're a nice young couple, and apparently the world is your oyster. Now just look out for the months with R in them. I said that pretty good for an Easterner, huh? Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The girl from Germany and Mr. Hershey lead with $313.
Laughing boy, come out here, will you? Even laughs backstage. He doesn't care. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected words beginning with the letters P-A-R. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
19.
19.
19. What is the word beginning with PAR that means the Legislative Assembly of Great Britain?
Parliament.
Parliament is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $39.
And they're longer than the other cigarettes, too. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $39 you going to bet this time?
38.
38.
All right, what is the word that means to scorch, burn, or dry to excess?
Parch.
Parch is right.
You now have $77.
I thought parch was the front part of a house. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
How much do we have?
77.
76.
76. What is the word beginning with par that means a burlesque imitation of a serious song or poem?
Parody.
Parody is right.
You now have $153.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 153?
All of it.
Okay, now I don't want to influence you. You use your own judgment here, Jim.
It's pretty bad.
No, it's been pretty good so far.
We'll bet it all.
All right. Now, what is the word that means a lady's sun umbrella?
Parasol.
A parasol is right.
You wind up with $306, and that means the girl from Germany and Mr. Hershey with $313 in just 1 minute. Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Lady, do you hate trying to park your car in a tight parking space? Do you shudder at all the pulling and tugging that goes with it? Then wait till you drive the new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. The new DeSoto brings you sensational new DeSoto power steering that makes turning the steering wheel as easy as dialing a phone. That's right, with only one finger, even when the car is at a standstill. With only one finger, you can turn the wheels. Thanks to DeSoto power steering, one of the most remarkable milestones in automotive history. By an ingenious hydraulic system, power steering on the new DeSoto not only takes the hard work out of parking, but on the highway it makes your control of the car easier, safer, with less road shock. No matter how bad the road, DeSoto power steering lets you literally steer almost without effort. And friends, power steering is only one of the many great features that are yours to enjoy in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. See it. Drive it. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with power steering. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the girl from Germany and Mr. Hershey, all set for the $1,500 question. Right in here.
Here it is. Situated in Salisbury Plain in England is a group of ancient stone circles thought to be more than 4,000 years old. Their exact origin is unknown, but they're believed by some archaeologists to be temples of the Druids. For $1,500, tell me, what is this group of ruins called? Talk it over. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon? If you don't know, guess. Nothing, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Stonehenge. And our source for this is the Encyclopedia Americana. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but they won quite a lot. How much did they win the quiz, George?
$313
Well, it's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a rhyme from the National Safety Council. The rules for driving safety add up to only 3: common sense and caution, and common courtesy. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal. Snap, crackle, and pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of Gunsmoke Pass. Next time Mom goes shopping, ask her to get you a couple of packages of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. They taste real good, and they're fun to eat. Yes, sir, when you pour milk or cream on them, they talk. They tell you how crisp and fresh they taste. Listen, and you'll hear them go snap, crackle, pop. Try them with sliced bananas or peaches. They're especially good that way. Remember to ask for a big bowl of them tomorrow for breakfast, will you? With the sudden end of Jingles' career as a dark horse politician, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok decided they'd better head back for Abilene. 2 days later, they camped in the Coyote Mountains, and Jingles headed for a nearby town to buy provisions while Bill stayed behind to make out some reports. Before the sun had climbed halfway up the morning sky, the two saddle partners were holstered deep in the smashing adventure of Gunsmoke Pass.
In the gloomy, oh, my darling, when the lights are dim and low. Hey, what's that Jasper think he's... Oh, Joker. Oh, why, that sneaking coyote pointing one of them newfangled Gatling guns right at our camp, and Bill's in there. Jump, Joker, ho, ho, ho! We gotta save Bill! No, you don't, you low-down polecat. You ain't shooting my partner. Bill! Now, mister, I'm going to fall on you like a mountain slide.
Oh, stop! Stay away from that transit. Stop! Let me do, you big chummer.
Oh, that'll hold you. Bill!
Get off me. You're squashing me to death.
Well, that's what you deserve, you bushwhacker.
Jingles, what are you yelling about? What's going on here? Hey, who's that you're sitting on?
Bush-crawling bushwhacker, that's what. If I hadn't have come along just about now to save you, he'd have shot you with that fancy gun sticking up on them 3 legs.
You unmitigated nincompoop. Let me up. That's no gun.
Let him up, Jingles. You made a slight mistake.
Mistake nothing, why?
Of all the idiots, I never saw one to equal you.
Hold it, mister. Hold it. My partner made a mistake, all right. He'll be the first one to be sorry for it. But don't go calling him names.
No, I'm sensitive. If you want to call me Jingles, because that's my name. But, Bill, I don't see why that thing, if it's not a gun, what is it?
It's a transit, Jingles.
Oh.
An instrument civil engineers use to survey land.
Well, I can tell you're not the ones who've been trying to kill me the past week, so I might introduce myself. I'm Renford B. Steele, surveyor for the United States government in this section.
Well, now, we're government men, too.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Steele.
Sure. You're talking to United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok, and I'm his deputy Jingles. And I'm sorry I roughed you up like that, Renford.
Well, meeting you gentlemen's my pleasure. First good thing to happen to me in weeks.
What do you mean by somebody tried to kill you, Steele?
Well, twice this week I've been fired on from ambush. It's annoying.
And it's apt to get dangerous, too. Who's shooting at you?
I don't know.
How come you're surveying in this section?
I was sent out to find a pass into Hidden Valley.
Where's that?
On the other side of these mountains. The settlers over there are desperate. They have to take all supplies in by horseback now.
And if you don't find a pass to build a road through, they'll be starved out, that it?
It's that simple, Marshal Hickok.
Well, maybe we can help you.
Oh, it's a very fine offer, Marshal. I appreciate it.
Well, if somebody's set on using you for a target practice, you ought not to be running around alone.
No, sir. Now, you come up to our camp and they can shoot at all of us. Hey, Bill, somehow that don't make sense to me.
I'm sorry to put you to all this trouble, Mr. Jingles.
Don't mind him, Mr. Steele.
Hey, Bill, he called me Mr. Jingles. Sure is real polite, gent, ain't he?
Here we are. I camped right in that clump of Why, look, Marshal.
Bill, more bushwhackers.
Dust them off, Jingles.
They're getting away, Bill.
They're out of range anyhow, Jingles.
What are they doing in my camp?
Let's go find that out right now. Come on, Buckshot.
I have you.
Marshal, Mr. Jingles, look. My maps, my notebooks. Why, they've torn everything to pieces, smashed my equipment.
So I see.
But why? Why would they do this to me?
It's getting mighty plain, mister. Somebody's dead set on you're not finding any pass for a road into Hidden Valley.
This is Charlie and your old buddy Slim again. We wonder if you can guess the 3 little words that mean more eating fun. Tell them, Slim.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Well, now you got the words, sure as shooting. Now how about the song?
Good Rice Krispies, snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
We do. Slim, I must say you sure do know what's worth singing about. Just any morning, sit me down to Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Kellogg's Rice Krispies with maybe some berries or some sliced peaches or bananas on top, and I'm the happiest cowhand you ever saw. You know, you just pour some milk or cream on top of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, and snap, crackle, pop, they talk. Yes, sir, that's how they tell you how crisp and fresh they are. And believe you me, they are, too. Ask Mom to get a package or 2 for you when she goes to the store. Just tell her you want
Good Rice Krispies, snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap,
crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
We do. You betcha. Have a big smacking bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies for yourself tomorrow morning. Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. When Wild Bill Hickok saw that the destruction of Surveyor Steele's maps and equipment was deliberate, he decided to deal himself and Jingles in on the search for a pass into Hidden Valley. Meanwhile, over in Hidden Valley, the settlers were having a stormy meeting over even greater problems.
All right. Get a halter on your tempers. All this yapping won't get us nowhere faster than a freight wagon mired hub deep in quicksand. Now let's hear what Jabez Thorne has to say.
Here, come on, Jabez.
Well, come on, Mr. Thorne. You got the biggest spread in the valley, so you got more to lose than any of us. Now sidle up here and get your thinker to working.
Well, you got any ideas? Well, now, Mr. Martin, I reckon you're right about me having more to lose than the rest of you.
And so far, you've been mighty lucky. Those night-crawling varmints ain't rustled none of your cows, nor burnt your barns.
No, Martin, but I reckon the only reason is that I've got more hands to stand guard around my spread.
Well, it looks like somebody's trying to run us out of the valley. What you reckon we can do about it?
Only two things we can do. Either give up and move out or run these bandits to ground.
Well, can't last much longer.
I'll tell you what I'll do, gents. For 1 week, I'll put all my hands out covering the trails. Maybe we can catch them red-handed driving the stock out.
If you could do that, you might find a pass we could build a road through. That might save us all.
Well, that's possible, Martin. You give me a week and I'll see what we can do.
Now, that's right nice of you, Mr. Thorne. All right, gents, go back to your homes. Keep your eyes peeled. Come on, Millie. I got nothing to do.
Boss, you're a ring-tailed wonder. You're smarter than a coyote and a flock of fat sheep.
Yeah. Come on, Blackie. Let's get over to the office so as I can make plans to shear that flock of fat sheep.
Hey, looks to me like you ain't just gonna shear 'em, boss. Looks like you're gonna skin 'em, hair, hide, and all, leaving nothing but the bleat.
I figure they're about starved out, Blackie. One more good raid tonight might start 'em leaving this valley for good.
Yeah, but I don't get it, Mr. Thorne. Rustling their cattle don't pay off. The whole bunch put together ain't got enough stuff.
That's the trouble with you, Blackie. You don't see beyond your broken nose.
Oh, I know I ain't smart like you, boss. But what do you want to run them all out of the valley for?
Take a look at these, Blackie.
Nuggets. Gold nuggets.
That's right.
Where'd you get them, boss?
I found them in Wolf Creek on Martin's place in the upper end of the valley. Now do you see why I want this valley to myself?
Boss, hey, boss. We went up there and tore that surveyor's camp apart like it's fed.
Yeah? Then what are you all spooked up about?
We almost got caught. Surveyor come back, and guess who was with him?
Who?
Must have been somebody big to make your hair stand up, Con.
Big? Nobody but Wild Bill Hickok and that haystack deputy of his'n. That's who.
Hickok?
Hey, boss. That Wild Bill Hickok's a crow-hopping tornado. You don't want to tangle with him.
That meddling star-packer. If he deals himself in, he's likely to find out too much and throw his loop around us.
Yeah, and he throws a wide loop.
Go get our horses, Con. We'll ride up and do a little spying on him. Then figure out how we can get rid of that surveyor and Hickok and that big fat deputy, too.
Now, Bill, you just sit and listen to me a minute.
We haven't got time, Jingles. Steele's still got to find that pass to give relief to Hidden Valley settlers.
Yeah, but from the way lead's flying around this section, we might as well be sticking our heads in a bear trap.
I don't think Mr. Jingles cares much for danger, Marshal.
No, it ain't the danger so much as carrying this three-legged brass telescope around. It's heavy, and, well, I ain't used to it.
Well, put it down here for now. I want to take a sight up through that draw.
Ooh-wee. Man, that thing's heavier than a barrel of horseshoes. Hey, let me look through it again, huh, Mr. Steele?
Sure, go right ahead.
Gee, thanks. Hey, Bill, you know, this thing's just like a powerful telescope. Why, I can see clear across to the other side. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Oh,
What you got, partner?
Oh, Bill, I've found it. Just as sure as a razorback gobbles acorns, I've found it. Just call me Jingles O' Columbus because I've discovered it for sure.
What is it?
Bill, take a look through this thingamajig.
All right, partner.
See that Saddle Mountain straight ahead of you?
Yeah?
Down to the right, that canyon that looks like it's boxed in at the other end?
Yeah, I see it. There's a bend around that red wall, and there's dead brush pile in there.
Well, what does that mean?
I won't guarantee it, but Jingles might just be right. Let's get the horses and get over there.
Yes, sirree. And we'll find just what I said it was. A secret pass to Hidden Valley. And we'll name it Jingles Pass, after that famous explorer who discovered it. Me.
Say, boss, Hickok's pointing at our secret pass out of Hidden Valley.
I see him. I'm not blind.
Now all three of them's heading for it, boss.
Shut up, Blackie. I'm thinking.
Well, you better be thinking up something good this time, boss. Hickok's about to ruin all your plans.
Hickok's about to sign his own death warrant.
You want me to plug him with this rifle, boss? I could hit him easy from here.
No. I want to be sure we get all three of them at once.
So we get closer, huh?
Yeah. We got to get them out of the way before we pull that raid tonight. Come on.
Yeah, sure. Always wanted to be the one to get Marshal Hickok.
Yes, sir. And when you make your play to get Hickok out of the way, I'm going to be as grateful to you as a honey bear staked out in a bee tree. The all-fired mighty Mr. Thorne is sure doing old Farmer Martin more favors than I reckon for. And he's making a raid tonight, eh? Yeah, looks like it's nigh on to harvest time in the gold fields.
Bill, look. Look, it's a natural tunnel.
Right through the mountain. There's light from the other end.
And that leads right down into Hidden Valley.
Bill, somebody was watching us.
Get back in this tunnel. What about the horses?
Well, they're after us, not the horses.
Now they can't get a beat on us in here.
Yeah, but how are we going to get out without walking right down his rifle barrel?
We'll go out the other end, Jingles. Come on.
But, Bill, that means we got to climb all the way back up over this mountain to our horses.
Get down, Steele.
Bill, those shots come from the other end of this tunnel. They got us bottled up in here.
Yeah, we can't see where they're hitting out there.
Hickok, it's too bad you found this tunnel.
Bill.
Now you and your friends are going to die in it.
I don't know who you are, mister, but your bluff won't work.
I'm not bluffing, Hickok.
I don't believe he is bluffing, Marshal.
Well, I'm calling his bluff.
What are you going to do, Bill?
Go out and get him. You two stay here in the shadows.
It's just a matter of time, Hickok.
Bill, don't go out there.
Be quiet, Jingles. If he can't hear us, he won't know where to shoot.
You ain't getting out of there alive, Hickok. None of you.
Boss, they ain't saying nothing.
Hickok! Hickok, can you hear me?
Maybe we got him, boss.
Hickok!
Boss, there he is!
Blast him! Blast him down!
This is Charlie Lyon and that singing cowboy Slim, friends. Say, do you have your guitar handy, Slim?
Always do, Charlie. Say, how about me sort of tuning up in praise of Kellogg's Rice Krispies?
Well, now, what would your Rice Krispies song be like?
Well, I'd sing about breakfast time and easy eating.
Oh, that's in the groove, Slim. Both the fixin' and the eatin' are easy when it comes to Kellogg's Rice Krispies. They're ready to eat any time you're ready to eat them. And they always taste just right, wonderfully, deliciously crisp. In fact, they tell you they're crisp. They're the talking cereal, you know. When you pour the milk or cream on them, they talk right up. Snap, crackle, pop.
Yes, sirree, and they talk to your taster, too. That Rice Krispies flavor is something to sit up and enjoy, believe me.
You do want to play that guitar, don't you? All right, how about giving us the song about...
I know, the one about good Rice Krispies, snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies. We do.
Thanks, Slim. Now, folks, get yourself some Kellogg's Rice Krispies next time you're shopping, and enjoy some soon. Now, back to Wild Bill Hickok. Wild Bill Hickok, deliberately walking toward the entrance to the tunnel to call Thorne's bluff, was almost out in the open when Blackie spotted him.
Boss, there he is! Blast him! Blast him down! Hey, boss, he got my shoulder. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. Leave those guns on the ground.
Now I got you tree-climbing sand lizard. Now march yourself right on out here and let's find out what this ruckus is all about.
What is it, Jingles?
Look what I found sneaking in the other end of the tunnel, Bill.
Ha, good work, partner. That makes 3 of them. I guess that's all.
Yeah, but who are they? Why did they attack us?
That's what I mean to find out.
All right, mister. You seem to be the ringleader of this unholy three. What have you got to say?
You're not making me talk.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, mister. What's your name?
More important, what's your game?
None of your business, Tubby. It's just lucky for you.
Boss, cut out the jawing. I got to get to a doctor.
Shut up, Blackie.
Well, you got us into this. You and your scheme to starve them settlers out and get the gold.
I'll kill you for that.
Hold it, mister. Oh, well, turn him off. Grab him, Bill. I got the other one.
All right, you get...
You're looking for it, Hickok, and now you're going to get it.
You've cut it into your trail, mister. All right, still get the horses. We'll take these 3 varmints into Hidden Valley and clear up some of this mystery.
Martin, what's the idea? I thought we was going to let Thorne and his men try to track down the coyotes that's been raiding us, huh?
Gents, I got worse news than crows in the seed corn.
Hey, bad news? Well, what's that, Martin?
We was depending on Jabez Thorne and his boys to stop these raids on our stock and property. Well, he ain't going to be able to stop nothing.
Eh? How come?
'Cause he's dead. Dead? I just happened to be up in the hills this morning after the meeting broke up. And I see Thorne and his boys tangled with a passel of gun slicks. When the smoke cleared, Thorne and his hands was fuller of lead holes and fly specks on the ceiling.
Well, what are we going to do?
Now, wait a minute now. There's more. I sneaked up close after them bandits done their dirty work and heard them planning to clean us out for fair tonight.
Tonight?
That's what I said. My advice to all of you is to do what I'm going to do. Clear out of this valley right now and never come back.
How do you get the folks together in this valley, Blackie?
Go to the church and ring the bell. There's only 15 families, and the men will come a-running.
Bill, you ain't going to have to ring any bell for them. Look coming yonder.
Well, I'll be a sick salamander. They're all moving out, just coming across Wolf Creek.
And it's too late to do us any good, boss.
Dry up, you double-crossing polecat. If you had any brains, you'd see there's something don't fit about this.
Marshal, they're shooting at us.
I'll bet they think we're the raiders. Hold your fire, you jugheads! This here's Wild Bill Hickok come with good news for you.
Hey, Wild Bill Hickok? Well, for a looker there, it sure is, eh?
And now wait. Wait till you hear the news he's got for you.
Hey, now wait a minute. That's Jabez Thorne you got tied up there. What's he done, Marshal?
He's responsible for all your trouble, but that can keep. Go ahead, Jingles. Tell him the big news.
Folks, you don't have to move out of Hidden Valley, 'cause it ain't hidden no more.
Hey, you ain't making sense, big feller.
Well, I mean, I found it.
We knew where the valley was all the time.
No, you walrus-mustached old goat, I found Jingles Pass.
Jingles Pass? What's that?
Well, it's a pass through a secret tunnel, big enough to build a road through.
Well, now that is real big news.
You see, Bill, I'm a ding-busted hero.
You sure are, partner.
Well, I reckon the pass ain't gonna do us no good, mister, with some night riding owl hoots raiding our stock and burning our farms.
I think that'll stop too, gents, now that we've caught Thorne here.
Yeah, folks, Thorne and his boys were the night-riding owl hoots who was trying to run you out of the valley.
They was? Hey, wait a minute. Martin told us Thorne was dead. That's why we was getting out so fast.
What's the idea, Martin? I'll show you whether I'm dead or not.
Oh, so you're guilty too, Martin.
Hey, get away from me, Hickok. Ain't nobody gonna get my gold. I'll kill you all.
You gotta be more careful with guns, mister. Now tell the folks why you told them Thorne was dead.
Well, I saw him going after you up in the tunnel this afternoon. I figured you'd have plugged him by now.
And you knew about the tunnel all the time.
Uh-huh.
Keep talking, Martin.
Yeah, Thorne. I knew about the tunnel. And the gold, too. And I knew it was you that was making them raids.
Well, then why didn't you tell the settlers?
Oh, no. No, I ain't that dumb. I figured to let Thorne get them out of the valley. Then I'd kill him and have the whole shebang to myself.
Why, you two no good Gila monsters. You ought to be strung up.
The law will take care of that, mister. Now go back to your farms and try to live peaceable together from here on.
Folks, I'm sure glad I discovered that tunnel for you. And of course, if you want to set up a life-size monument in honor of that great explorer, Jingles, it ain't going to make me mad at all.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us today, folks. We'll be back again on Monday with another Wild Bill Hickok story for you.
You bet we will, Guy. It's a story about how Wild Bill fights it out with a couple of gold-greedy hombres and a cave-in at Careful Smith's mine. Be with us, will you?
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right. It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting Wild Bill Hickok story starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Frank Gerstle, Tyler McVeigh, Fred Howard, and Charlie Lung. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. And don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok battles his way through a cave-in at Careful Smith Mine. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
You may think your husband has never killed a man, but you're wrong. And before I take him in to face the charges, he'll try to kill me. Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Miss Wong. Miss Wong.
Oh, Lisa?
Couldn't you wait and do that later?
So sorry, Mr. Paladin, but this is safe for cleaning windows in your room.
Well, it's rather annoying while I'm trying to read the newspaper.
Our lady in charge said we must keep up schedule. She find that Miss Wong not clean window will be very bad. Oh, much trouble.
Come back this afternoon and do them.
Have other rooms to clean this afternoon. Must keep schedule.
Look, Miss Wong, just tell the lady in charge that the guest in this room didn't want his windows cleaned.
She not understand. Most guests are out of rooms by 10 o'clock in the morning.
All right. You win.
You win.
I'll be downstairs to read.
Oh, would be most helpful for me, Swan.
If Hey Boy comes up looking for me, tell him I'm in the lobby.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, my.
Mr. Faraday.
Good
morning, sir.
Oh, good morning, Hey Boy.
Was just coming to your room. This telegram come for you.
Thanks. Huh. Looks like the one I've been waiting for from Jack Regan.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Regan, big cattleman you told me about?
Yes, that's the one. He lives up in Oroville. Well, now let's see.
Oh, he wants you to take his job.
Yes. I'm to meet his foreman in Yuba City the day after tomorrow. That means I'll have to take the afternoon stage. Would you make reservations, Hey Boy?
Oh, yes, sir.
And send Mr. Regan my answer. His address is there.
Oh, yes, sir. Have gone with trouble.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavor, full, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blends. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Jack Regan had lost 2 payroll shipments to hold-up men in the last month. Now he had hired me to transport a 3rd shipment from the bank in Yuba City to his ranch near Oroville, California. I met his foreman, Luke Williams, the night I checked into the hotel in Yuba City. The plans for secrecy were set. If by any chance our mission was discovered by the outlaws that held up the other shipments, we were to protect each other and see that the money got to Regan safely. The next morning, I rented a horse, picked up the money at the bank, tied the leather money bag to my saddle, and met Williams at the edge of town. We rode the first 5 miles in watchful silence.
Hey, there's a creek up ahead. We can water the horses and rest a spell if you like.
Good.
Hey, tell me, how much is Regan paying you?
That's a private arrangement, Luke.
He owes me a gourdful. I ain't been paid in 3 months.
That's so. Well, I guess he's had a pretty rough time of it lately. Losing 2 payrolls.
Yeah, maybe. But it was his own fault. Sent a couple of greenhorns up there both times. Last time, one of them got himself killed. I told Regan he should have sent me in the first place.
How long have you been with him?
About 2 years. But you won't find me there 2 more. You know, I've been looking for another spot. I might even get a spread of my own.
Takes a lot of money to start a place of your own.
I know, but I've been saving. The old man's promised me back wages when we deliver this payroll.
I see. Ooh, boy. Ooh, no.
Sure gonna feel good off this horse.
Yep. How much further to the ranch?
Oh, I'd say another 2 hours.
I wouldn't worry about that if I was you.
What?
Ranch.
Don't cry nothing. Neither one of you. I'll splatter you all over that creek. Now drop your guns to the ground.
Ranch Carnival.
You got a good memory, Luke.
You know this man?
Yeah. Ranch Carnival. Thought you was locked up in Sacramento.
I was. Now I ain't.
Didn't take you long to pick up where you left off.
Not when I got old buddies around to keep me in touch with what's going on up in Oroville.
How'd you break jail?
Ain't no jail gonna hold me for long. You should have known that, Luke.
What do you want with us?
Well, sir, now that you ask, I'm going to be taking the money you're carrying to Regan. But the first thing I'm going to do is kill Luke Williams.
Why, you dirty,
Don't
filthy...
you move another step, mister. You get it just like he did.
Why? If you want the money, you could have taken it without killing him.
I got my own special reasons for doing what I did.
What happens now?
I suppose if I was real smart, I'd kill you, too. But I ain't got nothing against you. I'm going to let you take a little walk down this creek bed. Might lead you back to Yuba City if you walk far enough. Don't ever try to look for me, mister, 'cause I'll see you coming, and then I'd have to kill you for sure. Now start walking, and don't turn back. Oh, there. All right, get in there, boy. Get. Oh, Ned. Come here, son. Oh, sure good to see you, son. Why, you must have growed a foot taller.
Oh, I thought you was never coming back. You've been gone for years, and Ma said you wasn't coming back.
Well, she was wrong. Where is your Ma?
Oh, in the house, I reckon. I was going down to that old string of fish when I saw you right off.
Well, let's go in and see her, huh?
Hey, what you got in that leather bag? You got me present in there?
Not exactly, son.
Oh, did you bring me a present?
Not this time, but I'll be getting you a lot of presents from now on.
When, Pa?
You'll see.
Ma? Hey, Ma, look. Pa's home.
Hello, Lily Mae.
Rance.
Well, ain't you glad to see him, Ma?
Well, sure, Ned. Why don't you go on outside for a little bit?
Why?
Well, so's me and your pa can talk. Grown-up talk. You hear me, Ned?
Well, but I want to take a good look at Pa.
Well, now, you said you was going to catch some fish for supper, Ned. We're going to need some extra. You better get started.
Yeah. All right, Ma.
Why, Rance? Why did you ever come back?
This is my house. Why shouldn't I come back?
Not no more, it ain't. It's mine. It's mine and Ned's. You lost your family more than a year ago when you didn't come back. When you didn't keep your promise.
Now, Lily Mae, you know why I couldn't come back.
I know they put you in jail, and I know why they did it. That's what I'm talking about.
But I was only doing it for you and Ned. If they hadn't caught up with me, well, that bank money would have set us up for life. Don't you understand that?
Well, I don't want that kind of life no more. You said the same thing in Wichita before we came out here. How long that money last?
Took more than I thought.
You'll never stop lying and thieving, Rance Carnival. You know it and I know it. There's nothing left between you and me. Now I want you to clear out of here. Right now.
You got kind of strong-headed since you've been working in that saloon, didn't you?
How'd you know about that?
I heard.
Well, what'd you expect me to do? Starve to death out here without money to buy even a turnip?
You could have got a decent job.
The wife of Rance Carnival? A decent job in Oroville? Well, maybe you should have heard more while you was listening. I couldn't even get a job washing clothes in this town. They's afraid I'd steal 'em, being the wife of a thief. No, sir, the saloon was the only place I could get a job. At least I had enough looks left for that.
Things are going to be different from now on. I got lots of money for us right here in this satchel. You and me's going to start all over again, Lily Mae.
I don't know where you got that money, Rance, and I don't know how you got out of jail. But I do know it wasn't the right way. And I want you to leave Ned and me alone. Just leave and stay away from us.
You talking to the wind, Lily Mae. I come back to claim what's mine. He's my son, and you're my rightful wife. And I don't care what any other man might have thought while I was gone. We're going to be together. Nobody's going to interfere.
No, Rance.
You change your mind. You'll see.
I'm real sorry to hear about that, Paladin. Luke Williams was a good boy. How'd you get here to the ranch? I found my way back to the main trail. It wasn't too long before a wagon came by and the man took me into Oroville. Yeah, I'll send a couple of hands up to get Luke. We'll give him a nice funeral. Mr. Regan, what do you know about this Rance Carnival? Only what I've heard. Didn't know he was a killer, though. Got his reputation as a thief. Well, he must have had a personal grudge against Luke. That's strange. How's that? Well, Luke mentioned to me about a month ago that Carnival's wife was working in the Paradise Saloon in town. Saying as how he felt sorry for her. His wife? Yeah. He must have had a few talks with her. Carnival moved into Oroville a couple of years ago with his wife and son and bought a place on the other side of town. Didn't take long for the people around here to catch up to him, though. You think he'd come back to see his wife? No, he wouldn't do that. I hear she claims to have given him up for good. No, he's too smart to do that. He knows that's the first place they'd look for him. I wonder. I think I'll ride out and have a talk with her. Well, I don't know it'll do you any good. Mr. Regan, I'm going to do everything I can to get that money back to you. I know you will, Paladin. That's why I hired you.
Gifts at my Yardie, almost Christmas, no time to lose. Lots and lots of gifts to choose. Is it too late? Hardly. Give him, give her a gift set by Yardley.
For her, there's a beautiful array of all-new Yardley gifts from $1.50 to $13.50. For instance, there's the Yardley Soap Check, with 2 cakes each of delicate English lavender, romantic crushed carnation, and glamorous red roses. It's priced $3.50. Or there's a red roses cologne and dusting powder set, only $4. All prices plus tax. Yardley at all fine stores.
Give him,
Give her
a gift set by Yardley.
Hello, son. Catch many fish in this stream?
Not two so far. I'll get me one more and I'll be through for the day.
Good.
You live around here, mister?
No.
Well, I thought I'd never seen you before.
I'm looking for Mrs. Carnival's place. You know where it is?
Reckon I do. I live there.
Oh, you her boy?
Yes, sir.
Ah.
We live up around the bend there. It ain't far. You come see my Ma?
Yeah. Is she at home?
She's there. My pa's home, too. They're having grown-up talk.
Your pa?
Yes, sir. He's been away for a spell, but he come back today. You gonna eat supper with us?
No.
Huh? If you was, I'd catch fish for you.
Well, that'd mean you'd have to catch 2 more, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, you never can tell. Your mother might ask me to stay for supper.
She might. Maybe I better catch just one for you, in case she does.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's mighty thoughtful of you, son.
You tell her I'll be there after a bit.
All right. Come on, boy. Before I reached the house, I dismounted and crawled up to the back door, being careful to stay out of sight. As it turned out, I wouldn't have been noticed. There was a heated argument going on inside between Rance and his wife. Don't go for your gun, Rance.
You.
Think I'd still be walking to Yuba City?
I should have known not to leave you alive.
I'm grateful to you for that, but it doesn't undo the murder you did commit.
Are you saying Rance killed a man?
Yes, ma'am. And he took the Regan payroll money.
Jack Regan's money?
That's right.
Who'd he kill?
Never mind, mister.
Who was it?
Regan's foreman, Luke Williams.
Williams?
Yeah.
Luke is dead.
And your husband's gonna hang for it.
There ain't no man gonna pine around my wife and live to brag about it.
How'd you know about him and me?
Man keeps account on his wife, even in jail. But I ain't blaming you, Lily Mae.
Well, you might as well blame me. I loved him more than I ever loved you. And if you hadn't have come back when you did, we'd have been gone and you never would have found us.
Don't you have any respect for your son? Now, how'd you think he'd feel having another man for his father?
You cared for that boy at all. You'd have given up your rotten ways a long time ago.
Where's the money, Rance?
I didn't bring it with me.
Stop your lying for once. It's right there, mister. It's on the table.
Lily Mae, you're not going to have that money, mister.
Oh, no, you... I'm sorry, Mrs. Carnival.
It's just as well that he's dead. If you'd have taken him away, I'd be fearing that he'd get back to us somehow before they could hang him. I don't want Ned to know about this.
You won't be able to keep it from him now. If you heard those shots, he'll be coming up to the house to see what happened.
Yes, I know. What'll I tell him? He never understands.
I think he will. If not now, maybe later. If you tell him the truth about his father.
What was the truth? Everything Rance did was for his son. At least, that's what he said.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, hey boy.
You just arrived on stage?
Yeah. What are you doing behind the desk?
Desk clerk asked me to take over while he have breakfast. You leave your bag here. I take it upstairs when clerk returns.
All right. Now I'm going up and take a nice, deep, hot bath.
Oh, you very tired, Mr. Paladin?
Dusty from that miserable stage.
Oh, Isa, you'll feel much better after bath. Should Hey Boy send breakfast to room?
Hey, that sounds good. You do that.
Isa.
Mr. Paladin.
Miss Wong, why are you in such a hurry?
Oh, great emergency, Mr. Paladin. No hot water on second floor. All guests scream at Miss Wong.
Well, you shouldn't let that upset you.
Oh, but Miss Wong cannot help it. Must go to basement and see man in charge of furnace.
You know, some people can certainly be inconsiderate, can't they?
Yes,
They come to stay at the Carlton Hotel. One of the few places in San Francisco with modern convenience.
Modern?
Like hot water.
Hot?
And if something goes wrong, they act as if they've been used to hot water for years.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, please, Mr. Paladin. Must hurry.
Oh, Miss Wong. Did she say the second floor? That's my floor. Miss Wong.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary three-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Parrott and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Mr. Parrott. Featured in the cast were Lillian Byeth, Jack Moyles, Dick Beals, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Presents Cry in the Night.
Otto, you have got to speak to the landlord. I think we should get a new refrigerator.
Yes, Bessie.
19 years. The first thing, Monday morning, yeah?
It still runs good.
Yeah, for how long? And it's old-fashioned. 19 years. We are entitled to a new one. You speak to Morrison.
Speak, why should I? Morrison has enough troubles.
They're no trouble. They're good tenants. Too good. You tell Morrison either he gives us a new refrigerator or we move out.
He won't give, and we won't move. With rent control, he can't give. And I can't move from my store.
The store. You support it. It don't support you.
27 years. We've never starved. It's made a living.
Not starving isn't living. Otto, two things. First, the refrigerator. And I want a new one like my brother Carl got for his kitchen. Second, we got to move out of this neighborhood. Please hand me my hairbrush.
Here.
Yeah.
Bessie, you're talking nonsense. If you get a refrigerator, why do you want to get out of the neighborhood? And if you're moving out of the neighborhood, which you ain't, why bother Morrison because your brother Carl has a new refrigerator?
Don't be smart, Alec, about my brother. Otto, let me tell you, this neighborhood, it's not fit anymore. 25 years ago, it was different. Now, I'm telling you, deterioration has set in. New people are moving in every day.
New people? People are people.
I don't recognize a face no more. New people.
But I meet them in the store, Bessie. And I tell you, the only difference between the new people and the old people is their names sound different. All they want is to live nice, bring up their children the best they can.
Children, yeah. Let them bring up their children here. But I ain't going to let Erica stay. A girl who is going on 20 don't belong in this crummy neighborhood just because her papa ain't got gumption to pick himself up.
Oh, Bessie.
Otto, let me tell you, this isn't the only weekend that Erica's going to spend at my brother Carl's in Forest Hills. Every weekend from now on, she will be away.
I'll never see her. My daughter.
Yeah, when she brings home a nice fella from Forest Hills, you will see her.
But, Bessie...
I won't have her hanging around with that Gloria Palucci. Everything that Palucci girl does, Erica thinks is so smart. Last week she bought a dress like Gloria's, so tight around here and here that she could hardly breathe. The coat, the hat, the shoes. Now she wants to blonde her hair like Gloria. Otto, my daughter is not going to look like a cheap...
Bessie, don't say what you don't know.
Oh, the women all tell me that Gloria...
The women are jealous because they all look like beer barrels with hair.
She talks too free, that one. A disgrace to the neighborhood. Coming home every night with a different man.
And how do you know who she comes home with?
Oh, don't worry. I know. And don't think I don't know how she hangs around your store, Otto. I got a few friends, too.
A lonely girl, Gloria. Lonely.
As far as I am concerned, she can stay lonely. If Erica copycats her anymore, I am going to send her to my sister in Buffalo.
Bessie, listen. Did you hear?
Hear? Hear what?
Bessie, you heard that.
Neighborhood. Did I tell you? Every day it gets worse. Now maybe you will believe me and get us out of here. You think it's nice for me to sit here and listen to such terrible goings-on?
Bessie, shouldn't we do something about it?
Why? They bring these things on themselves, the new people. Let them deal with it.
I don't understand. How do you know that this hollering and shrieking comes from the new people and not from the old people?
Otto, use your head.
That's what I'm using. And it makes no sense.
Of course it does.
Explain. How do you know it is new people?
There was never any trouble like this in the old days.
Oh, poor girl. Bessie, she needs help.
And you are going to give it to her? Otto Schrader galloping on his horse down Delwood Avenue to rescue the maiden.
How can you joke?
And how can you be so ridiculous?
But I must do something.
Sure. I tell you what to do. Mind your own business and go to bed.
Oh, Bessie.
Don't get involved. Oh, go on. Go have a bite in the kitchen.
I don't know if I feel like it tonight.
I left the chicken leg for you.
All right. I'll eat.
Eat and don't leave me a mess.
Yes, Bessie.
I I forgot to wind up the clock.
I'll wind up the clock.
Double bolt the door.
I'll double bolt the door.
Yeah, put out the garbage first.
I'll put out the garbage.
You wound the kitchen one, huh?
Yeah. Have you heard that, girl?
I haven't been listening. I've been reading.
The police came, an ambulance maybe? I couldn't hear in the back.
I told you. I was reading.
Then I'll put out the light.
Yeah, okay. I am beat.
Good night.
If you snore, I will give you a shot and you shut up.
If I sleep.
Why shouldn't you sleep?
I'm worried about that screaming.
You better worry about your own family.
Yeah. I'll speak to Morrison Monday morning. Maybe I can make a deal. I'll get you a refrigerator. Bessie, how can you sleep?
I can't sleep.
Another human being.
The world is full of human beings.
Well, I can't sleep when I know someone is suffering and is being hurt.
So never sleep. All over the world, every minute, every day, people are suffering.
I know, but it hurts me. And this is in Brooklyn. This is here. This is right outside my bedroom window. I listen to the screaming, then I listen to you, what you say, and I close my ears. I close my eyes. I close my heart. It's not right.
Otto, you are getting yourself all worked up. It isn't good for you.
I tell you, Bessie, it's not in me to lie here and not
look. You are keeping me awake with your noble talk. You want to look? Get one good look, and then come back to bed.
Yeah, well, I think I will.
Yeah, look with your eyes open. See what kind of a neighborhood you make your family live in. And thank heaven you got a brother-in-law rich enough to live in Forest Hills. So Erica don't have to be here tonight to listen to such frightfulness. But go ahead. Pull up the blind.
I can't see very good, Bessie. Not out in the street. But the whole neighborhood is up. Across the street, the Ryans are looking out the window.
Where are they looking?
I can't tell, but Paddy and Margaret are both watching something. And the corner of the curtain, the Miller's is pulled back.
Yeah?
I think it's the old lady. There's all the blinds pulled at the Taylors, and those new people, I think their name is Richie.
But you can't see nothing?
No. Yes, I can. Now I can.
What?
Just over in the shadows near their private house way down the corner. There's a girl fighting a man.
How do you know then?
I can't see that good. Just the two figures struggling. Looks like there's something in the man's hand. I can see by the streetlight when he turns.
A knife, I bet. They don't stop at anything in this neighborhood now.
The girl is kicking and scratching and biting Bessie. And there she goes. She's getting away, coming towards here again. Man's catching up with her now, right under the streetlight. I think I know who it is.
Who? The man?
No, the girl, the blonde hair. Sometimes it's caught in the streetlight. Yeah, it must be. It is. It's Gloria Palucci. See her no more. But that blonde hair, it could only be Gloria Palucci, Bessie.
Otto, what are you doing?
What do I look like I'm doing? I'm getting dressed.
You are going up there?
No, I'm getting dressed to get a drink of water in the bathroom. What do you think?
Don't be ridiculous, Otto. You are looking for trouble. That man out there, who knows who he is? You say he has a knife? You are going to challenge him?
The girl's being hurt, perhaps killed.
I read in the paper about another Badinsky like you. He stopped the fight, Otto. And you know what? He landed in jail because he hurt the man on the West Coast. Be smart. Don't get involved.
How can I not get involved?
But why involve your family?
Did I say anything about my family?
Otto, how can you not involve your family? You get hurt, who takes care of you? The Red Cross? No, I do. Who else?
It's Gloria Palucci.
Not your wife, not your daughter, and she's not your business. Nobody asked Gloria Palucci to move into this neighborhood. We were better off before she came, and we'll be better off when she goes. She's no relative of ours.
You go to church on Sunday, Bessie. You hear the minister say, are all God's children. Well, we are God's children on Saturday night as well as on Sunday morning. At least I'm going to call the police.
Over my dead body. You know what happens when you call the police? Questions. Lots of questions.
I got nothing to hide. I just want to help that girl.
Sure, Mr. Hero. They will ask your name, and you will tell them. They'll ask you the girl's name, and you tell them.
What's wrong with that?
How do you know the girl's name? A stranger?
Say she's my daughter's friend. Bessie, please, now out of my way.
So, some father. You let your daughter's name get into the papers with a girl like that?
Bessie.
You will do no such thing. And don't think you can say she's your friend either. The women have already told me how she makes up to you in the store. Like you weren't twice her age and a respectable married man.
Gloria's a good girl. Maybe she talks wild, but what is talk? Should she be killed for talk?
How do you know she's good? Otto.
Oh, stop it now. Get out of my way.
Otto, you told me the whole block is up. Let them call the police. Maybe somebody did already. Or Lady Miller. Let her be the busybody.
But maybe they haven't. Maybe everybody is saying like you, don't get involved. And all the while the girl is fighting off a wild man with maybe a knife. Bessie, don't you have any feeling for humanity?
Sure I have. For my humanity. You with your ideals and your feelings and your highfalutin sentiments. Where has it got
now,
you?
Bessie, please.
A shabby little store in a crummy old neighborhood that you can die in. Otto, do you know what it means if you call the police? Hours of questioning. Who, what, when, where?
So?
Not only now, but later in court. And sometimes there's a second and a third trial. And sometimes it might be a gangster involved. And they don't like you so good if you testify against them. What they could do to your store.
How can you weigh these petty things against a human life?
These petty things ain't so petty to me. Who takes care of the store while you are in court, at the police station, or thrown in the East River? Me. Yes, me. Mr. Idealist. You are not volunteering yourself. You are volunteering me.
Oh, Bessie.
You think you have a great concern for humanity. Well, what you have is no concern for your own family.
I'm going to call the police.
Otto, I warn you.
Bessie, take your hands off together.
So, help me, Otto. If you dial again, I will pull the wire from the wall. You are hurting me for that girl.
Take your hand off, Bessie.
Don't think I don't know. If it was me, you wouldn't raise a finger. Just because he's a floozy with our short skirts, correct side hair, and her blouse cut all the way down to here. You are just like all the other men. That's all you care about. Coming home every night with a different man. Well, she's not getting anything she didn't ask for.
For the last time, Bessie, take your hand off the phone.
No, I won't. Fighting with her own wife?
How can you be so selfish? With me and mine, the world will come to a no good end.
Fine bards don't make a living. Take care of your own, and let everybody else take care of his own. Otto? Telephone.
There. You've done it.
Me? What are you blaming me for now?
You pulled the telephone wire. You must have made a short circuit.
Nobody asked you to grab the telephone. Well, maybe it's for us. Take your hands off and I will answer it.
Nobody calls us in the middle of a Saturday night.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Smarty. Now we'll never know who it was.
It was nobody. You just made a short circuit.
Otto, I know who it was. It was Erica. Maybe she met a nice rich fella at the Uncle Carl's, so she called to tell her mama and papa. Otto, this time, answer.
Sure, answer a short circuit. Ah, well. Hello? Bessie, it's nobody.
Hello, Otto.
Yeah.
It's Carl.
We were, Carl. Then it stopped ringing.
Carl? Let me talk to you.
Carl, your sister wants to talk to you.
Hello? Hello, Carl. How come you are calling so late?
I was expecting a call from you, Bessie.
From me, Carl? I didn't promise.
Of course you didn't promise. Erica did.
Erica?
Yeah, sure, Erica. You know, I gave her a little present when she came here.
A present?
No, not very much. 10 or 15 bucks.
Oh, Carl, you're very nice to your niece. Otto, my brother gave Erica 15 bucks.
The next thing I know, she tells Irma and me that she changed her mind. She don't want to stay with us this weekend.
I apologize for Erica, Carl. She should be nicer to you and Irma.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, she said she was going home.
Home? Home? When? Erica's coming home.
She left about 9. I said, call here when you get home. So right away she forgets.
No, Carl, no. She's not here. She didn't come in. Are you sure she said she was coming home? Straight home?
Not straight home. She said she was going to an all-night beauty parlor first.
A beauty parlor? How? What? Where?
She was going to use my present to surprise you, Bessie.
Surprise? What kind of a surprise?
You don't know?
Carl, I don't know anything except Erica ain't here. Erica ain't here. Erica ain't here.
Funny, she said she'd be home around midnight. She was going to this beauty parlor in Manhattan that keeps open all night.
Yeah, a beauty parlor on a Saturday night? Why, Carl? Why?
She was going to have the color of her hair changed to blonde.
Oh, my God. No, Carl, no. Not blonde. Not blonde.
Oh, why not, Bessie? She's a smart girl. She knows that the really young guys go for blonde.
Oh, hold it, Carl. There's the door. Otto, go let Erica in.
Coming. Bessie, it's Gloria Palucci. She's all right.
Oh, Mr. Schroeder. Mrs. Schroeder, something terrible has happened to you and Erica. Something terrible. She's... I know. Gloria.
No.
I know.
Blonde hair. I saw it.
I know.
I saw it.
I know. I know.
Visit.
Theater 5 has presented Cry in the Night, written by Raphael David Blau and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Vicky Vola, Louis Van Ruten, Marilyn Moore, and Ben Yaffe. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser.
This is WLS-FM 94.7 megacycles in Chicago.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for